Well, good morning, colleagues. Thank you all for joining us this morning. We've got a packed, very exciting agenda ahead of us, so thank you for all for joining us. It's my pleasure to open the day today and tomorrow, and I'll start by passing over to my colleague Tom Bilo, who's going to moderate the opening session. Tom is our Chief of Programme in UNDP's Sustainable Finance Hub, and he'll open the proceedings today. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Good morning, everyone. Lovely to see you all. My name is Tom Bilo, as Tim has just said, and I will moderate the opening session. I'm just going to immediately invite our colleagues who have kindly agreed to open, Mr. Christophe Bauet, who is our Deputy Regional Director for UNDP here in Asia Pacific, based here in the Bangkok Regional Hub. Christophe, if you could join me so I don't feel too lonely on the stage. And then Natalia Aristizabal Mora, the Interregional Advisor for Financing for Sustainable Development in UNDESA in New York. Natalia, thank you for joining. And Musara Rezoagli, Deputy Head of the EU Delegation to Thailand. Thank you, Sarah, for joining. So thank you so much, colleagues, for being with us today. I'm going to first ask Christophe to say a few opening remarks, and then to Natalia and Sarah. Christophe, to you, please.
Thank you, Tom. Very good morning to all of you. Very nice to see so many participants, to see some people I've been working with back to Bangkok. So thank you so much, first, on behalf of the United Development Program, United Development Program. Thank you so much for being here in this morning, where we actually kick off what is called the Finance Week for Asia and the Pacific, starting with this regional exchange. Let me also give a special greetings to my fellow co-openers. Natalia from UNDESA, great to have you. It's a great cooperation between UNDP and UNDESA. And Sarah, the Deputy Head of the Delegation of the European Union. Again, a great cooperation between us in the area of finance for SDGs. So the focus, as you know, of this regional exchange is really the Integrated National Finance Framework, very well known now by its acronym as INFF. So I'd like to share a few reflections with you on the INFF. INFF is meant to be, and is actually becoming, a game changer. And that's very important. There is a high level of ambition with the INFF. Game changer in the sense of really charting a new course, a new approach in the finance sector by bringing together private and public finance flows, and really bringing all the various dimensions of the finance sector. So really looking at taxation, for instance, looking at innovative instruments, be it bonds or social impact investments, but also looking at the fiscal space, looking at the debt sustainability. So really pursuing this integrated approach. Game changer also in terms of partnerships at the global level. Yes, it's UNDESA, EU, UNDP, so a new area for cooperation for us. And at the national level, it's really forging new partnership between government, public sector, private sector, international finance institutions. So you really see, a game change in terms of the partnership. And finally, and perhaps more importantly, a game changer in unlocking resources for the SDGs. Because as we keep saying, the issue is not the lack of resources. The issue is how can you direct resources, public, private, financial flows to the SDGs. And I think the ultimate purpose of the INFF is actually for countries, for your countries, to chart a new course to basically unlock and channel those resources towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, if we look, a few years down the road, because INFF was launched a few years back, you do see a momentum being gained. And it's actually possible to quantify this momentum, because now we have 86 countries working on the INFF with UNDP, with DESA, with EU, with other partners. 17 countries in the region, so not all of them yet, but it is, you know, a momentum that we see in the Asia Pacific, and those countries that are not yet, you know, on the INFF chart, I hope they will join, because we need to have this momentum in Asia Pacific. So 86 countries working. And what is also interesting is that through the INFF, you have a number of work being processed. So for instance, taxonomy. Now we have 23 countries that are developing or planning to start the development of sustainable taxonomies. 17 countries are actually engaged in the development of sustainability standards for reporting. And this is actually bringing benefits. So you see also this, you know, momentum. And, you know, one example is the, if you look at the work that our office, UNDP office in China has been doing, it's actually, you know, the first comprehensive taxonomy globally that consider not only green impact, but also social impact. So you see a lot of dynamic, a lot of innovation, a lot of momentum being gained, and that momentum is also to be seen in the exchange of experience, international cooperation, exchange of views, and I think this event and the whole Finance Week is a very good example of this momentum that we are gaining here in the Asia-Pacific region for, you know, around the INFF. Now, speaking from a United Nations Development Programme perspective, UNDP, we attach a very high importance to the INFF, globally and also at the regional and the country level. We see it very much as part of our increasingly active work in the area of sustainable finance. You know, the role that we're performing on sustainable finance is the G20, is really at the macro level. But also we see a lot of work being done at country levels. I mentioned earlier taxation. We have this special initiative with the OECD and support now from Norway and Finland about tax inspector without borders, which is really how you can actually maximize the, you know, the collection of revenue through taxation and direct it from the, you know, towards the SDGs. And, you know, you'll hear later the example of Mongolia, and I'm not going to unveil it, but Mongolia is a very telling example of how you can actually, you know, leverage revenue through taxation for the SDGs. So we engage in this. We also engage in policy reforms. And policy reforms is actually an important dimension of the sustainable finance. And it's actually interesting, if you look at the global level, you have actually 250 now areas of policy reform that have been identified through the INFF globally to tackle barriers. And I think as UNDP, because we work very much at the policy level, we really engage also at the policy level with the you know, with our counterparts government. We also very, you know, convinced of the value of launching new instruments. And that's, you know, a good example we have in the region is bonds that have been very successfully. And I was privileged to be part of the cooperation between UNDP and the government of Indonesia a few years back with the very successful launch of, you know, the green sukuk. And then Indonesia continued with the SDG bond, and more recently very successful again with the blue bonds. But we have also in Asia Pacific other examples. In Fiji, we're now working with the government on blue bonds as well, blue bond frameworks. In other countries, we're looking at debt for natural swaps. So you have a lot of dynamism, a lot of cooperation between UNDP and government and the private sector on those innovative instruments. And lastly, I just also want to mention the SDG investor maps. Because they are actually quite instrumental in the whole landscape I was describing. Now we have 40 countries where UNDP and the partners are working on SDG investor maps. 8 already in the region, in Asia Pacific, 8 countries have already launched the investor maps, and 7 are preparing to launch. Now, the SDG investors maps is actually a very powerful instrument because it allows to identify areas for investment for the SDGs. In infrastructure, in the food sector, in renewable energy, across the sector, but with a very strong SDG lens. So that's, you know, the type of cooperation, that the type of momentum that we are seeing. I think this week, this Finance Week is important, and this regional exchange that we are opening today is very important, which is why, you know, we are very happy that you are here, because we expect that and we hope that with your participation and with the experience that you're bringing, we will actually continue to intensify the momentum I was mentioning for the INFF to be an ever greater game changer for sustainable finance for the SDGs. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christophe, for welcoming us and inspiring us, I hope, over the course of the next 2 days to exchange on some of those experiences you've already highlighted. I'm going to now pass over to Natalia. Natalia, again, is the Interregional Advisor for Financing for Sustainable Development from UNDESA in New York. So, Natalia, over to you.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Christophe. Well, you set up very well the scene, I would say. So it's a great pleasure to be here and to share these opening remarks with you, Christophe, and with you, Sarah, and of course Tom, who's moderating. And so it's my great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of UNDESA to this 2-day, I would say, exchange of experience more than a workshop event. And well, unlike Christophe, I will read my opening remarks. I am going to be less informal in that sense. I would like to thank you and to thank all the countries presenting, both during the regular sessions and the marketplace, for their generosity in sharing their experiences using the INFF framework for financing their development priorities and the SDGs. I also want to recognize the other presenters and participants from the private sector and other development partner agencies and international financing institutions, and most especially, our colleagues from UNDP and UNESCAP for their collaborative work in organizing these workshop and exchange of experiences events. Well, as Christophe was mentioning, INFFs are in many ways unique, as they provide a framework to find solutions to close financing gaps, overcome constraints, and make the most of financing opportunities in support of national development objectives. Furthermore, they also help identify financing policies that are risk-informed and take equity, social, and environmental concerns into consideration, addressing potential spillover effects and trade-offs. The underlying methodology of INFFs is comprised of 4 building blocks: assessment and diagnostics, the financing strategy, monitoring and review, and governance and coordination. A lot of progress has been made since the last regional workshop that was held in Asia Pacific in 2021. After setting the institutional arrangements to advance an INFF and successfully concluding the assessment and of their sustainable development financing needs, many countries have started to devise financing strategies, identifying various financing policy reforms to advance such strategies. And in some, cases, they have even started to advance the policy reforms they have prioritized as part of their financing strategies. Over the following 2 days, you will have the chance to learn from practical experience and real-world examples on the overall process of operationalizing an INFF, but also on the identification and implementation of specific financing policy and administrative reforms. You will also have the opportunity to learn about the work done by development partner agencies, including agencies participating in the INFF facility that was launched last year. and to learn from their experiences to further support countries to develop their capacity to operationalize INFFs and to implement integrated financing policy reforms targeting specific SDG sectors, financing areas as debt management and tax policy reforms, and well, about the experience to operationalize those INFFs in countries facing particular and pressing challenges like seeds. We will also hear from representatives from the private sector on their experiences working along with governments to implement innovative tools and mechanisms that allow them to further contribute to finance sustainable development. As we all know, the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic to financing the development have been exacerbated by the more recent global economic and political events. INFFs have an important role to play both in the immediate response to the current crisis and in rebuilding better in the long term. Hence, the continued relevance of events like these. I wish you a very productive and interesting two-day event, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Natalia, for opening remarks from UNDESA as well. And it's now my privilege to invite Sarah, the Deputy Head of the EU delegation to Thailand, to open as well. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Tom. Dear friends from the United Nations, distinguished participants, dear colleagues, it's great to see so many high-ranking officials from regional countries coming here, taking their time to come to Bangkok and participate in this important event, exchanging their experiences and national practices in the INFF implementation. I think the topic is very relevant, and the EU has been supporting country-led INFF since the beginning. As Christophe said, they are the best integrated approach. We consider them as essential to promote the recovery, growth, and the implementation of the SDGs. And in fact, they provide a framework to channel investment where it's needed most. They are a tool for transparency and to strengthen medium and long-term planning. And they are a tool for effective multilateralism because they allow to create consistency and coherence in planning. INFF have been really a success story so far. There is really a momentum both at national and international level. More than 80 countries are now undertaking INFF processes, as Christophe said, and several international organizations have endorsed this concept. For example, as it was said before, the G20. The EU, together with Italy and Sweden, has been funding the INFF Technical Assistance Facility, which has a secretariat, including UNDP, UNDESA, and the OECD. This facility responds to country demand, provides technical assistance, and supports developing financing strategies. It further facilitates exchanges across countries and access to methodological guidance. This facility was established to respond to a growing demand from countries for technical support and to provide a platform to share experiences like today, facilitate collaboration and exchange knowledge. Still, we have a lot of work ahead of us. In the current context, there is more than ever a need for financial strategies to mobilize and align a wide range of financing sources, public and private, domestic and international, and align them with each country's development priorities. Public finance, of course, has an important role to play, I would say crucial role, and the EU is deeply involved in the region, for example, contributing actively to the public expenditure management network in Asia, and working hand in hand with UN partners, for example, UNICEF, within the framework of the Public Finance Facility in South and Southeast Asia, to support the best possible use of public social sectors budgets. Public finance alone will not be sufficient to bring the SDG financing gap. Mobilizing capital for an inclusive and sustainable transition in which no one is left behind will be critical to collectively deliver on the Paris Agreement objectives, the SDGs, as well as to close the global infrastructure investment gap. Furthermore, we believe that sustainable finance can play a key role in enabling private financial flows to be channeled towards a sustainable investment and to achieve a sustainable and inclusive growth. We see the INFF as offering a great opportunity to scale up sustainable finance. As you know, the EU is a pioneer in sustainable finance and is promoting key initiatives. First, to leverage additional private finance for sustainable investment, the EU is preparing a comprehensive strategy to scale up sustainable finance in low and middle income countries. The report will be published later this year. Second, we are working on an initiative on promoting green bonds in EU partner countries, aiming at accelerating the flow of domestic and international private capital towards sustainable green investments. The Global Green Bond Initiative will be also launched later this year. Third, the momentum behind INFFs presents a huge opportunity to transform national financial systems. As countries make progress with the operationalization of INFF and the implementation of relevant financing reforms, there is a growing demand for technical assistance and capacity building support, including for building a conducive environment for sustainable finance. The EU, as Team Europe with the EU member states, and in cooperation with partners like UNDP, UNEP, and the UN family in general, will aim to meet this demand through a sustainable finance advisory hub, working together with countries in the efforts to attract increasing international private capital to finance sustainable investment projects. This is why we are very happy to be here today and to hear from different countries from the region who have engaged in developing an INFF, as well as scaling up sustainable finance. It's a great opportunity to learn from each other and compare challenges and success. I'm confident that this exchange of mutual experiences and ambitions on sustainable finance and green bonds will yield a fruitful collaboration. I wish everyone a great event and look forward to further collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sarah, Natalia, and Christoph for opening the event. And I'm also happy to welcome you all here. As Christoph has mentioned, this is a full week for some of you. So it's going to be an intense 5 days for many. I noticed there are some pillars in the room which are a little bit awkward for some of you. So we'll definitely work out how to move things about as much as we can to ensure that you can see what's happening on stage, which is going to be extremely exciting. There's a lot to learn, particularly over the next couple of days, as we go into the exchange which we have just opened. I'm just going to say a few words about the agenda, and just to note that in the room we have government, we have private sector, we have development partners, international organizations, academia, and that's really the spirit of the work around integrated national financing frameworks. That no one stakeholder can fix the challenges that we face, both in terms of some of the SDG progress, the delays that we see in achieving those goals, in some cases regression, but also in terms of the financial context in which we work, which is severely constrained. We all know that. So we have to look at new ways of navigating these complexities that we face. And surely the collaborative effort that the different stakeholders in this room represent is the solution to those challenges. So I know we're going to hear some really pioneering examples from countries in the region. I hope that we're all inspired by those. I hope we also can work through how we might tailor and adapt experiences. No experience is simply replicable in another context. We know that. So let's also query the examples that we hear and try and dig through the ways in which we can tailor and adapt. And please be honest. There's no point in an exchange of experience without honesty, because we also want to know what didn't work. What was more challenging and less successful in some of the approaches you've adopted? And by sharing that learning, you can help your colleagues also avoid the pitfalls that maybe you have had to endure. So please, let's be frank and honest. It's not just a technical exchange. In this room, we have a potential which is the partners and the network that we're trying to establish across the countries in the region as well. So please take the time also to get to know each other. There's a drinks not this afternoon, that would be a bit too early, wouldn't it? This evening on the 20th floor, I believe, so that will be fun, and please use those opportunities to get to know each other as well. I was lucky enough to be with Natalia actually at a similar event in Africa, in Abuja, and I do hope that we can emulate some of the energy and enthusiasm that we had across the African countries here in Asia Pacific. I personally spent time in the Asia Pacific, 17 years here in Bangkok, and I know that, as Christoph has alluded to, a lot of the pioneering work around financial reform, around integrated national financing frameworks comes from you, from this region. So I'm really looking forward to learning from you. I will just very briefly mention the agenda. I don't want to overwhelm you at the beginning, because there is a lot that we're going to go through, but we're going to make sure that you have the necessary breaks to revive yourself and to re-energize. We're going to begin by going through a session with Natalia around the integrated national financing framework as a whole, hearing some of the pioneering experiences from countries and launching their financing strategies. And we're then going to go into different sessions on different elements of the agenda. Today, focusing on private investment, on debt, on public-private partnership and blended finance, and finally around taxonomies, policy, regulation and disclosure, looking at the ways in which countries can ensure that private capital is aligned with sustainable development. It's a full agenda. That's just day one. Day two, we'll be looking more at the public side, tax and budgets and public spend, as well as deep diving into some of the SIDS, the Small Island Developing State experiences, and then finishing with the most exciting session of all, which is the INFF marketplace. And I believe, I don't know which side of this room, there is a marketplace already being developed. We encourage you to set up your stall and share your experience through the marketplace at the end of Tuesday as well. So a lot to get through. I'm not going to stop you from getting into the discussion by saying anything more, except for passing over now momentarily to Natalia to chair our next session. So colleagues, thanks for coming. Lots to do, really exciting workshop or exchange of experience. Thank you, Christoph, Natalia and Sarah, for your welcoming remarks, and we'll now move to the next session. Thank you.
Okay, well, I will continue here for the next 60 minutes, I guess. So I would like to invite my, invite the panel, the next panel to come to the podium. So Mr. Ahmed Sadouvash, I'm sorry, Adam from the Maldives. Mr. Setiu Budiantoro. Mr. Tugutkur, I'm sorry, I'm so bad at names, Galbarat. I don't know if Tugutkur is in the room. And Tim Strawson from UNDP. Well, so it's a real pleasure to have you here and a real pleasure to moderate this first session that is supposed to set the scene for the next 2 days of our discussions on INFFs and the different policy reforms and innovative instruments to unlock financing to achieve the SDGs and the development priorities of countries. Well, before starting, I would like to say a couple of, things, or to remind ourselves a couple of things related to integrated national financing frameworks, INFFs. So the first thing is INFFs, as you know, were firstly introduced in the action in the Addis Ababa Action Agenda in 2015, when UN member states committed to finance their development priorities and the SDGs using these integrated national financing frameworks. The INFFs, are intended to, align the sustainable development priorities of countries with the financial means to achieve those sustainable development priorities. And they intend to do so by, considering all the sources of financing, both private and public, and by also, adopting a comprehensive and coherent approach. As I said, they were first introduced in 2015, but it wasn't until 2019 when the interagency task force on financing for sustainable development issued global guidance to assist countries to develop their financing frameworks and to come up with financing strategies to reach their development priorities and the SDGs. I would like to stress, something that we used to say very often about INFFs, which is that they are supposed to be country-led and country-owned. And that means that, they are not international standards. They are not something that, countries need to click on to and then to move on. They're basically, an approach to assist countries to finance or to design financing strategies that really take into account their priorities, and they really take into account their own contexts. And in that sense, there is no INFF that looks exactly like another one. There is no financing strategy that looks exactly like another financing strategy. But nonetheless, the challenges countries face are similar. And that is why it's so important to look at the experiences of others facing those challenges. And as Tom was saying, well, to look at what has worked, and as important, to look at what hasn't worked and to learn from that. And so, well, with that, I think I would, well, pass to our panel, because, well, that is the real core of this session, to learn about their experiences in advancing INFFs and in designing their financing strategies. And I will start, well, with the experience from Maldives. So first, well, let me introduce, well, our speaker from the Maldives. And please, all of you, forgive me for my mispronunciation of your names. I'm very, very bad at it, but you can help. You can help. So our first speaker is Mr. Ahmed Sadouash. Okay, good, thank you. Well, Ahmed is the head of the national budget and the fiscal policy at the Ministry of Finance of the Maldives, and he leads the budget preparation, budget execution, and macroeconomic forecasting and tax policy works, while assisting in a broad range of other work at the ministry. And Ahmed, with that, I would like to, well, pose you the first question. So the Maldives was the first seat to launch its financing strategy, which is a gender-responsive climate financing strategy. Could you please share with us, well, about the rationale behind the focus on climate, and what is the government hoping to achieve with the implementation of the INFF in the Maldives? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. It is a pleasure to be part of this panel and to present our INFF to a very large audience. Very glad to be here. And Maldives, as you know, is a low-lying island nation with, that is vulnerable to climate change and its effects. And these include erosion and coral bleaching, ocean acidification, and all of these effects of climate change is affecting the Maldives in general. And we are also at the forefront of climate change dialogue. So we take pride in leading the dialogue. So if you ask Maldives, if you know Maldives, if you talk about Maldives, climate change is something that is part and parcel with the name of the Maldives. So I think it is apt that when we do an INFF, we associate that with the climate aspect of the financing. And I think that's the area where Maldives can lead in terms of INFF as well. But having said that, Maldives has a lot of development requirements as well. In addition to climate, we have a lot of challenges to overcome. One thing is to provide public services across scattered many islands. So geographically very dispersed. So getting the public service across to many islands is a development challenge by itself. We have a very young population at the moment, but it's going to be aging in 40, 50 years' time. So we have to prepare for that as well. So and so we have to invest in healthcare as well. Because we are a young population now, we have to grow and get rich before we get old. So we have to prioritize growth too. So for growth, we need to invest in infrastructure, critical infrastructure that is necessary for economic growth too. So all of these are very important for a country to thrive. So, but we have a far bigger challenge in addition to all of these. And that is a threat that can undo all of the things that we have talked about or we have done so far well. We can build infrastructures, but it can lose value or it can be lost if the climate change threat is there. So I think climate is a big issue that we need to address. For example, in 2020, during COVID, when the finances were really, really weak, we had to address the erosion issue for 25 islands in the Maldives. So even when we don't have the finance or the ability to address those, we have no other choice. We had to address that because it was affecting the health facilities, schools, and even houses of common people. So you can see the effect of climate change and how it can bear an effect on public finance too. So it's important that we address that. So we spend about $96 million on climate change mitigation adaptation directly from our national budget. And if you compare this to 2011, this is over 3,000% higher in 2022. And this is consuming a large portion of the domestic resources. So, but having said this, our investment need goes far beyond what is needed in the what we spend right now, what the resources that we have. We require about $800 million to $1.5 billion in adaptation investments if we look at the requirement now. This includes coastal protection, waste management, energy transition, and this will take more than government's effort. So we need to bring private sector as well as international partners to the fore too. So we need that coordination too. So these are the reasons why we need an INFF to bring coordination from the private sector, international donors. Just like it was mentioned in the opening session, we have to bring everybody to the table and to identify the investment that is necessary for the climate investments and how we can mobilize finance. In addition to international partners or external help, we have to even find our own sources, redefine, reallocate money across the government too. So we have to find all of these together, and these are the reasons why we did an INFF. And just like you mentioned, Maldives became the first small island developing state to launch a gender-responsive climate financing strategy, and Maldives INFF is a comprehensive plan to mobilize and manage climate finance in a way that supports the country's transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilient economy. And can we move? Oh, right. I thought. I'm really sorry. I didn't really realize. So, what I just talked about was on this slide. Well, I will give you a moment to absorb what's in it. It just shows that we need a lot of investment in climate change and why we need it. But I will go on to the next slide too, but after a while I will change. And on the next slide, what I basically mentioned is the content of our INFF and how we developed it. INFF assessment and diagnostics identified challenges and opportunities across all types of financial sources through consultation with multiple stakeholders. So we found 3 major challenges for us, and we wanted to change that, the challenge into an opportunity. So the challenges are, so we are very dependent on fossil fuel. Although we have abundance of sunshine, solar power, investments are largely in traditional forms of power generation. And this has been the starting point. But it's important that we change that into sustainable sources. But having said that, even with the fossil fuel, we provide a lot of subsidies to the public too. And this is important in terms of poverty aspects. So if we just increase electricity prices, it will affect the poverty. So there are social multiple intertwined goals that we have to achieve. But at the same time, the bad thing is that we are dependent on fossil fuel. And we also have a negative impact. We are facing the negative impacts of climate change. So erosion and coral bleaching, all of this is affecting the Maldives. And this can affect the tourism in the Maldives as well. So that can, in turn, reduce the revenue to this loss of revenue in tourism potential is also a reality that we face. And because we are a developing country, we invest in a lot of other things as well, and we are unable to adequately invest in climate change. So the investments are also lacking. So these are the main three problems that we identified, and we wanted to change this to an opportunity. And for this, as you can see on the slide, the first thing is to better align financing flows towards a sustainable agenda. So how we can bring more finances towards achieving SDGs and sustainable growth. And the second one is mainstreaming sustainability into risk management and transparency. So one thing we see is that climate risks are not integrated into the financial models, so that we underscore its importance while evaluating the investment. So I think bringing that can also improve the sustainability. So that's why this is identified. And the third one is mobilizing new sources of sustainable finance. So this is an area where, because Maldives needs a lot of investments in climate, we wanted to bring in a lot of new finances in. The investment need is here there. So we identified three pillars, 16 objectives, and 127 actions, and these include all of the usual suspects in there, SDG, climate budgeting, ESG frameworks, green procurement, carbon pricing, emission trading systems, all of these are there. And we also did, so you can see that from the title, it was gender responsive. So why gender responsive? We see that the effects of climate change is much hardly felt for vulnerable groups, women, children, and so forth. The example that I mentioned, the erosion, when it reaches the common house, it is occupied by the children and the women. The husband would be most likely be working at the resort. So the household will be the affected household will be largely felt by the marginalized groups. So I think it's important that recognize that gender is a cross-cutting issue, and while we mobilize finance for climate change, we address the gender issue as well. So that's why we brought gender aspect too. And I will move on to the last slide.
Yes, and Ahmed, I'm sorry to, well...
Can I just briefly go ahead?
Yeah, please, if you can wrap up.
Yeah. So this is about the governance framework. So on the governance side, we brought in the Climate Finance Hub. So Ministry of Finance is leading this work. As you said, we want to have strong country ownership and implementation drive. So overall responsibility is with Ministry of Finance, and we are doing, we are bringing Climate Finance Hub to oversee the work and monitor and implement. So we will work with international partners and also government offices. We will provide technical assistance to government offices, coordinate with international partners to mobilize finance. So, and this is what we will be doing. And you may ask why we are doing all of this. So our target is to mobilize the financing gap, at least $500 to $1 billion a year. So over the next decade, we hope to receive $5 to $10 billion through finance partly from the domestic resource mobilization as well as external sources, so domestic and international, public and private. And we want to support more this transition to low carbon and climate resilient economy, and building climate resilient infrastructure along the way, and ensure the benefits of climate change are shared equitably across all the vulnerable groups and the population. So Maldives INFF is a significant step forward for Maldives in its effort to address climate change. The strategy has the potential to significantly increase the amount of climate finance available to the Maldives and help the country transition to a low carbon, climate resilient economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed, for that very interesting presentation. And without further ado, it was very hard to interrupt you because it was so interesting. No, I'm a terrible timekeeper. You will discover that. Let's welcome our next speaker, Mr. Setio Budiantoro. Okay, good. Setio is the manager of economic development pillar in SDGs National Secretariat of Papenas, and he currently serves as a chairman in Bina Swadaya, right? Our question, for our colleague from Indonesia is, Indonesia is using the INFF approach to shape the establishment of its SDG financing hub. Launched its INFF report last year as part of Indonesia's G20 presidency. Can you tell us about how the INFF is helping you strengthen a financing strategy and the results you expect in relation to both your development plan and in terms of financing instruments and reforms?
Okay, thank you. Can I stand?
Yeah,
okay, yes. Thank you for the introduction. Hello everyone, my name is Budi. You can call me Budi, still Budiantoro, but easier to call me Budi. So I would like to share about the experience of Indonesia in the implementation INFF. Yes. So as all of us, I think, we have development objectives, of course. In Indonesia, we have SDGs roadmap related to the SDGs. And then we have also medium-term development planning and also long-term development planning. And all of us, I think, quite understand that now is really challenging because of COVID. The pandemic already disrupted our development. As we understand that there are a lot of challenges related to poverty, inequality, health condition, and also unemployment. So that is the challenge that we have. And then on the other hand, and that is the other hand. On the other hand, we also have a challenge related to the revenue. As we understand that because of pandemic, and also we understand that the economic recovery is still slow, and that has a challenge of revenue. So the taxation is really challenging now, as we know that the economic recovery is still not as well as we expected. And then, so this is the challenge. We have a double squeeze challenge. So from the problem is bigger, the challenge is bigger, and then the revenue is quite limited. And then that is why this is very important. This is much important, the INFF. Because as we understand that actually, of course, we have public finance, but there are a lot of resources also, from commercial finance, for impact financing, from philanthropy, from angel investor, crowdfunding, and everything. So that is why INFF is much more relevant. And we understand that a lot of resources quite scattered, and then that is why this is very important, how we synergize all of the financing to address our development objective. That is, I think that is the strategic things that we are developing now. And we are supported by the UNDP. Thank you, Pak Didi, for the INFF facility in Indonesia for making this is real. And like the moderator said, Natalia, that we launched INFF report in G20 meeting at that time in Bali. Then I would like to share about, would you please for the next slide? So I would like to share the resources. This is the initiatives that we have, the resources that actually Indonesia experiences. So you can see in here related to public finance. You can find in here there is integrated planning and budgeting, and also we have also SDGs budget dynamic tagging. So we have thousands of tagging of SDGs to achieve all of the indicators of 269 indicators in Indonesia. And then we have also climate budget tagging, and we have also gender responsive planning and budgeting, and this is quite long. And then related public-private finance, we have Green Sukuk, like Christoph said. Actually, Green Sukuk in Indonesia is we are the pioneer in the world, and actually last year is the biggest, $1.5 million issuing of Green Sukuk. And then also we have Green Bond. And then related to SDGs bond, this is the work especially Pak Denny from Ministry of Finance. We are working really hard related to this in SDGs bond, and this is the first time in Asia. And we have blended finance and many things. And related to commercial finance, if we read the report from IFC, we can see that Indonesia is one of the most advanced country in emerging economy, 44 countries, related to sustainable finance. And we have sustainable finance roadmap. So it's showing related to institutional finance that they must follow sustainable finance, and also for public listed company especially. And then related to green taxonomy. So this is interesting because all of the financial institutions, they should consider this taxonomy, this classification of green, how they provide loan to many institutions. And then we have also fintech, of course. Indonesia is in ASEAN, especially. Half of, unicorn is in Indonesia. And then crowdfunding and everything. And then also for other private finance, we have also a master plan of Islamic finance. So how Islamic finance, they are also supporting development. We have SDGs fikih, zakat, we call it as fikih zakat on SDGs. How faith-based financing from Islamic finance, they support SDGs. We have also SDGs fikih also. And then related to philanthropy, of course, Indonesia is considered as one of the most generous countries in the world, according to CAF, Charities Aid Foundation from UK. And then that is the idea, how these many initiatives integrated, coordinated, orchestrated to support SDGs, to support development. That is the idea. Next. And then I would like to share one example. Actually, this is the work of who really worked this very hard is Pak Denny, actually, from Ministry of Finance. So this is the, I don't know, I cannot connect pointing, so it's okay. So, okay, the previous one, yes. So you can see in here that SDGs bond, 500 million euro in 2021. This is for the global market. And then in 2022, much more in domestic market. So for the domestic market, of course, not only just we thinking about finance to get finance, but also how we bring awareness to the citizens. And this is also quite interesting because the principle of no one left behind, not only just we thinking about the vulnerable, but how we integrate the financial market, the investor, they should also consider to contribute to SDGs also. So this is quite interesting. And we have the impact report, you can see from our website actually. Next one, because the time is quite limited. Next one. Okay, so what is the learning? What is the learning that when we developed the INFF and we launched in Bali at that time? So from discussing with many stakeholders, it's quite interesting because now we understand the landscape of finance in Indonesia. The overview, quite broad. How then we understand what is the challenge of trying to address the development challenge. So we see also some opportunities also. So like we see that actually there are a lot of highlights, but I would like to share several highlights. So what is the priority for this 1 to 3 years in Indonesia? So we try to align philanthropy and faith-based financing to SDGs finance. That is the things that we now the priority, and then also for the impact. We just have Impact Alliance network just launched in Indonesia just last month ago. So that is how we measure the impact. That is very important because we don't want to be have SDGs washing or greenwashing and everything. So that is the idea. And also, what is the prioritization related to blue finance? Because we understand that Indonesia is a lot of sea. We are archipelagic country, but still underfinanced. So that is why we try to develop blue finance. And in ASEAN, we will have a meeting related to this, related to blue finance in the 3rd of July. And then related to for the much longer vision. Much longer vision of the medium and long term. So we try to better manage, as the previous speaker already said, financing is very complex. A lot of resources, many initiatives scattered, and how then we better manage all of this one to achieve our intention in development. And then also match different types of financing, blended financing. So it means from public finance. We are now trying to have the regulation related to that. So how we integrate from public finance and also for private finance to achieve the development, especially to create a greater impact. And enhance transparency, so and also, of course, support long-term investment, strengthen medium and long-term planning for the better aligning. So we try that from our experiences, we will have some models. We have some models, especially related to blended financing. How we try to integrate public finance and also private finance to achieve the goals. So after that, we try to make it bigger and to become our common culture in Indonesia. So that is the idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Budi, for sharing that very interesting experience. And now I would like to, go to our next speaker. Mr. Tuguldur Galbadra. Yeah. Okay. Tuguldur is responsible for planning and ensuring the implementation of long, medium, and short-term development policy documents at the national, sectoral, and local levels in coordination with sustainable development goals and climate change issues across sectors in Mongolia. Our question to to our speaker is, well, Mongolia was the first country in launching a financing strategy almost a year ago. Right. So could you please tell us about why the government wanted to adopt this INFF approach and how it is helping you strengthen and drive innovation across financing, the financing landscape in Mongolia? Thank you.
Thank you for the warm welcome. Just before the working on INFF, Mongolia has like a lot of different development policies, like over the 500 policies, which requires a lot of fundings and resources and a lot of implementations. But just before that, we have changed our development policy into like a very line term, which starts from the 30-year development policy, which is Vision 2050. And the next one is a 10-year policy, which is exactly overlapped with an SDGs. And it is already interlinked with the SDGs, so its implementation is directly inputted in this. And which was followed by the 5 years and 4 years and annual development programs. But on the other hand, the budgeting and national budgeting systems are mainly for the like in medium term and only the annual terms, which is connected in only 2 years. And due to these financial gaps, INFF's main strategy was essential to financing the development policies and SDGs. Can you go to the first slide, please? Yeah, thank you. And in order to implement the total SDGs, we need an additional of the 44.2 billion euros, which is almost like a quarter of our national GDP. And in order to fund all these additional fundings, INFF's role is very essential and needed to implementations. And in order to making an INFF, we are interlinking this to our 5-year development policy, which is a 5-year guideline for the Mongolian development. And due to this, we have already made the 3 proposals, like public investment programs, medium-term financial fiscal framework, and debt management strategies. Even though they are working all great, we are needing of additional strategies like private sector investment policy strategy, medium-term budgeting framework, and sustainable financial policy, and a lot of different policies which is suggested by INFFs, which you can see probably in my behind back. And can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, thank you. And I will make it short and just talk about our main results implementing INFFs. And in the public finance side, the tax policy was very essential in Mongolia's increasing the total financing source for sustainable development. And the biggest example is progressive tax on the personal income, which was approved by this year, which is additional fund for implementing the SDGs. And on the other hand, the tax for livestock head was like an 1 stone for like in 3, 4, or maybe 5 rabbits. And in Mongolia, we have a lot of livestock, which is almost half of our climate change and pasture degradations reason. And just by taxing this, we can leverage a lot of our results. And also, we have started making our planning systems by using integrated result-based systems. And we have just made an annual development program which made by this system. And also, we are working on this with a result-based budgeting starting from the 2020. And we have already implemented in the 5 ministries, which is almost like 1/3 of the total ministries. Also, we have operated from the medium-term fiscal framework to medium-term budgetary framework, which is a great leap towards sustainable development. Also, we have made several new innovations, including SDG sovereign bond framework. And also, we made a state-owned bank restructure to promote the middle class and women-led entrepreneurs. Moreover, export financing functions added to the national development back to promote then export diversifications, as you may know already, as EXIM banks. Also, SDG audits and citizens budgeting for the more simpler and easy to understand in the budgets. This is for the public finance side. And the private finance, Our FRC just approved the Sustainable Development Reporting Guidance for a lot of companies, and we have developed an SDG finance taxonomy and expected to be approved by this year. Moreover, law on a PPP to work in a more easily with our private sectors, and its law is just being approved by the Parliament. Also, we have been working on the law on investment, and also the first private green bond issued by the commercial bank has been made by this year, which is a great leap towards us. Can you go to the last slide, please? Yeah, thank you very much. And we are already working on increasing the financial source for the sustainable development. Now we need to direct all this financial source to implement the sustainable development and increase the economic and social impact of the investments. That's the most crucial part of the INFF. And we have understood that just planning with the national budget is not enough. So we need to work more cooperatively with the private sector, capital markets, FDI, donations, and budgets to implement the SDGs in a more comprehensible way. And thank you for paying attention, please.
Thank you very much for sharing. Those experiences, and as well, you could all see. Well, these are three very different countries, very different contexts, very different strategies, but nonetheless, well, they showcase very well what INFFs are about. They're about prioritizing, well, development goals, but they are also about, well, how to design a strategy well and how to pick up the right policy reforms in order to achieve those priorities set by countries. And so this was really a very good illustration of what this is about, illustration from three countries that have advanced a lot on INFFs, and they have advanced a lot well on these policy reforms. And with that, I would like to pass to my colleague Tim from UNDP, who will well talk us about the experiences in the region, other experiences in the region, and in other regions of the world on INFFs. And so with that, Tim, please.
Thank you, Natalia, and thank you, colleagues. I think it's really exciting to hear the experiences from three countries that are advancing and using the INFF to build a more sustainable financing architecture within the local context. I wanted to just close out the first panel by taking a step back and talking a bit about the trends across the region, both in terms of where we are. I think probably this is familiar to us all, but halfway through the SDG timeline, the region as a whole is not on track to achieve the SDGs. Although there's encouraging progress in certain areas, in certain contexts, as a whole, in only 5 SDGs is the region even halfway towards where you would expect it to be halfway through the SDG timeline. And in many areas, progress is slower than that, or even regressing, particularly in climate. Although NDC ambitions have been high and have been growing, there's a long way to go. So we see that the sustainable development outlook is challenging, and at the same time, when we look at the investments that are needed, as our colleagues have said, the investments that can accelerate progress towards achieving the SDGs in the time that we have left, the picture is a mixed one. The financing landscape shows that there's growth in some countries, fiscal space is growing in some countries, but in many it's declining, and actually in 60% of countries across the region, the tax to GDP ratio is lower now still than it was before the pandemic. In a quarter of countries, it's 3 percentage points of GDP lower. So the fiscal space that countries have to invest, that governments have to invest in their sustainable development agendas is tight. When we think about the ability to borrow as well, we've heard of some of the innovations, and we'll hear much more today about some of the innovative instruments that countries are using. And there are many opportunities, but also there are risks, and there's debt sustainability challenges. 11 countries from the region are among the most debt vulnerable and at high risk of debt distress. And when we think about the private sector, and I think there's a big push, and it's very well recognised to see that the private sector needs to play a stronger role in sustainable development. And again, there are many, many opportunities to promote and mobilise and align private capital behind the SDGs. But still, there are challenges too. In a third of countries, domestic credit to the private sector has been declining over the past 5 years, and we see actually has fallen in those countries by 5 percentage points of GDP. So again, there are challenges, but there are constraints. So when we look at the need to accelerate progress towards the SDGs and the climate commitments that countries have made, and the need to mobilise investments for that, it's really encouraging to hear the experiences from the three countries, the three speakers that we've heard about, for a more integrated approach to financing. If we can move to the next slide, please. And what we see across the region and globally is that, so across the region, 16 countries are using this integrated national financing framework approach. Firstly, to bring financing across the landscape, public and private resources together, and to link it more directly to results, to the sustainable development results that we want to see. And we've heard from 2 of the countries that have launched a financing strategy. Another 14 countries in the region are developing or planning to develop this kind of integrated financing strategy in the future. And then secondly, to identify where there are opportunities to strengthen the financing landscape, opportunities to mobilise resources, mobilise new capital, new investment in sustainable development where those exist, but also to promote alignment, to ensure that there is greater social, environmental and economic impact from the investments that are being made. And with that, to build an architecture at the country level that is more sustainable, a financing architecture that is more sustainable, that creates an enabling environment and systems and incentives to invest in ways that draw impact for national sustainable development priorities. And we did a survey last year of the countries at that point that were developing their INFFs, and found that across the region, countries had already prioritised more than 60 very specific financing reforms. I won't go through the donut, but across different aspects of public and private financing. We've heard a bit about some of those already, and we'll talk much more in the sessions to follow about some of those really exciting innovations. But those are priorities that have been designed and carefully sequenced in order to build a more sustainable financing architecture. 14 countries are taking forward reforms, for example, to align their budget processes, to integrate the economic as well as the social and the environmental priorities of national plans into their budget processes more effectively. We see 9 countries that are issuing or taking forward thematic bonds in order to mobilise debt behind sustainable development priorities. We see 8 countries that are putting in place taxonomies to first build a common understanding about how private capital is being invested, and then use that as a basis for strengthening incentives to align that investment with sustainable development. And countries that are systematically mapping the investment opportunity areas for private capital. UNDP has supported 8 countries to develop these investor maps that map the investment opportunity areas which can catalyse progress towards the SDGs whilst being commercially attractive, and identified almost 140 specific investment opportunity areas. So we see INFFs being used to pull together this more comprehensive approach that can link financing, public and private financing, across the landscape to sustainable development outcomes, and identify specific steps to catalyse and strengthen the sustainable financing architecture in countries across the region and beyond. And I'll close my presentation just by saying that, if we can move to the last slide, as we've seen countries, if we could go to the last slide. There we go. As we've seen countries start to articulate these more integrated approaches to financing for sustainable development and take forward reforms in sustainable financing, I think we're also seeing the international community respond. And so a couple of key milestones that we've seen recently, the UN Secretary General in February launched the SDG stimulus as a rallying call to scale up the investment in the SDGs, to reform the financing architecture so that it is aligned to the investments that we need for the SDGs. And it identified INFFs as a key policy tool for countries to articulate their financing priorities, and for the international community to land its support at the country level behind the investments that countries are prioritising. colleagues in the opening panel mentioned the G20, and G20 leaders in 2021 endorsed a framework of support for country-led INFFs and the financing priorities that countries are articulating through them. And that was the catalyst behind the INFF facility, which we launched last year, which brings together UNDP, UNDESA, UNICEF and the OECD with the EU, Italy, Sweden and Spain most recently as a platform to broker demand and supply of technical assistance in response to the demands that countries have for support, to catalyse a more coherent support from among international partners that can align to the priorities that countries are articulating, and to provide a platform for dialogue just like this one, where we can share our experiences and learn from one another and build a more collaborative approach towards financing for sustainable development. So I'll stop there and pass back to you, Natalia. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you to all the panelists for sharing, lastly, the whole panorama of the INFFs and the INFFs in the region. But first, the experiences of 3 countries that are well advanced in their financing strategy. As it was mentioned in the opening remarks, this has been the region that has pioneered the integrated national financing frameworks approach as a way to come up with a strategy to finance the development priorities in a more comprehensive and coherent way. And I hope that this has set the scene for the conversations that we will have for the next 2 days, and for some of you the rest of the week. Just a quick kind of advertisement that the international community, the development partners are here to help countries, to assist countries in putting together their integrated national financing frameworks and their financing strategies. We continue to work towards that goal through the facility, through the technical assistance that is provided at the country level, but also through new knowledge products that are being issued all the time. So in 2019, the IATF issued the global guidance on INFFs, most recently it started to issue more targeted guidance on INFFs and specific SDGs or specific financing sectors. So you will find in your material some of those more specific documents. And we recently launched together also an e-learning course, a self-paced course. You will have all the information also in the materials, but we will continue to work towards assisting countries and learning all the way as well from you and from your experience. And with that, I would like to ask a huge applause for the panelists of this session, and close the session.
And I will take off my panelist hat and put on my Master of Ceremony hat now. There's a coffee break now, so please grab a tea, a coffee outside. We've got 15 minutes to digest before we go into a deeper dive into private financing. So see you again in 15 minutes. Thank you, colleagues. Colleagues, if I could encourage you to bring your coffee and bring your tea, we're about to start the next panel. Thank you.
Once you start,
can you hear me?
Free, yeah, we know it's free.
I'll introduce you, and then if you want to introduce the panelists and call them to the stage, if that's
Yes,
okay.
yes.
All right, great. I'll just get started.
Mr. Pai already online.
So, yeah, I'll double check that. I think so. Well, colleagues, I hope you've managed to grab a coffee, grab a tea, speak to someone that you didn't already know. If you could grab your seats now, we're just about to start the second session. And we've got an exciting second session. We're going to dive into more depth now, focusing on private finance. We're going to look at how we can foster private finance, private investment for the Sustainable Development Agenda. And as you take your seats, it's my pleasure to welcome Ms. Shanaz Patel, who's going to moderate the session. Shanaz is from the EU delegation in Indonesia, covering Indonesia and Jakarta, from Jakarta and the ASEAN region. So Shanaz, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. If I could call my guest speakers to the stage to join me, please. Dr. Nirwan, thank you. Mr. Pai will be joining us online. Just checking that Mr. Pai is online. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, but the host has to switch on my camera. I'm unable to switch on my camera.
Yeah, yes. Sorry for that. All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the second session of the Regional Knowledge Exchange event. It is a pleasure for me to be here and moderate this session on fostering private investment in the Sustainable Development Agenda, a topic that is also a high priority for the European Union and its engagement in the Asia-Pacific region. As we come together, we find ourselves at a critical juncture. The challenges we face to reach the SDGs requires coordinated efforts of massive scale. While governments and international organizations have long been at the forefront of driving sustainable development, the private sector's role has become increasingly prominent. The fast growth of the Asia-Pacific region has created a significant demand for investment in infrastructure, energy, and other sectors that are essential for sustainable development. This requires a significant increase in financial resources, and private capital plays a crucial role in bridging the funding gap. At the same time, to meet the SDGs, we need to ensure that private investments, especially when it comes to these sectors, respect the highest social, environmental, and quality standards. This is also at the core of the European Union Global Gateway Strategy. However, harnessing the full potential of private investment and its alignment with the principles of sustainability requires a supportive ecosystem and an enabling environment. This is where the INFFs can play a key role in facilitating and accelerating this process. During our discussion today, we aim to explore what are the challenges and opportunities in the region surrounding private investment in sustainable development and hear from our speakers their insights and experiences on how we can collectively foster an environment conducive to mobilize private capital aligned with the Sustainable Development Agenda, and the policy frameworks, regulatory mechanisms, and financial instruments that may get us there. Without further ado, I am delighted to introduce our guest speakers of this session. They represent the different actors of the sustainable finance ecosystem. From the regulatory and government side, we are joined by our Honorable Dr. Nirwan Noor, Deputy and the Secretary of the Ministry of Finance of Malaysia. From the banking side, we welcome Mr. Poonsing Wongtawachai, Executive Vice President and Head of the ESG Division at Krungsri Bank, in representation of the Thai Bankers Association. Representing both the business community and civil society, we are joined by Mr. Alvin Wee, Executive Director of Philippine Business for Social Progress, And finally, representing the investors community, we have online with us Mr. Ramraj Pai, Chief Executive Officer of India Impact Investors Council. So, to get started, if I could ask Dr. No, the effective regulatory reforms and strong partnerships across governments, the private sector, and development finance institutions are needed to foster an enabling environment for increased sustainable finance uptake. Can you tell us what are the main reforms that are now taking place in Malaysia to establish such a conducive environment for sustainable investments? Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Shanas. First of all, I would like to thank the UNDP for having the Malaysian delegation here. It's a privilege to be here, actually. And also, thank you to the Thai government or Thailand in general for the warm hospitality. With regard to the question just now by Shanas, may I just share the journey of Malaysia in the INFF? So basically, after we ratified, to have the commitment towards SDG 2030, we have been gathering a lot of information, and both from the public and private sectors. And then we realized that there is a gap in terms of information from the private sector side, and then their contribution, which we believe it is much more than what we have been doing in the public sector. So that's why, in terms of financing, we do have readily available information from public financing space, but it is very difficult for us to actually gauge or gather information regarding what types of projects, how much have they, gather or generate funding for certain projects, and who are the target groups that, some organizations or the financial institutions are targeting. Because for the attainment of SDGs, I think it's not just for Malaysia, but for all countries, we need to gather complete information from the public and private sectors. So that's why we thought it is very important for Malaysia to have the INFF in place, so that we could basically, start off by gathering the main policies of the government, the long, medium, and short-term measures and projects that we plan to have. Then we will identify what are the challenges ahead, and then what type of financing is required, whether certain projects supposed to be carried out by the government or the private sector or some NGOs, although it should be blended by the different groups. So from the public sector or public financing, we do have the annual budgeting from the Ministry of Finance. And then normally the delegation will go to the ministries, and we will basically identify the relevant projects, building infrastructure, etc., through our annual budgeting process. But we also have our regulators that work with the private sector, especially the central bank, the Securities Commission, who are looking at channeling our financial resources through financial institutions and also to the investors to carry out a lot of projects. So that is the most important thing. And then we basically, through INFF, we realized that our private sector colleagues are way ahead of the government sector. For instance, when we're talking to the Bank Negara Malaysia, the Central Bank of Malaysia, they already got the principle-based taxonomy. The Securities Commission already have the SRI roadmap, just to guide and get private sector players to channel the resources into projects related to ESG practices, trying to basically finance affordable housing, things like hospitals, agriculture-related projects and all this, which we really need. And also in Malaysia, we do have, it's a new program. We call it My SDG Foundation, which is a trust fund, which we try to call for contribution from other than the government, from philanthropists, from individuals, private sector, be it from domestic or international community, to contribute towards the areas which are unreachable by the government, sensitive areas, like stateless people, etc., because these people also will be part of the whole SDG framework. So we are working on that as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Niran. Now I turn to the banking sector and its role in sustainable finance. Mr. Punsit, banks are under rising regulatory and commercial pressure for better climate risk management and to align with the global sustainability agenda. So banks are increasingly incorporating sustainability considerations into their lending decisions and improving disclosure on climate-related information. TBA has been actively promoting sustainable banking and responsible lending in Thailand. Can you tell us what are the key initiatives and the progress made by the banking industry in advancing more inclusive and greener financial products and services? And what is the role of sectoral associations like yours in helping a sustainable financial industry to grow and make greater commitment to support the country's inclusive and climate-friendly economic growth? Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Chanel. I think, as you mentioned, right now we are under, a regulatory development. And if you ask me, I think Thailand right now is at the inflection point, meaning that, our key regulators in the banking sector, namely the SEC, the Security Exchange Commission, the Bank of Thailand, which is our central bank, and also, with the Stock Exchange of Thailand, they are now trying to actually promote or prioritize, sustainable finance and sustainable banking as a key pillar to drive the growth and the development in terms of green or sustainable financial products and services in support of the Thai government, SDG goal, as well as the Paris Agreement, commitment. So, in short, with the regulators are actually pushing forward in term of paving way, to drive, the financial sector and its participant, to be supporting, the national agenda in terms of SDG, as well as, our climate change, action. The Bank Thailand actually, outline or publish what they call the future financial sector landscape last year, of which, the key component is that the Bank of Thailand would like to see the banking sector, to perform our intermediary function in terms of channeling capital to a more greener or more environmentally friendly project and business. And therefore, there's set a certain expectation that banks need to integrate ESG or sustainability in the process of, business strategy formulation, integrate that into our BAU in terms of our business operation, as well as expect us, to be able to provide the financial product and service of which will lead to the net zero achievement for Thailand, the real sector, as well as our customer. So on this note, as, the Thai Banker Association, as an industrial association, we actually also declare what we call the ESG declaration in August of last year, of which, the direction of our ESG declaration is also in line with the central bank expectation. We are publicly committed that, as an association or collectively, we will, conduct our business in terms of our banking business to be in line with, with the UNPRB principle of responsible banking, as well as, the certain, criteria and standard on sustainable banking. And we also highlight that, to achieve, that type of commitment, we also need to have, a good governance in terms of the accountability at the board level, at the management level. We also need to have our strategy in terms of, again, the provision of financial products and services. And we also need to have, our risk management in place in terms of, our ability to assess, both, in terms of, ESG and in particular, climate change risk that will incur to the process of, business and operation of our commercial bank. And to that end, with that commitment, we are now working with the regulator, because the regulator, the central bank, is also due to issue what we call the taxonomy. The taxonomy is basically a classification of economic and business activity, a classification of sub-sector industry, of which, whether they are green or they qualify as, less green or brown activity. So that, as commercial bank has a commonality in terms of reference and definition on the sector or the business activity that we would like to actually target. So with that, expectation from the regulator and with our, public commitment in terms of our ESG declaration. So right now, we are actually working very closely with the regulator to come up with what we call the industry handbook. Okay, this industry handbook, will entail basically a minimum standard for all of us, commercial banks in Thailand, to be in alignment with. So that way, we can achieve, what we have committed to the public in terms of our declaration, and also we can meet, with the regulator expectation, whether it's, the financial sector landscape or whether it's the taxonomy, which is also to be the issue by the Bank of Thailand. So in a nutshell, this industry handbook, which is being developed jointly, between us, the Thai Banker Association, and our regulator, the Bank of Thailand, is that, it will set out, or it will outline a minimum standard that, us commercial bank need to at least have in place. So, with that somewhat level playing field, I think it will actually move, the sustainable finance development, and also progress in Thailand in a significant manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ponsit, for your insights. Now I turn to Mr. Pai online. The impact investing market globally and in India in particular has grown significantly in recent years. Big ticket deals have more than doubled in the past 5 years or so, with the number of deals in the $20 million and plus range having increased by a factor of 2.3 times. Mr. Pai, could you tell us about the potential you see for impact investing as a driver of sustainable finance and some of the policy initiatives of the Indian government that help facilitate the impact investing landscape in India? Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to UNDP and all of you. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there today in person for this event. But let me just quickly share a little bit of perspective on the social finance and impact investing market in India. So India has had a long history of, what we would call as targeted finance or social finance. The Indian banking sector today has to, by regulation, allocate 40% of its advances to what we call as the priority sectors: agriculture, MSME, renewable power, affordable housing, and so on and so forth. India also has leading development finance institutions for agriculture and MSME, which direct credit to these sectors. The whole space of impact investing is something that has come up in recent times. Essentially, the whole idea of impact investing is to invest in companies which are for profit, but have a strong balance between social impact and financial returns. So you need to be able to create social impact as well as generate tangible financial returns, preferably market-linked financial returns, not just average financial returns. So these are companies in the spaces of education, agriculture, health, climate finance, climate change, climate mitigation, and so on and so forth. Many of these companies are trying to use newer technologies, innovative technologies, breakthrough technologies to try and convert some of these problems into real solutions. And as you had mentioned, this is a market which is growing very rapidly. On an average, this is a market of at least $3.5 to $4 billion every year, growing at about 20-25%. A lot of these startups, a lot of these innovative solutions are funded by regular venture capital as well as impact venture capital. The government of India, in its wisdom, has undertaken a variety of activities to support these kind of companies. To start with, the Securities and Exchange Board of India, or the SEC equivalent, has launched detailed guidelines for the setting up of social venture funds as well as for the setting up of social impact funds. What happens when with these regulations is large amounts of institutional funding can enter this sector through social venture funds or through social impact funds. So this really enables many large institutions and other organizations which may not want to enter the regular venture capital market, but may be very keen to enter the venture fund or the impact fund market. So I think this is one big agenda that the government has worked on very actively. The second area, which is a very innovative thing, which we will talk about a bit later, is the setting up of a social stock exchange. And for the first time, the Securities and Exchange Board of India has also taken extensive efforts to set up what I would loosely call an entire social finance regulation and audit ecosystem. So the SEC or the SEBI has actually defined a social enterprise, which is, in our view, one of the very challenging things. What is an impact enterprise? What is a social enterprise? This is something that they have defined. What kind of audit standards should a social enterprise or should an impact enterprise go through? What will be the kind of audit requirements of an organization like this? Does the Institute of Chartered Accountants, which is the the audit standards board in India, do they have the right kind of standards to be able to audit these organizations? Do the chartered accountants need a self-regulatory organization to be able to ensure that they follow a certain degree of rigor in kind of figuring out how to audit and manage these organizations? So what the SEC has done over the last 1 to 1.5 years, under the ambit of the social stock exchange, is created an almost end-to-end, if I may say, monitoring and audit ecosystem for social enterprises in this country. And the aspiration is that under this ambit of the social stock exchange, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, yes.
Okay, you can hear me, right? Okay. So the whole idea is, under this entire regulation, the whole idea is social finance enterprises, whether for profit or not for profit, can come and get listed on the social stock exchange, can raise funding, either for profit, equity or debt funding, or it can also raise grant funding through not-for-profit enterprise. So the whole idea is to create an entire ecosystem through which we can encourage social finance, whether it is from commercial finance sort of solutions, or through philanthropic grant, or through blended financing. So that in brief, and I'm going to stop now, is really that entire ecosystem which the SEC, the Government of India, and other players in this country have tried to set up. Let me just stop there and happy to take any more.
Thank you, Mr. Pai, for sharing the experience of India. I now turn to Mr. Alvin. Philippine Business for Social Progress is the largest business-led NGO that operates at the nexus of corporate citizenship, sustainable development, and poverty reduction. PBSP has also played a key role in the INFF process in the Philippines. Being uniquely positioned to be representing both the business community and the civil society, can you reflect on why establishing a platform such as ENFF is important? Thank you.
Thank you, Shanaz. Let me just start off, and I hope you can indulge me. Today is the 125th anniversary for the Philippine Independence Day. So in 1998, June 12, this small archipelagic whole in Asia Pacific said, we'll govern ourselves after 3 centuries with Spain and a rich history and culture before that. So we celebrate all the Filipinos here. Happy Independence Day. Everyone here who loves the Philippines and Filipinos. It is our 125th Independence Day. For those of you who might not be too familiar with the Philippines or are somewhat familiar but have not revisited our country in a few years, let me just give a quick recap as well. As a population, we are 110 million people strong as of 2020. As a landmass, we're about 300,000 square kilometers. That's about the same size, slightly smaller than Malaysia and Vietnam, and about 60% of Thailand. In terms of income, we are at about $3,400 GDP per capita. That's as of 2021. That's unfortunately only half of half of Thailand. I should correct myself. We're at about the same size as Vietnam, although they're ahead by a few $100s. We're less than half of where Thailand is in terms of GDP per capita, less than a third of where Malaysia is. And our median age is only 25.2 years old. It was as young as 23.2 in 2010 and 24.2 in 2015. It's a young population, a lot of promise. Some of you might know it's a beautiful, if not somewhat chaotic country. I would argue that the chaos is part of the beauty of the Philippines, but my colleagues might have other opinion on that. And on the question on what the INFF brings in terms of value, for the Philippines and much of middle-income, low-income countries worldwide, and actually the rest of the community of nations, we are so far behind our 2030 global goals commitment. We were behind even before the pandemic. We remain, and we are even more behind now after the pandemic. For the Philippines, for the 17 global goals, especially the critical ones, no poverty, good health and well-being, good nutrition, quality education, decent work, responsible consumption, and production, we were behind those major indices even before the pandemic. Because of the pandemic and some of the responses to the pandemic from the country, in 2020, we suffered our worst recession in recorded history. Our economy contracted by nearly 10%. We lost over 4 million jobs. More than 8 million Filipinos suffered pay cuts as a result. And we had 5 successive quarters of economic contraction that only ended second half of 2021. The good news for the Philippines, since that time, we have been steadily climbing out of that hole. We are one of Asia's best performing economies since last year, since in fact second half of 2021. And some of you might argue, economists will argue that's base effects. That is true, it is base effects, but we'll take any win that we can get, right? Because of the pandemic also, our poor Filipinos have increased significantly. So pre-pandemic 2018, 16.7% of our population, 1 out of 6 Filipinos were considered poor. That's about 17.3 million Filipinos nationwide. With the pandemic, that number ballooned to 19.99 million poor Filipinos throughout the country. And that's an 18.1% poverty threshold. That's still the lowest in more than 2 generations. In 1985, our poverty rate was 49.2%. So we have been languishing in this part of the world for several decades. For a long time, apart from being Asia's first republic, one of Asia's oldest democracies, we were considered the sick man of Asia. We didn't industrialize or modernize or develop as fast as our neighbors in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. We were slowly turning things around, and we've achieved some pretty significant development outcomes as a result. I'd argue, as someone who's now in civil society, but as someone who has also worked in the private sector, I do have an engineering background. I did product management, business development in private telecommunications in the Philippines. And then I joined government for a brief time, 5 years, with our Ministry of Education, more than a decade ago. And now I'm in civil society. What I personally feel and see about the Philippines, we are punching below our weight. Meaning, for the kind of development and income and resources that we have, and the talent and ingenuity and intellect and passion of Filipinos, we're not achieving as much as we should in terms of poverty reduction, fighting inequality, having fantastic education and learning outcomes, having better health indices as well. And just overall, our human capital development. Our human capital index is only 0.52. So every Filipino born today would hope to achieve about half of their potential by the time they say goodbye to this planet. That is a grave injustice to every Filipino. That's a grave injustice to much of us in the global south or in the low and middle income countries. The good news, because of things like INFF, collaboration among UN agencies, private sector, civil society, and everyday citizens, there are real efforts, number one, to look at and to do an independent check on how well the country is really doing on the global goals. Of course, we have very capable, very dedicated public servants from our Philippine government. You'll hear a lot from them tomorrow morning. But government or citizens should have an independent check. How well are we doing with SDGs 1 to 4, 7 and 8, so on and so forth? What else? What has been working? What can we do better? The INFF effort in the Philippines answered some of those questions. But more importantly, it also looked at how can we and where can we channel more resources towards the global goals achievement in the Philippines. Now that we're at the halfway point and considering what the pandemic has the effect of the pandemic to the Philippines and to our most marginalized and most vulnerable communities, what the kind of hockey stick trajectory that we need to get on. Now, it's easy, and I'll end with this one. It's easy to look at the larger problems and say, oh, this is just too much. This is just too much. We can't possibly catch up to 2030 considering every challenges that we're facing now. I'd like to think, glass half full, we know where we stand. We have a better idea today than 3 years ago what the challenges are and literally how much we need to make it happen. We do have a number. It's not perfect, but it is a number. It's something both governments and private sectors can work on. And we may or may not hit the 2030 commitments, but we will die trying. Not literally. We'll die trying because it is the 125th Independence Day of the Philippines and because our country and every Filipino deserve a better Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, and happy Independence Day to you and all the Filipino participants here and the ones joining us online. Come back to you, Mr. Nirwan. Could you share with us your thoughts on the role the Malaysian government is playing in nurturing a sustainable investment ecosystem? Who are the key stakeholders in the system, and how can they contribute to increase the private sector investment to finance the development agenda? Can you also reflect on how the ENFF approach can help in building such an ecosystem? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Shanas. As I mentioned earlier, the Securities Commission basically is leading or is regulating the private sector, especially the investors, in terms of channeling the resources to various areas, projects and programs. It is also them who regulate our stock exchange, and they also lead in terms of requiring these players to disclose their activities. You know, the disclosure element is very important to me, and it is part of a really strong initiative. You know, you can call it a reform also within the ESG practices in Malaysia, which requires, you know, public listed companies and also the big companies to disclose their sustainability related activities. You know, how are they contributing towards ESG practices. So through this exercise, guided by, you know, sustainable and responsible investing principles, they are able to bring everyone on board in terms of trying to ensure the whole supply chain. You know, you're talking about the big companies with the chain of suppliers, you know, which are the mainly the small and medium enterprises, to be aligned with what the companies are focusing on. So we think this effort will continue to be practiced by all companies, because the big initiative currently is towards green economy, sustainability, and all these companies have been reporting in their annual reports, you know, and then making pledges that they are going for net zero emission by some say by 2035, some said they're going to be net zero by 2050. So this is very important for the government to see the private sector is leading and way advanced and trying to meet the international standards. That's why Malaysia had already launched the voluntary carbon market last year in 2022. It was just decided in 2021 for us to have it. And Securities Commission with Bursa Malaysia managed to make it happen within just a year. And the voluntary carbon market, VCM, is very important, very useful for the private sector who has this commitment towards certain years to be net zero, for them to offset the GHG emissions, you know, trying to align themselves to sustainability principles. So we hope the same spirit and the same similar practices will be shown, and, you know, will be a reality. And we hope the private sector will continue to contribute to the achievement of SDGs by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nirwan, for your reflections. Coming back to you, Mr. Punsit, could you please share with us the role that you see the banking system in Thailand can play in driving investment in a more sustainable future? What are the key motivations for Thai banks to participate in the space of responsible banking, and what are, in your view, the key challenges? Over to you. Thank you.
Okay. As I mentioned earlier, you know, we are working together with our regulator. You know, we are, you know, establishing our own commitment and our own vision in alignment, you know, what the regulator would like to see in the Thai financial sector. And on that note, okay, we hope that, you know, in the very near future, you know, we'll see bank, you know, will be a very important driver or catalyst, you know, to drive or to mobilize, you know, capital into the real sector or to the real economy, of which that are in great need in terms of, you know, transition transformation toward, a more environmentally friendly, business operation and practices. Okay, we also, would like to see, the commercial banks, to integrate, as I mentioned earlier, the ESG agenda or ESG consideration into their, decision-making process, into their business strategy formulation, and also into their risk management practices and standard. Okay, and I think, with the industry and taxonomy in place, the bank or the financial sector can systematically evaluate the environmental impact, including opportunities and risks, as part of their decision making. And obviously, individual banks, need to also take into account that, each one of them, have their risk appetite, and therefore, they, with their portfolio, there could be some different. But at least, I think, we will have, the common standard or the minimum standard that will apply to all, our player in the system. And obviously, with, all this, ESG risk integration and policy formulation in place, we do hope that we'll see adequate, financial product and service that we provide to meet the need, of the economy or the need of our business client, for their net zero or that decarbonization target. And I think, the regulator also play a very important role. We do need, certain support or incentive from the regulator because, private sector capital or private sector fund mobilization alone could not be enough or could not be sufficient. A case in point is that, our regulator, the Bank of Thailand, actually provide or establish, a soft fund, what they call the soft loan, for the SME that need to transform their business operation last year. So these are some of the, example that could actually help, our private sector operation and also execution, to, toward achieving our, sustainable finance or our, SDG goal and target. And you mentioned, in terms of the business opportunities, and key risks or the challenge. I would say that, obviously, one of the key risks in Thailand is that Thailand, by and large, we are still economy that rely heavily on fossil fuel. So a drastic or a rapid transformation or transition could actually, had an adverse impact, on the real economy, especially with the SME sector. Could, a certain, drastic measure could actually impact, their business operation or competitiveness. So I would say that, with, our goal in terms of supporting the economy to transit, we also need to, keep in mind that, certain business sector or certain, our customer segment could be more impact. So we need, to actually take into account, or we actually need to provide additional support to the sector that could be, more, impact, adversely by our action. And I guess, as I mentioned earlier, we would need, the market mechanism, to actually operate. And as I mentioned that it will probably be better, because the amount of investment or the amount of the required investment that we need, in the economy are quite massive. So, private sector alone cannot be actually adequately, or sufficiently, addressed, to close this gap or to, to overcome this challenge. So I think, a good example that we have seen, not in Thailand, but, in our neighboring country like Indonesia and Vietnam, the program, this is what they call the JETP program, the Just, Energy Transition Partnership Program, of which mobilize funding from both private sector and public sector together with, the multilateral development bank, toward, to manage, the phase out, of the coal-fired power plant. Also, to provide additional or accelerate, capital that will flow into, the renewable sector. So these are some of the examples that, of which we obviously identify as challenge, But in the meantime, we also see it as a great business opportunities, and that, I think we will require, the collaboration or the collective effort, from private sector, public sector, and also, the multilateral or multinational development banks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Punsit. Mr. Pai, if I could come back to you. The Securities and Exchange Board of India approved last year the setting up of the Social Stock Exchange. The board also published in October last year a detailed framework for that exchange that will operate within the Bombay Stock Exchange, the country's largest. Non-profit organizations and for-profit enterprises working towards creating social impact could list and freely trade their shares on the exchange for a range of socio-economic causes such as healthcare, education, and affordable housing. Can you tell us, Mr. Pai, what is the idea behind the stock exchange and how will it operate? And what needs to be done to expand and strengthen the SSE in the future? Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you for that question. So I'm just going to give a quick overview of the social stock exchange and how it works. So essentially, the whole idea of the social stock exchange is essentially to create a market for both for-profit as well as not-for-profit enterprises which are working in the social impact space. As far as the for-profit organizations are concerned, those which have a serious social impact also along with their financial return. So when I say for-profit enterprises, these are organizations which are creating a lot of social impact together with generating financial returns. For these organizations, this provides a very good platform where they can raise money in the form of shares, just like any other listed capital market that operates. There is not much difference. But what could be a very unique thing, especially for the for-profits, is there could be a lot of philanthropies, there could be a lot of foundations who are interested in organizations which may not be able to generate 20-30% return on equity or 20-30% return on shares, but they are able to create a very strong social impact. So what happens is this creates a market for social enterprises which possibly create huge social impact, but maybe their financial return may or may not be good. If their financial return is good, either way they will get very popular on the market. But there could be many organizations where the financial return is not that good, but still they are able to generate some return but create very huge social impact. So for these organizations, social stock exchange is a great place. Now let's look at the second type of organization, which is for a not-for-profit. These are NGOs or people who are doing great work in education, health, whatever other sector you can think about. How can we create an institutional platform which will enable these people to raise money? So today what happens? If a not-for-profit wants to raise money, what will it do? It will go to some large foundation, submit a project report, all kinds of things will happen, maybe 6-8 months of back and forth, and then the money will be raised. What the social stock exchange is trying to do is create an institutional mechanism through which these not-for-profits can raise financing from a wide variety of stakeholders. These could be local residents, these could be domestic philanthropies, these could be international foundations, these could be all kinds of people who are providing money for any kind of social charitable project. Now, this is one of the very good initiatives to provide scale to the not-for-profit sector. I think somebody on the panel was mentioning that the needs of our social finance post-pandemic have only increased. The need for capital has increased. The need for capital has increased. How is it that we can create institutional platforms where more capital can come in? So the whole idea of the social stock exchange is really to create this kind of a platform where anybody, right from residents up to large philanthropies and foundations, can co-participate in a project which has been audited, which have the blessings of the Securities and Exchange Board, which has very extensive governance standards from the Chartered Accountants Authority and so on and so on. So that is the whole idea. The second idea of the social stock exchange is really for these not-for-profits. And there is a very unique innovation that has happened that I must talk about here, which is called the zero coupon, zero principal debenture. Because normally what happens on a stock exchange is you list a security. Now, when you talk about a security typically has you are paying back some amount. You are giving a return. You could be giving a dividend, or you could be, returning principal and interest. What happens in the case of a grant? A grant is not a security. So what the Securities and Exchange Board has innovated and created a unique instrument called a zero coupon, zero principal debenture, which means to say you invest in a debenture or a bond, but it has zero redemption in terms of principal and zero redemption in terms of interest. This is a unique new sort of system. The last thing that I want to talk about as far as social stock exchange is concerned is this whole space of blended finance. So this is a very, very important market, especially when we start thinking about sustainable finance. All the people on the panel have spoken and told us that commercial finance will not enter sectors where there are very high risks, and it will not be possible for them to enter because they have a sort of, if I may say, fiduciary duty to their shareholders or other people. So they cannot take inordinate risk. At the same time, you have philanthropies, foundations, governments, and other people who want to ensure that these sectors move ahead. How do we really do this? Is really through a blended finance structure, which essentially uses some form of concessional capital or grant capital and blends it either with equity or with debt. And essentially the grant provides leverage in the transaction, enables sort of debt or equity to come in. So let's say $1 of grant funding can essentially raise maybe $3, $4, or $5 of equity funding or debt funding. These blended finance transactions will enable far more capital to go to the social finance sector. But without that $1 of grant funding, that $4 of commercial finance will never come in because the risks could be too high for commercial finance to come in. So the whole idea of the social stock exchange is also to encourage these blended finance transactions, enable more people to participate in these blended finance transactions, and get these blended finance transactions in a way listed on the social stock exchange. Please note that a lot of these are not meant for trading. So we are not looking at a market where people are buying and selling some of these. Some of them could just be a one-time market discovery also. So that is really what it is. It's a great idea. I think a lot of work is happening in trying to get the first listings done. Obviously, there are some challenges. Investors are used to investing in their own way. So why should they come on a platform? What kind of incentives can we create for investors? These are some of the challenges that the government and the Securities Exchange Board are grappling with. But overall, it's a great concept, essentially bringing the entire ecosystem together to support social finance. And I think this platform is very critical because for anything to scale, I'm sure everybody on the panel will agree, for anything to scale, you need regulation. Sometimes regulations can be difficult, because we have to change the way in which we operate. But if we really want any market to expand, lots of investors need the blessings of the regulator. They need the regulator to acknowledge this market. They need the regulator to make the rules so that they can follow the rules. Maybe initially the rules seem a bit difficult, but over a period of time, at least in my experience, no market that has really scaled in a sustainable way has been unregulated. So regulation is very, very critical. And I think some of these initiatives from the local SEC, SEBI, have proven to be really a shot in the arm to the social finance market. Let me stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Pai, for sharing your experience with us. Mr. Alvin, if I can direct the last question to you before we move to the audience questions. Back in the 70s, 50 business leaders founded the PBSP and committed themselves to social development and poverty reduction by setting aside 1% of net income before taxes to fund PBSP and support socio-economic development programs. Now, more than 50 years later, please tell us how this private sector initiative has evolved, and are we seeing the same level of financial commitment from businesses today? How is the Philippine Business for Social Progress helping to mobilize financing to the SMEs, and are there any innovative solutions that have been piloted?
Thank you for that question. So we started in December 1970, incorporated a few months after that. 50 of the most important businesses in the Philippines, local and transnational, were part of that 50 founding members. As Shana shared, the initial commitment was 1% of net income before taxes to social development, 20% of which would go to PBSP. It actually followed a Venezuelan model in the 60s and 70s. The bad news, out of the founding members who are still there, I think only one company has maintained that commitment. And I say it's bad news with some levity because because we've been in the game for half a century, more than half a century. We've also evolved with the corporate and for-profit sector in the Philippines and much of the world. So in the 60s and 70s, it was really about philanthropy. By the 80s and 90s, you have corporate social responsibility, which intersects a lot with the balanced scorecard. Everything now has to have KRAs and KPIs. Everything has to be measurable. All investments should have clear outcomes and outputs. And then now, the space is really evolving towards creating shared value, inclusive businesses, and being aligned with the global goals. The good news for PBSP, we are as robust as we've ever been in our 52 years. Every year, we marshal and we disburse anywhere from 55 to 70 million US dollars in SDG-linked investments. But maybe the not so good news, more than 95% of that are really from international development donors. In fact, most of that is really just the tuberculosis grant from the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. So unlike a lot of the countries here, the principal recipient for the HIV, malaria, and tuberculosis grants to the Philippines isn't government, it's non-profit or for-purpose organizations. PBSP for tuberculosis, if you would believe it, the foundation of Shell, yes, the fossil fuels company Shell, having the principal recipientship for malaria and HIV grants from the Global Fund. But overall, we've enjoyed a lot of good, we have a good track record. Businesses, government, units, local community, civil society do work and do trust PBSP. But as has been mentioned in the panel, the challenge remains is that we are nowhere near 2030 and we are nowhere near the level of resources, public and private, that is required to really make a dent towards 2030. The good news, for example, for us in the Philippines, because of INFF, we learned, in fact, that our top 4 major sources of SDG financing, in this order: private investments, domestic; government revenues; private borrowing, international; and then government borrowing, domestic. The ones that typically get media attention, or the ones that are sexier, I should say: foreign direct investments, FDI, government borrowings, international, and official development assistance. Those are 6, 7, and 8 respectively out of a list of 9. So yes, those are very important levers and resources for the Philippines, but the top 4 are very critical. And let me boast a bit, because it's our Independence Day. We kind of have an ace in the card that is not common across this region or amongst all low and middle income countries. We have a healthy base for our international remittances. So more than 10% of our population live abroad. More than 10% of our gross national income are from foreign remittances. And increasingly, we're also seeing a lot of Filipinos who do want to literally invest in the Philippines. So rather than just getting the traditional blue chips, a lot of them are also getting into bonds that are linked to green and climate and other SDG link outcomes and indicators. So all of those are all emerging spaces for the Philippines. They're still not growing as fast as the need dictate that it should, but we're getting there. And I think with better collaboration, better data availability and transparency, and just having the right people in the same room, government and non-government sectors, talking about this, I think I'm quite hopeful, cautiously, about where the Philippines stand in this entire effort.
Thank you, Mr. Alvin, and to all our panelists for their insightful interventions so far. So now we'd like to open the floor to our audience members. We still have time to take up a couple of questions, so please, if I can see hands raised. Any volunteers? Yes, please. If you could kindly state your name, the organization you represent, and to which panelist would you like, are you directing your question to?
Thank you very much. I'm Amara Durrani, Assistant President Representative at UNDP Pakistan Country Office. My question is for Mr. Nirwan No, the Deputy Undersecretary from the Government of Malaysia. Sir, you mentioned that you are having some kind of an intervention around the setting up of a fund. In your presentation, there was a brief reference. Would you care to elaborate some further information, and what is the approach? What has been some of the experience? How forthcoming is the private sector for that ostensibly public-private partnered fund? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think you were referring to the MySD Foundation, which is an incorporated trust fund. Basically, the project is a collaborative project between the government of Malaysia and the UN, with our UN country office in Malaysia. So basically, the aim of this fund is to gather contribution from various parties. Of course, the government has already given the launching grant for that, but we also will work together with the UN to bring in more funding into the trust fund. So how it works, it's basically MySDG Foundation will be the caretaker of the fund in Malaysia. The contribution will come to MySDG Foundation in Malaysia, and then we will transfer some amount, most of the fund to UN MPTFO. So there is a UN Malaysia SDG fund, trust fund created under MPTFO. So, the first call for proposal was just launched on the 1st of June, and then the deadline is on the 14th of July. So, for the first round of the call for proposal, we mentioned that the proposal should be focused on people-centric programs and projects. So, as I mentioned earlier, the purpose of having this fund is to provide financing to vulnerable groups which are quite sensitive, unreachable by the government and also the private sector. Maybe the private sector is not, doesn't have interest in those programs apart from carrying out CSR projects. But we also would like the fund to be able to provide sustainable financing or funding to NGOs and CSOs who may be having some fund, but in certain years they may be short of funding to carry on the programs. So this is the purpose of having this fund essentially. Thank you.
Me first. I don't know where to stand because okay, my name is Muil Shideruf. I'm the blended finance expert with the Bangkok Regional Hub. So my question is to Mr. Vongtachau, if I'm correct. Okay, so because we know that blended finance is a very important and new topic. So it is how to mobilize commercial finance using some donor funds or concessional funds. So my question is, the banks traditionally provide direct loans to their customers. So what are the challenges for the banks to participate in such blended finance structures? Thank you.
As I mentioned, for us, to adequately, channel or provide capital to the needed sector, often, we see those sectors as a high risk because the business sector that need to transform or transit, obviously there are risks of not being able to effectively transform their operation to be, somewhat, a greener, or more environmental friendly, business operation. So therefore, I think it's very important that the government, or as I mentioned, the multilateral development bank, that, also come into play in the form of, co-investment, or, or perhaps, concession, interest rate to help, not only to lower the financing costs for the bank, but which also importantly to share risk, of which the private sector alone may not ready or may not effectively take on on their own. So I think it's very important the blended finance, or the joint partnership between public and private sector are actually, I think, a very important mechanism. And I personally see, more of this type of, financing arrangement, in the coming years, because otherwise, although there are a lot of, financing need, among many, industry, many sector, or many segments in the society, but of which, private sector alone will not be able to sufficiently provide support. Thank you.
Sorry to be the third UNDP person speaking. I do hope after lunch we'll hear less of UNDP in the UN and more of our colleagues from government and the private sector. What a great set of presentations, really exciting progress being made. I just wanted to perhaps reflect upon the challenge of the previous session, which is really about scale. And we heard from the Maldives, and I may be getting the figures not exactly right, but $5 to $10 billion of investment required over the next 5 years. We heard from Mongolia, I think, $44 billion of investment required to 2030. And I worry a little that the processes that the colleagues have outlined are incredibly strategic. They are aiming at systemic change. But I want you to also share with us the challenges you see in reaching the scale of investment from capital markets we need for sustainable development. I think the colleague from the Philippines really highlighted that. You gave a figure of, I think, $55 to $70 million of investment in sustainable development. And then I know. And then highlighted how much of that was with the Shell Foundation, right? As I understood, for malaria and HIV. Just there, the contradiction, lays bare that there we're talking about the 55 to 70 million, but what about the hundreds of millions that Shell invests in other sectors? Also on the social stock exchange in India, fantastic initiative, but will we ever get to the point where the whole of the stock exchange is looking at its social impacts? And finally on ESG, of course ESG really fundamentally is about managing risk to financial return. But can we get to a point where we look at all investment in relation to financial and development return? So I just wanted to highlight some of those challenges I think we're all aware of, but maybe that we need to be a bit more explicit about as we discuss moving forward. Thank you.
Let me start. The challenge, but also the opportunity for the Philippines. Pre-pandemic, our Securities and Exchange Commission required all publicly listed companies to make their annual ESG disclosures. Don't quote me on this, and I will deny it if they watch the recording, but I doubt the SEC actually reads those reports. And maybe less funnily, I think there has to be better government effort to really account for these ESG/SDG investments across the board. INFF, I think, showed the way with that one, how it has provided tools to government to really tag their budgets and their outputs to specific SDG targets and objectives. I think government can do the same. In fact, as Philippine Business for Social Progress, I'm also part of the boards of several of the most impactful local, non-government, and civil society organizations in the Philippines. One of which, the Association of Foundations. This is the largest network of non-stock, non-profit corporations in the Philippines. We have 227 member NGOs and CSOs nationwide. Every year, we do what we call our network aggregate report that looks into the combined and aggregate investments in health, education, environment, livelihood, inclusion, other areas that you can actually link to SDGs. The 2021 number is about 13.5 billion pesos. So that's still about $200 million. It's small relative to what our government is actually spending on social services, social protection, all of these SDG targets. But what we always say, it's $200+ million dollars that is within the control of the private and development sector, and that we can use to leverage and amplify and complement government programs. So that's, I think, one of the main challenges for us. The other is, and I forgot to say this during my last answer, one of the things that we have been trying to do as PBSP and as a interface between private sector and civil society, if you go to the annual budgets of my member companies, we're typically a line item as corporate social responsibility or corporate citizenship. That's not core business. As we learned during the pandemic, that's one of the most discretionary expenditures for a for-profit corporation. And in times of hardship, they'll flick that away. The battle or the opportunity also for us, we have to move from corporate citizenship, corporate social responsibility, to the actual core businesses. How can we make it the core business of fossil fuel companies, of pharmaceutical companies, of large retail, food, tourism companies and industries to really link with specific development outcomes and targets of the global goals. We've done a lot of work. The country has done a lot of work over the past 10+ years. I was there when Sustainable Development Goal number 4 was finalized in Incheon in 2015. So I can say with actual certainty that we've done a lot in this area, but there's still a lot more that we need to do. And really, time is running out.
Regretfully, we have to draw this panel discussion to a close. I would like to once again thank our speakers for sharing their reflections and insights with us present here today and those following the event online. Our discussions have shed light on various aspects of private investment, from responsible financing and impact investing to the importance of a conducive environment for sustainable finance. Private investment holds immense potential to drive sustainable development, but it is not without its challenges. However, these challenges also present opportunities for innovation and transformative partnerships. Throughout our conversation, we have recognized that the Asia-Pacific region holds a unique position as a thriving hub of economic growth and opportunity. It becomes clearer that by aligning business practices with the principles of sustainability and leveraging the enabling power of the INFFs, we can accelerate progress towards the achievement of the SDGs. Moreover, strengthening in the region a conducive environment for sustainable finance with taxonomies, sustainability-related disclosure, and green bond standards is essential to redirect private capital from international and domestic institutional investors where it is the most needed for a green and just transition. To truly make sustainable development a reality, we need a range of partners working together. Governments, civil society, financial institutions, and businesses must collaborate and align their efforts. By fostering an ecosystem that encourages responsible and sustainable private investment, we can unlock resources, expertise, and innovation on a scale that is essential for achieving our shared goals. I would like you to join me in a big applause to our guest speakers. Thank you very much.
Great. Well, thank you to Shanaz and thank you for the panelists. We've covered a lot of ground this morning. We've talked about INFFs as a game changer for sustainable finance. We've started a conversation around private finance and the questions of scale. There's been a lot to digest. There's a lot to digest upstairs as well. It's lunchtime. There's, if you can go to the 7th floor, there's a pile of coupons that my colleague has on the desk just outside. If you grab one of those, we've got an hour for lunch. Please enjoy some food, enjoy some good conversation, and we'll come back in 1 hour to continue the conversation. Thank you.
testing the microphone. Does this work?
Can I change your number? Okay.
I will do that. So should they sit there? Yes. We'll do that. Yeah. Because I say some words first and then I introduce the panel.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'll introduce you now and then you can come.
Then they come up with me at the
So
same
you
time.
can call them up.
I can.
Well, colleagues, thank you so much. I hope you've managed to enjoy a nice lunch and digest on some of the rich discussion that we had this morning. We've got an exciting afternoon ahead of us. We're going to dive a bit deeper into different elements of private financing for sustainable development, starting with a session now focused on innovative financing in the area of high debt levels, the trends, the opportunities for thematic bond issuance and other debt instruments. And it's my pleasure to welcome Miss Anna Maria Oltorp, who is the head of the Development Cooperation Section for Asia and the Pacific of the Swedish Embassy in Bangkok. Anna Maria.
Let me see. That's a good start. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I must admit, I was rushing here and ended up in another Novotel first, but I made it in time, so I'm really glad to be here. So it's my pleasure to introduce and moderate the event here today. My hope is that today's discussion can contribute to advancing the alignment of thematic bond instrument with the SDGs. This is indeed very much needed, and there is great potential for this. The financing gap to reach the SDGs amount to a staggering $4.2 trillion per year. In many ways, we are in the middle of a crisis for development, where flows to developing countries are showing a negative trend. The good news is that investors show interest in developing countries and emerging markets. However, at the same time, they point out that there is a lack of easy access through instruments allowing for standardized investments at scale. And there is a lack of investable pipelines. SDG sovereign bonds represent an effective way to catalyze large financial flow for public finance, such as for a country's investments needs in health, education, biodiversity, and climate alignment. Some of these areas, biodiversity, for example, has been relatively difficult to attract private sector investments to. With SDG sovereign bonds, countries can enable investments in many areas at the same time via one single instrument. SIDA Sweden is working closely with investors through the Swedish Investors for Sustainable Development and the Global Investors for Sustainable Development, GISD. GISD is an alliance led by the Secretary General of the United Nations with participation of over 30 large investors, many of them institutional investors. The GISD Alliance has recommended countries to issue SDG sovereign bonds when in issuing sovereign bonds, or to issue, SDG sovereign bonds. At the same time, countries have embarked INFFs in order to more effectively and holistically address financing for sustainable development on country level. There is an increasing ambition to access the international financial markets, often articulated in countries' INFFs. It can be noted that this region, Asia and the Pacific, has been particularly interested in thematic debt being taken forward through INFFs. About a year and a half ago, SIDA, together with UNDESA and UNDP, gathered countries, GISD investors, and the World Bank in a closed roundtable discussion of common interest. Some follow-up discussions have been held, the latest at a side event at Financing for Development Forum in New York in April this year. At the forum, investors within the GISD Alliance launched an initiative and work stream aimed at enhancing the integrity and quality of sovereign bond issuance and aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals. The GISD announcement was accompanied by a call for collaboration for public and private sector actors to join the consultations as part of a new work stream. As part of the initiative, the GISD Alliance will develop guidelines to enable governments and investors to navigate the expanding and often complex universe of SDG-linked sovereign bonds. We see that well and cautiously designed SDG sovereign bonds can release assets for where they are needed the most and for sustainable development. We see the potential for countries to finance also social SDGs in addition to the green SDGs. Working on SDG sovereign bonds should be a responsible process, of course, and not stretch already stretched debt levels in countries. Yet we need to seek to scale long-term investing for the SDGs and for the future we all want. And debt reconstruction can be included in the SDG bonds. From SIDA, we also see that working with SDG bonds can bring out transparency and understanding around countries' debt situations. And we do see a clear need for reporting frameworks, accountability of where funds raised are invested. I'm sure there are thoughts about this in the room and that we can discuss this further during the afternoon. From SIDA, we also conclude that the SDG sovereign bonds that have come to market so far have done that without incentives or guarantees. However, SIDA has a guarantee instrument, and we have started to explore how this guarantee instrument can be used related to sovereign debt and debt of state-owned companies. It is also used in the collaboration we have with IIX, and we will later hear about that around the orange bonds. There is also a need for a broader dialogue with guarantee providers, initially including the MDBs, which often hold guarantee instruments. So, with this introduction, I want to introduce the panelists that we have here today. And I'm very pleased to have a very interesting group of panelists and distinguished panelists with a great wealth of knowledge on the issues we are about to discuss. So first, may I ask Mr. Denny Ridwan to come to the floor. Mr. Ridwan has over 25 years of professional public policy experience in the financial services sector, focusing on banking and insurance. He now manages the Indonesian Ministry of Finance major budgeting financing instrument, government debt securities. And then he oversees the management of government bonds, which includes the formulation of government bond policies, the execution of government bond transactions, the development and deepening of the government bond market, and the innovation of government debt securities instrument, and so forth. Thank you. So, for the next panelist, may I introduce Mr. Vacharin Sirimanitam. Mr. Vacharin is Chief of Macroeconomic Policy and Analysis at the UN SCAP. And since joining in 2012, he has been part of the team that produces Economic and Social Survey of Asia and the Pacific, which is SCAP's flagship report. His recent research focus on SDG finance and public debt sustainability, inclusive and green central banking, and macroeconomic modeling for sustainable development. Welcome. And may I now introduce Mr. Mohammad Humer Karim. Mr. Mohammad Humer Karim has 30 years of experience spanning international organizations, the civil service of Pakistan, and the private sector. He has held positions at federal, provincial, and field levels, dealing with planning, economic development, foreign assistance, institutional reforms, monitoring and evaluation, and public grievance redress. He's presently serving as Additional Secretary at Ministry of Economics Affairs at the Government of Pakistan. Warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
And last but not least, Ms. Natasha Garcha, who is Senior Director of Innovative Finance at Impact Investment Exchange, IIX, where she has worked on IIX Gender Lens, investing initiatives and impact measurement work in Asia Pacific, East Africa, and the United States. Natasha's team focuses on the restructuring, investor relations, and impact assessment for IIX award-winning Women's Livelihood Bond TM series that is empowering over 1 million women in the Global South to build economic security and climate resilience. And Natasha is joining us via link from Singapore, I believe. Welcome, Natasha.
Thank you very much. I appreciate being here. Very nice to see you, Anna Maria.
So, let me start by asking you, Demi. The green social sustainability and sustainability linked, or the thematic bond market in Asia Pacific, has been growing rapidly in recent years. In 2022, the market saw a total issuance of $86 billion, up from $60 billion in 2021. Indonesia has been at the forefront of the innovation of this market, having raised over $8 billion of thematic bonds in international and domestic market. Indonesia has also issued the world's first green sukuk in 2018, as SDG bond in 2021, and most recently a blue bond in 2023. Quite impressive. So based on your experiences, what have been the advantages, challenges, and lessons learned from the thematic bond issuance compared to conventional debt issuances?
Thank you, Anna. For having us to share our experience, our challenging but rewarding experience in developing our thematic bonds. So from our experience, the main advantage of issuing thematic bonds, among others, is to enhance synergy and collective effort by various parties to achieve the SDG target, as well as climate change adaptation and mitigation efforts. So by participating in the process of thematic bonds issuance, line ministries, regional governments have a better understanding about their roles and responsibility in achieving the SDG targets. And through our platform, in this case, our impact report, we also provide a platform to recognize and also to appreciate their contributions. And I think in the first, in the morning session, it's already mentioned as well that in achieving sustainable development target, the financing is a key main drivers. And from us, from the Ministry of Finance perspective, the challenge is how to optimize our limited fiscal space and also our limited fiscal policy options in order to support the developments, sustainable developments. And when we talk about state budget, it consists of three elements, right? The revenue side, the spending, and also the financings. So, for example, on the revenue side, how the government can provide incentive to promote more sustainable and more environment-friendly sectors. On the spending side, we also try to prioritize spending on services and goods that related with the climate change adaptation and mitigation efforts. And to do so, since 2014 and 15, we started, next slide please. We started our effort, a program, we call it the climate budget tagging programs, in order to identify government projects, government projects that can be classified as projects that support the climate change adaptation and mitigation effort. And since 2016, we can fully implement our climate budget tagging system in our budget. Then we can identify spendings on this area from central government and also the regional governments. And since 2017, then we provide to try to develop a new instruments. In this case, we decided to issue the green sukuk first. Why? Because the Islamic financing principle actually in line with the green principles. As maybe you already are aware as well that for issuing a sukuk or Islamic finance instrument, it required underlying projects. So what we have done is replacing the existing underlying projects with the eligible green projects. So it's quite pragmatic and strategic approach. And at the same time, we also develop our frameworks, and I were lucky that we support by the UNDP from the beginning. We provide the frameworks in order to make sure that our sukuk is in line with the international standards. And the framework was also reviewed by Cicero, and it get the medium green shades. So after the finalization of the frameworks and also from the review by the SPO in 2018, after 3 years of preparation, we issue our first green global sukuks, and we have quite encouraging feedback from investors. And since then, as you mentioned, we have regularly issued green bonds in the global market. And so far, we have issued more than $5 billion US dollars. And using the existing frameworks, in 2019, we also issue green retail sukuks. So with tapping the market, we provide investing instrument for retail investor through our online platform. And also becoming the first in the world, we are issuing retail investor with the green instruments. And up to now, we have issued retail green sukuk, and the total is around 25 trillion rupiah. And then Following the success of green sukuk issuance in 2021, we try to upgrade our frameworks, not only focus on the green, but also incorporated our focus on blue economy and also for the social projects. So that's why in 2021, we upgrade our framework becoming the Republic of Indonesia SDG Government Security Framework or SDG frameworks. And then this framework also reviewed by second party opinion, in this case CICERO and IISD. And based on the review, our framework is in line with the green bond principle, social bond principle, and also sustainability bonds guidelines. And after that, we issue our first SDG bonds in 2021, the amount around 500 million euro with the tenor 12 years. Is becoming our, recorded as the first Asian sovereign issue SDG bonds in euro currency. And last year, 2022, we also offer the thematic bonds in the domestic market through auctions. So based on our experience, next slide, there are a couple of lessons learned. First, is it important for us to have commitment from all parties involved? And compared to plain vanilla bonds, thematic bonds require efforts from the preparing frameworks until preparing the impact report. And the last one, I think we need to make sure that we get pricing benefit. But so far, after we issue green bond, blue bond, SDG bonds, we haven't seen any significant pricing benefit. So we encourage the private sector to appreciate our effort by providing more pricing benefit. I stop here.
So thank you very much, Danny. This was indeed impressive, and you've been in the market for a long time. And while some countries in the region, like Indonesia, are well placed to reap the benefits of green, social, and sustainability bond markets, more and more developing countries in Asia Pacific are struggling under mounting public debt, making it difficult for them to invest in sustainable development. And in your recent publication, Vacharin, the Economic and Social Survey for the Asia Pacific, Rethinking Public Debt for SDG, you are arguing for moving away from the conventional view that a higher public debt is necessarily bad for economic growth and stability, and that there is a common optimal debt level applicable to all countries, even though they may be in different circumstances. So can you elaborate a bit more on this, please?
Yes, sure. Thank you. I have some slides to show, but I can start. If you look at the public debt to GDP ratio of the whole developing Asia Pacific economy, and we see that it has reached the 18-year high in 2021. Okay, the chart shows you that actually the upward trend has been observed around since 2008 onwards, which is coincide with the global financial crisis, especially in developed economy. And that, as a result of that, as a quantitative easing or QE, has led to the unusually low interest rate, which developing economy in the region tend to benefit, so they borrow more. Okay. Another chart, which we look going forward into the forecast, the shaded area, you see that the mean and median start to diverge, which simply mean that in the next few years, public debt level in some country will be much higher than other economy. And we did some decomposition. When we say public debt is higher, we answer why. Okay, and the answer is mainly because of the sizable fiscal deficit. Okay, which means revenue is fall short of the spending. Okay, and another part is currency depreciation in many economies as well. And the bad news is that if we look at the chart on the green part, In the past, the region as a whole has benefited from the robust economic growth at the same time that the interest rate has been unusually low. Okay, but we see that this trend is going to be reversed in the next coming years, so it's not a good news anymore. And the next chart show you some current thinking and what we would like to put as a relatively newer thinking. Okay, the first one is that when we look at the word debt, okay, whether it is a personal debt, household debt, even the sovereign debt, it conveys a bad meaning. Okay. And necessarily so because of the way that the international financial institution has been approaching this topic. So the next slide, please. And so we are doing that. It depends, just like a corporate. Some corporate they grow very fast. At the same time that they accumulate a lot of debt. It's depending on how you use this borrowing. And SCAP stand is that we tend to use this. If the country uses this judiciously, with a long-term horizon, then public debt by itself may not be a problem, depending on how you use it. The second point is that, if I can have the next slide, please. And if the point, the next one is that there seems to be the so-called optimum public debt level in the literature, and also used by IMF and the World Bank. Let's say that if the public debt in your country exceeds 60% of GDP, it's considered that you are in deep trouble. You are having a high public debt of distress. But we are arguing that this should be really country specific, just like a person. You need to consider spending need for achieve the SDG of each country, and also the development deficit of the country. So if the country is far behind of the SDG, naturally they want to have more debt to fulfill the SDG, and probably not the case that they have a higher risk of public debt distress. And the last point is, as you may know, DSA, Public Debt Sustainability Analysis, used by the IMF World Bank, is usually a short-term horizon, 3 to 5 years. And it takes into account a country national plan, a bit of the assumption on the economic growth and interest rate. And if you exceed certain threshold, that is considered that you are in the high risk of debt distress. And we are saying that because of the UN mandate, SDG and all of that, we are asking to supplement this methodology with a longer term approach, which we propose a new supplementary methodology, not to replace the current methodology. And which the next slide, please. And so this, what we call augmented public debt sustainability analysis, essentially is really straightforward. It has 4 components. The first one, we take into account what is the SDG spending need in each country. The second one, how the country going to finance this, what we call SDG national financing strategy, as well as the non-monetary structural development policy. For example, when the government changed the law, this is not about investment, but it also brings some long-term benefit, and a couple with some stress test. And we implement this new methodology in the case of Mongolia, in which the result is on the next slide. So in the case of Mongolia, our policy, we assume that there's a package of policy to introduce Mongolia into a more inclusive and also in a greener, more diversified economy. Okay, we assume certain financing strategy as well as the spending need to achieve the SDG, which is a big amount. Basically, additional is about 17% of GDP per year, every year until 2030, which is a lot more. Okay, and the chart show you the dotted one is the baseline scenario, which we more or less took it from the IMF estimate, and we extrapolate that. And the solid line is the result from our modeling analysis. You see that it's really intuitive. As you would expect, public debt would initially increase because of the large SDG spending need. But once people take into account the benefit of investing in the SDG, whether in terms of the labor productivity, better healthcare, and lower shock from the climate loss, all of this contributing to the higher output level, which in the long run, by 2040, and then the public debt will convert back to the baseline scenario. But the key difference is that the benefit of the people and the environment will be much greater by 2040, roughly, by our estimate. Thank you.
Thank you, Vacharan. I really picked up on the fact that how you use the debt is really the key. So, and that public debt is a powerful tool for development and for achieving the sustainable development goals if they are used appropriately and with a long-term perspective. So thank you for that. And now I turn to Humar from the government of Pakistan. So continuing on the topic of debt, debt distress, and zooming in on Pakistan, Pakistan is facing a twin crisis of climate vulnerability and debt distress. According to the UNDP study, 52 low and middle income countries, or 52 low and middle income countries are already or at risk of being in debt distress. So what is a country's strategy on pursuing development objectives while managing the debt crisis?
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Humar Karim. I'm Additional Secretary, Ministry of Economic Affairs, and I'm representing the Pakistan delegation here. So, can you hear me? No. Hello? You can hear me. All right, okay. So I'm representing the Pakistan delegation here, and it's a pleasure and honor to be here. I'd like to thank the organizers. It gives me a good opportunity to present or give an overview of Pakistan's case. Now, the topic assigned to me was innovative financing in the era of high debt levels, the case for Pakistan. Now, when I talk about this during the course of my presentation, of course, I will be talking about this as well as the different trends available regarding innovative financing, the options available to Pakistan, and the ones that have been utilized. I will also be highlighting, most importantly, the debt sustainability, the importance of debt sustainability for Pakistan, the long-term planning that Pakistan has done in relation to debt sustainability, some of the possible risks being faced, the possible shocks, as well as the guidelines which we are following to try and bring a debt or make the debt more sustainable, and the steps taken so far. Towards the end, I'll talk about the innovative approaches that are basically around in the market and what are the measures that have been adopted. Next slide, please. Next slide. Sorry? Okay, but next slide. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this sets the overall context. This is basically an overview of Pakistan's profile. It's a big country. We have a population, we have a size of about 800 square kilometers. We have a population of around about 231 million. And of course, it's the fifth or the sixth largest country in the world. Strategically, we're an important country in terms of commerce and trade. We have a big youth population. Approximately more than 60% of our population is between the ages of 15 and 29. So that represents opportunities for Pakistan. Our debt to GDP ratio is 66%. Now, while not all debts are bad, of course, as long as the debt that you have, you can pay back, you can repay, and the purpose for which the debt is being used. For example, if you're using debt for financing payment of your salaries or budgetary support, then that can have negative consequences. But if you're using debt for, let's say, setting up projects or projects which are revenue generating, then that would be beneficial. Our external debt is approximately 37%, while the domestic debt constitutes approximately 63% of the total debt. Our domestic debt to GDP ratio in 2022 fell, whereas our external debt to GDP ratio rose. The average time of maturity to debts, which is an important indicator for domestic debts, around 4.2 years, whereas for external debts, around 7 years. Pakistan is one of the 10 most countries which is vulnerable to climate change, as was evidenced by the devastating floods that took place in 2022. While it contributes to less than 1% of the emissions around the world, yet it is amongst the 10 most countries which is exposed to climate change. The floods that took place in 2022 left behind a terrible tragedy. They caused a lot of devastation, and some of the indications of manifestation of devastation is given in the slide on the left-hand side under the flood shock. The estimated losses were to the tune of $30 billion, and the cost of restructuring was calculated to be about $16 billion. And most of the reconstruction was to be done in the transport and communication sector and housing sector. A large number of people died. Nearly 1/3 of the country was affected. 33 million people had to be displaced. Next slide, please. This lists the priorities and challenges being faced by Pakistan. The chart on the left-hand side gives an overview of Pakistan's debt situation. The government of Pakistan owes around about $85 billion to the rest of the world, whereas when you include private sector debt and the amount of debt that the private sector companies owe to the international world, to the external agencies, then it comes to about $125 billion. But the obligation for the government is around about $85 million, including $6 billion, which government guarantees as debt. As far as macroeconomic stability is concerned, we have the twin deficit. The global inflation has also exacerbated the domestic inflation, which last year or in the current financial year was around 46%, and primarily being attributed to the food inflation. As far as debt sustainability is concerned, we have the means to repay our debt. It is not that we don't. Yes, our debt is high. The estimated debt payment needs are estimated about $19.1 billion, which we will pay in the next financial year. Financing needs arising out of the devastation caused for the floods, as I've informed, stand around $16 billion, primarily in the transport and communication sector. As far as, of course, when you talk about the financing, the integrated national financing framework, and when you try and align it with the Sustainable Development Agenda, which has to be achieved by 2030, approximately 16% of the GDP is required to be spent in order to achieve these SDG. Currently, we are spending around 5%. So 16% translates into around $46 billion per annum. We are very vulnerable to climate. In order to cope with the climate-induced disasters and resilience, to have a more climate-resilient infrastructure. Now, Pakistan is embarked on a process of reconstructing its infrastructure. But the important thing is that we are going for the need to build back better, need to have climate-resilient infrastructure. And for that itself, we need around $7 to $10 billion investment a year to ensure that whatever we do in terms of building climate resilience, or in terms of infrastructure, in terms of people's capacity to cope, we need around $7 to $10 billion a year. Next slide, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this talks about debt sustainability as far as the risks and shocks are concerned. The possible risks, the risks that Pakistan could be facing, or the shocks. When you have the GDP growth that we were able to achieve this year was only around 0.5%, primarily because of the floods and the devastation caused by the floods. This year, we are planning to achieve around about 3.5%. This is the latest figure that has been informed by the government of Pakistan. The higher the GDP growth, of course, there will be more financing needs. Now, when you have higher GDP growth, of course, it generates a lot of revenues, but if your revenues are not there, then there's greater reliance on debt. Global inflation was around 8.7% in 2022. In Pakistan, it was around 46%, and it is targeted to be around 36% in April 2023. It is, for this current financial year, it is targeted to be 21%. The government has made efforts and shall be making efforts in order to bring it down to around about 21%, which is still high, but better as compared to the 36 and 40% that we were having this year. Interest rates, globally, they were high. In the domestic interbank market, they stood around 22%. So that, again, increases the cost of construction, cost of investment, and that, while it is aimed at reducing inflation as well, but that may have the impact of reducing the growth rate. Other factors, global dynamics, conflicts in different parts of the world, which affects the food supply, food chains, monetary policies, There have been climate, well, I've just talked about the floods, market perception. If the country has a perception that it will not be able to, then it's difficult to raise debt from the international commercial markets. Then, of course, there's the overall situation also. But, of course, that is getting better in Pakistan. We've had stability for the last 1 year, and we hope to achieve more stability in order to ensure our path towards growth. Next slide, please. All right, this is, ladies and gentlemen, now in order to control debt, in order to ensure that our debt is sustainable, we draw our guidelines from the different laws and the frameworks that are available in Pakistan. One of them, of course, is the need to adhere to the stated benchmarks provided by the MTDMS. The MTDMS basically provides for targets for key risk indicators like the average time of maturity for debt, and of course the ratio between the domestic and the external debt in percentage terms. Naturally, it is important to increase revenues for ensuring fiscal discipline. You cut down your expenditure, increase revenues, so there's less reliance on debt. Lengthening the maturity profile of both domestic and external loans, we are trying to work in such a way so that there is no sudden or no spike in terms of the debt payment for a particular year, because that creates problem. We're trying to smooth out the debt repayment over the years. Diversification of instruments and investor base. The government of Pakistan has diversified the different instruments available as well as the tenors in order to increase for the different types of investors. Of course, these include the domestic loans, treasury bills, the Sukuk bonds, the Pakistan investment bonds, and for international loans, the different type of bonds like Sukuk and Euro bonds. Then we are of course focused on concessional external financing. Now, when you go to the international market for drawing loans, taking loans, our aim is to go for loans that are less expensive and have a longer tenure, primarily from the multilateral and the bilateral development banks. When you go for loans from the commercial banks, the commercial markets, then of course, or when you go for issuance of bonds, then they are on the higher side. So primarily, basically, the focus is on external concessional financing from multilateral development and bilateral development partners. We have a presence in international capital markets due on account of the different bonds that Pakistan has issued, like Sukuk bonds and Euro bonds. We are also developing our domestic debt and the debt market capacity in order to ensure that the domestic capital and the debt market are empowered enough or capable enough to purchase instruments issued for domestic market like the treasury bills, Sukuk bonds, and Pakistan investment bonds. We're also trying to facilitate investments by non-residents in government securities. We have a liquidity buffer. The government of Pakistan has not borrowed from the State Bank in the recent past in order to ensure that there's sufficient reserves available with the central bank, which is the State Bank of Pakistan, to give it to the commercial banks and for development purpose. Next slide, please. The steps that have been taken so far in terms of fiscal discipline, fiscal consolidation through revenue mobilization. The government is trying to enhance its tax base in order to ensure that the relevant tax sectors, sectors that have the ability to pay, are brought into the tax net in order to enhance revenues. Government has also made efforts to reduce expenditure so as to reduce the fiscal deficit and create more fiscal space for development purposes. The fiscal deficit was reduced by 4.6% of the GDP in the current financial year, which ends around June. The current account deficit was reduced from $17.4 billion to just $3.3 billion in the current financial year. That is an achievement for the government of Pakistan. There has been no borrowing from the State Bank of Pakistan. 3 billion rupees worth of domestic loans have been retired since 2019. So there have been some concrete steps taken. Almost 87% of external debt is long-term, which is good because we would like to have debt that is repayable over 25 to 30 years with a longer tenure and, of course, lesser interest rates. Diversification of domestic borrowing basket, ladies and gentlemen, I've already talked about. The government has diversified in terms of the type of instruments, type of debt instruments that are available in terms of the tenor, so available for the different types of investors. We are focusing on availing maximum concessional external finance. I've already talked about that. The government of Pakistan has taken steps to ease its debt repayment situation, such as rollovers of time and safe deposits that we have had that different countries have with us. That is, they're basically on a year-to-year basis, and they're extended on a year-to-year basis or 2 to 3 year basis. We have refinanced our commercial loans in order to create some fiscal space for us. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the last slide. This is the last slide, please. Next slide, please. All right. An overview of the innovative products and approaches available. These are the different types of approaches available, such as thematic bonds, the SDG bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, the KPI bonds, Sukuk bonds, green bonds are a local development organization, the local organization of the government of Pakistan, Water and Power Development Authority, which looks after dams and building reservoirs, experimented with green bonds worth $500 million to raise financial resources for its projects. The government of Pakistan has also tried the debt swaps for nature, for education and gender. We've had arrangements with 3 countries, with Canada, Germany, and Italy. With Canada, we had an debt swap arrangement of about 450 million Canadian dollars, primarily in the education sector. Same was the case with Germany in the education sector. Then we have blended financing instruments, including public-private partnerships and other modalities. We are also trying to enhance our debt management database in order to get an idea of, currently the debt management database was focusing on external debt, but we are now trying to bring all debts into our debt management base, including the local debt as well. We need to, of course, focus on fiscal resilience, disaster insurance, and risk financing, so that whenever there's a disaster, we're able to, in cooperation with regional groups, we're able to have a scheme whereby, in case there is such a disaster, the government of Pakistan is able to finance its reconstruction needs. So that is it as far as my presentation is concerned. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I think there are many countries in a similar situation as Pakistan. I think they will be keen to learn more from your approach to this, and it's certainly the case that many countries are really threatened by climate vulnerability, and that there is a great need to build back better. So now we want to turn to another angle on how thematic bonds can be a useful instrument for advancing gender equality. Gender equality has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate crisis. And the World Economic Forum, in their Global Gender Gap report, they said that it will take over 130 years to eradicate the global gender gap, over 130 years. So given this context, IIX has launched the Orange Bond Initiative to tap into the US 100 trillion bond market to place women at the forefront of capital markets as solutions to achieve the SDGs and build a more inclusive and climate resilient future for all. So Natasha, can you tell us about the initiative? How does the initiative address the SDG financing gap? And what do countries need to know to issue Orange Bond to bring in private capital? Over to you, Natasha.
Well, thank you so much. It's such an honor to be part of such an important discussion. Thank you for hosting me. And the reason I'm not there is because I'm actually working on the next Orange Bond. So forgive me for not joining all of you in person, but hopefully we'll meet some of you very soon. I'm not sure if you can see my screen. Can you, Anna Maria? Is it sharing or? Okay,
no,
perfect.
No, not yet.
All right. What about now?
We're still waiting. Now it works.
Oh. Perfect, perfect. So I just wanted to start with some context. Why are we talking about gender in the grand scheme of things? And I think, if you go back to Greek mythology, there were 2 gods of war. There was Athena and Ares, and Athena always fought with wisdom, and Ares fought more focused on violence and bloodshed. And I do think that balance of gender equality is very important in financial markets, and we've been missing it for centuries. However, when you look very closely at risk, return, and impact, you see a very strong positive influence that gender equality can bring. And I'm not just saying having women, but I'm really saying making sure that women and men both have a seat and a voice at the table and are equally important. In terms of mitigating risk, we are in an area where for the first time, unfortunately, in many decades, we are seeing a decline in peace and security on the one hand. And while women are not the main combatants of the wars we are seeing in Europe and the Middle East and in any unrest in parts of Asia, they are very often the main victims. But at the same time, if you have women at the table, peace agreements last 35% longer. In terms of managing returns, we are seeing incredible amount of statistics on how companies and boards that have gender diversity tend to be 26%, up to 26% more profitable. We know when we think about GDP, women were 1.8 times more likely to drop out of the workforce during the COVID-19 pandemic. However, if you reintegrate them by 2030, maybe we can cut off some of the 130 years we were talking about, and we can actually add $13 trillion to global GDP if women were equally a part of the workforce. And I think that is critical because it also addresses a huge part of the SDG financing gap. And last but not least, there's so much talk about climate. And I think, for instance, you heard from our panelists from Indonesia and the incredible leadership we're seeing from Indonesia and many other countries in Asia tackling the climate crisis. But we are not going to be able to transition to a net zero economy. We're not going to be able to adapt if half of the population is not part of the solution. And so I do think there's a very strong case also for having women. We did a regression analysis through the Orange Bond Initiative, and we see that the Climate Adaptation Index and the Gender Equality Index are actually very strongly positively correlated. So I'll talk about some of these things during the presentation, but this isn't really just a nice thing to do. It is really the smart thing to do if you're thinking about financial markets and having a gender lens. And so this really gave birth to the Orange Bond Initiative. And it's called Orange Bonds, which is very apt for this event because it is based on the color of SDG 5, gender equality, which is an orange hue. The mission of the initiative is to mobilize $10 billion by 2030 to advance gender equality worldwide. Big focus on low-income groups, low-income countries, and the goal is to empower at least 100 million women and girls, if not more. There's a set of guiding principles that was out, which is very nicely harmonized with the Green Bond principles, and I'll talk about that in a moment. It is designed to really go beyond just setting standards, which I know is tradition, but also to focus a lot on mobilizing capital, and I'll talk about an actual transaction in a moment. And it also focuses on ecosystem building, and we have done some market intelligence reports, which I can touch on later in the discussion if there's time. A big part of the movement, which we're very, very proud of, is, I was on the advisory council for the green and social bonds for a number of years, and very often was there's decent amount of gender diversity, but not very strong representation from the global south. I don't think I saw anyone from Africa or Latin America. I was very often the only Asian in the room, and all of that really has to change. The Orange Bond Initiative has 73,000 signatories globally from all 6 continents and very, very strong representation from the global south, which we are incredibly proud of. Indonesia, Pakistan, we have signatories from your countries as well, so very proud of that. We have joined forces on the steering committee, IAX, with Australian DFAT, the United States Development Finance Corporation on the public sector side, but also a number of private sector players like Nuveen, one of the largest sustainable debt investors in the world, Sherman & Sterling, ANZ Bank, and from civil society angle, we have water.org and we have UNCDF on our advisory council. So it is truly representative of a very diverse group coming with very diverse perspectives on how do you actually have a human rights lens also when you think about investments. Now, one of the things I want to leave you with is it is interesting that I know there's a great interest in green and social bonds, but last year markets were tough. We're hearing that from all the other panelists. And unfortunately, at least in the last 10 years that I've been actively doing this, I come from a Wall Street background, green and social bonds actually dropped by about 90% globally. A lot of this was because of the greenwashing fines. A lot of this was also because of global economy crashing, but interest in gender actually doubled last year. And the Orange Bond Initiative has been pushing very hard for that because we're making the case that this, again, isn't just a nice thing to do. It actually helps you stabilize your returns and reduce your risk. Now, orange bonds, as I said, can be viewed as a cross-cutting asset class. And I think this is very important. Traditionally, you would think of gender just as a social issue. But as I've mentioned, we really see a very, very strong case for multiple SDGs. In our orange bond that we did last year, we actually hit about 12 SDGs. And we are, in fact, one of the only orange bonds in the world, as you'll see on this slide, which actually has a climate lens. And I think this is very important. We are competing with other pure gender bonds on the market. One of the ways that IEX's transaction, which was the first orange bond to come to the market last year, also brings a unique factor, is that we actually have a part of our proceeds which are earmarked for green. We actually have our partners at CEDA. So, again, thank you very much to Anna Maria and her team for being a very important partner who actually supported us to be able to bring in that climate lens, which was not as strong before. Besides CEDA, we also had the United States DFC, and together, I think there's a very important role, and I think hopefully we get time to discuss this, that various governments can also play, making sure that these issuances focus on additionality. They're really investing in places where the traditional private sector will not go without some sort of de-risking support from additional governments. So CEDA and DFC actually partnered last year to guarantee our bonds with a partial guarantee, which was instrumental in us bringing in private sector investors from across the world who would not otherwise directly invest directly in these SMEs across Asia and Africa. In the interest of time, I think I'll pause here. Hopefully we get to go more into this, but there are many market concerns, and I can share some of these hopefully later in the discussion, but I'll try to keep us on time for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. And I think one of the interesting aspects with the Orange Bond is the close follow-up on results achieved and the impact on women. And I think that is something that could be showcased also for other investors. So we'll get back on a second round of questions, and I will ask you to be quite brief. I know we are running short of time. We started late after lunch also. And I would like to also open up for a few questions from the audience. So think about what questions you want to address the panel with. So Indonesia launched the Integrated National Financing Framework on the sidelines of the third G20 Development Working Group. Their meeting in August last year during the country's G20 presidency. The government is actively trying to diverse its financing strategy using the INFF approach and mobilizing and unlocking capital from a range of sources to accelerate investment in national priorities. So how does the INFF support thematic bond issuance, would you say?
Okay, thank you, Anna. I think previous speaker has also mentioned that in order to achieve SDGs and also climate change adaptation effort, financing is the key main driver. And then in Indonesian case, at least we need around 4.7 trillion US dollar to achieve the SDGs target by 2030. On top of that, for the climate mitigation, we still need additional 300 billion US dollars. And to fill the financing gap, Indonesia, same as other countries, we recognize the opportunity and urgency to leveraging innovative financing instruments to accelerate Indonesia transitions to a low carbon energy and sustainable development path. And when you mentioned about the launching of our INFF last year, at the time the Minister of National Development Planning emphasized that actually Indonesia has tools and resources to achieve our SDG commitment. But the challenge is how to bringing all stakeholders together to align their business and visions with the SDGs. And I think this is the role of INFF to strengthen the planning process and overcome existing obstacles to financing sustainable development goals. And INFF as well can help countries like Indonesia to identify new instruments for financings. And in the morning sessions, our colleague from the UNDP, from the Bappenas, Indonesian Planning Agency, also mentioned that with INFF, we can identify the government potential contributions and align it within the comprehensive integrated national strategy. So therefore, within the INFF frameworks, the issuance of thematic bonds such as Green Sukuk, SDG bond, and SDG blue bonds recognized by all stakeholders as one of financing instrument options toward a low carbon economy and sustainable development path. This is quite important in order to get the commitment from the line ministries during and after the issuance of thematic bonds. And we also want to share to you that unlike the advanced countries, in developing countries like Indonesia, actually the public sectors become the pioneers in developing innovative instruments. Then, after the public sector see our success story, then the public sector will follow our path. So we expect that by issuing our thematic bonds, it will increase supply from the private sectors, and also with having a credible INFF, we can also increase the demand side by inviting or attracting more investors to financing our development strategy. I will stop there.
Thank you so much for being quite brief. Mindful of the time, I will move to you, Vacharyan, one more time. Debt to GDP ratio in developing Asia-Pacific economies increased, notably between 2008 and 2021, due to the considerable sovereign debt buildup since the global financial crisis and further debt surging during the COVID-19 pandemic. So how can countries manage debt risk without sacrificing development? And how could INFF help countries manage the debt distress and better align debt management policies with development objectives?
Right, thank you. So when we talk about reducing debt risk or fiscal risk, I think the most common, the first thing that people think about is fiscal consolidation, which is also Mr. Karim, a speaker from Pakistan, also mentioned. But just like if you think about a household in which high debt, there are many ways out. First is to get your children out of school. The second is to buy less food. All of this help to improve the household financial situation. But it is whether, in the same analogy, which is what the country would like to do or not. In many cases, fiscal consolidation means a steep cut in the social protection spending, environmental spending. All these have a long-term development impact of a country, potential output, and also human loss in the long run. So in many ways, a country has many options. The first, also highlighted in other sessions as well, is to increase the tax revenue. Okay, estimates suggest that the tax gap in the Asia Pacific is still quite wide. Okay, which means that the tax potential is far exceed the actual tax collection. This could be due to a large informal economy or inefficient tax administration. Another way is to increase the spending effectiveness and efficiency, which also talk about in other session about the project oversight, how you introduce the modern technology to increase this efficiency of the project, and also in the selection as well. Another part is on the third part is on the public debt management. So data suggests that the region as a whole, we are not doing that good, and actually there are many countries in which the quality of the public debt management has declined in the last decade. On the good side, many countries now have a timely reporting of the public debt data. They know the composition, how much is domestic debt, how much is external debt, and more countries have a dedicated public debt management offices. But on the lagging area, okay, for many countries in the region, if you want to know the latest government borrowing contracts, term and condition, where they are borrowing from, at which interest rate, what is the maturity period of that. For many countries, this information seems to be absent. And another part which also highlight is information on the contingent liability. Okay, if the natural disaster hit tomorrow, how much would it cost in terms of fiscal cost? These estimates are very rare in the region as a whole. But what I mentioned so far is in a country which you are in a relatively good shape, okay, default is not coming soon, because all of this revenue collection, spending efficiency, public debt management take at least a few years to materialize. But for the country in which in a deeper trouble, I mean high risk distress is coming in the next few months. I think in this case there's a bigger role for the international community to do. For example, the G20 common framework still not allowing middle income country, regardless of how bad the situation is, to be part of this debt relief initiative. And for the region, Asia Pacific, we see that the emergence of the unconventional creditor, in particular China as an official creditor, and also the bond holder, private creditor. The share of this unconventional creditor has increased a lot in the past decade. The implication is that once the country needs to negotiate the debt resolution, it's harder for them to do, okay? Because there are many stakeholders, and there's no streamlined common framework. Basically, we don't know how to do it. So basically, this has been done on a case by case, which is time consuming, and in contrast to the urgent nature of the debt resolution. I think that's pretty much that.
Thank you, Vachirin. I will move directly to Humair because Pakistan is considering to establish an INFF and to develop a national financing strategy, which will have a strong crisis lens, as I understand, and covering crisis prevention, resilience building, and crisis response. Can you tell us why you think it's important to have a well-tailored INFF for Pakistan?
Well, certainly, I think it's INF is extremely crucial for Pakistan. There's no doubt about that. The government of Pakistan is in the process of developing. There's been a lot of work going on. It's in the process of developing an official integrated national financing framework meant to be for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, in addition to this, before I talk further about the INF in Pakistan, the government of Pakistan, for achieving the SDGs required to be achieved by 2030, it has put in a certain institutional framework as well. Its national development goals have been aligned with the Sustainable Development Goal envisioned through a National Long-Term Vision 2025. Over the last few years, of course, over the last 2-3 years, the progress has not been much, but in the last year, there's been renewed attempts to move Pakistan in such a way that the national vision of 2025 is achieved, which would help in achieving the 2030 sustainable goals. There's no doubt about the fact that the INF is extremely important. It's a crucial step towards sustainable financing because it integrates domestic and international resources for long-term development. It aligns the strategic investments with national goals, fostering resilience and creativity in the national economic landscape. That is important. When I talk about resilience, it's very important, especially in the face of the climate-related threats that we are facing. We have also moved in collaboration with the United Nations Development Programme. We've also moved from a short-term crisis response or ad hoc response to adopt and move towards a more long-term perspective for sustainable financing. So by integrating these various financial resources and prioritizing investments aligned with national development goals, Pakistan can address its debt stress while building a more sustainable future. So it's the importance for Pakistan, the importance of INF for Pakistan can't be emphasized more. I think it's very important. It's of course, then there's also the role of the private financing and foreign investments. The emphasizing private financing and foreign investments, again, for Pakistan is very important because of the scarcity of the local private finance and the limited access to private international finance. By attracting greater private sector participation and international investments, international funding, Pakistan can address its resource constraints in order to achieve sustainable growth leading towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, probably you're aware, of course, it's an agreed thing that it's not one size. INFF is not a one-size-fits-all approach. There have to be certain amendments made. It has basically 4 principal building blocks. the assessment and diagnostic component, the financing strategy, the monitoring and governance. And each building block is crucial in developing the national capacity for strategic planning and managing sustainable development. So for each country, it will be different. There's an iterative process of designing and implementing activities within these building blocks, which reinforces the progress and synergy between them. So it's not exactly that you'll have one INFF framework which should be suitable for all countries. It has to be implemented with certain amendments. This framework will, of course, integrate domestic and external financing resources, align it with our development goals, and it will help streamline the financing process for the sustainable development goals. Of course, there are other models other measures that we have also, which have always been there. The public sector development program, the provincial annual development programs, the medium-term budgetary framework, but this integrated national financing framework would put things in better perspective and align your resources, integrate your resources, align them with the sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Umar. We are now moving back to Natasha, who is joining us digitally from Singapore. And for the Orange Bond initiative to succeed, there is the need to bring multiple ecosystem actors together to collectively strengthen the Orange Bond ecosystem. So you have conducted a market survey to understand the main concerns of the market players and how to address them. Can you please share your findings, and what is your advice to the ecosystem actors on how to strengthen the Orange Bond infrastructure? Over to you, Natasha.
Great question. Thank you very much. IX did indeed work on an insights paper on behalf of the Orange Bond Initiative. This was done with the support of the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and was published, I believe, around Women's Day this year. So it's a very recent survey. There was a number of concerns that the market has from sustainable bond issuances. I'll touch on the biggest one in the interest of time, which was the rising concerns around greenwashing and impact washing. And so we really wanted to take a very critical look at how orange bonds can build a more gender responsive financial system where gender is more embedded in the DNA of how you think through an orange investment, if you will. Orange bonds are therefore the only asset class from all the sustainable debt issuances that mandates what's called an impact confirmation, which means you have to directly interview and discuss impact with a sample size of the women or female beneficiaries on what the problems are on the ground. And the whole idea is to build more transparency. We understand this is very complex ecosystems we're working in. There are many issues when you fund entities with the best intentions. There are many things that can go wrong, and it is not an easy thing to do. But I think we owe it to ourselves, and this gives us maybe in many ways an edge over the green bonds, is that it's very hard to go and do a climate measurement. You'll have to, have an external party. With an orange bond, you actually have a stakeholder group who is supposed to be benefiting. And so it really mandates you to collect data directly from them. And that actually gives you a plethora of other SDG data, their access to water and sanitation, clean energy resources, how climate adaptive are they going to be, for instance. And I think last year, for instance, with our orange bond, we had about 1,800 entities who were approached and applying, and only 10 we went forward with, because we're constantly dropping out entities where the women don't confirm impact. So not only are we selecting the best in class, but then we go on to make sure that we are pushing them to develop very strong gender action plans. So as much as we can, even from among the best in class, there's more transparency. We collected about 16,000 impact data points last year before we did the issuance. So we're constantly using that to balance risk, return, and impact. I think there's no way to achieve the SDGs without more data, and data that is correlated with things like risk and return. So you're making informed decisions because we are looking to create that additionality through the investments, especially since we have public sector partners and capital involved. I think one of the big opportunities, I'll build on what some of the other speakers have touched on, is really to integrate an orange lens into these integrated national financing frameworks, especially for governments that are recognizing that women tend to be an untapped part of or an undertapped part of the economy. There's so much research on the benefits of having a gender lens. So in fact, we worked with the Malaysian government on their 2015 to 25-year social finance strategy, which led to the development of multiple social initiatives. We've also worked with a number of UN agencies. We have the USDFC and the Australian DFAT on our Orange Bond initiative. And so I think we would be delighted to work more with more countries in Asia to also think through if we could do an orange lens in the integrated national financing framework to design sovereign orange bonds, which could blend with the green and blue bonds. So for instance, even with Indonesia, I was blown away by the first speaker, just the incredible leadership you've shown in the region. But we'd love to look at some of your green and blue bonds and see if we can integrate an orange lens so women start taking more ownership and being part of the solution, so we can all accelerate this together more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. And I had an opportunity 2 weeks ago to visit Cambodia and the financial institution that provides microfinance to women, funding that comes from the Orange Bond. And it was quite interesting to hear how IIX is actually working with the lending company to make sure that they really produce what they're supposed to, and how they are working on interacting with women. So now it's the time for questions from the floor. So I think we could take a maximum of 3 questions. So I have one gentleman down there, and one on the table here. That's 2. Anyone else? So then I think we'll start with the 2 questions. So let's start. Yeah, we can start there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shiran Fernando. I'm Chief Economist at the Ceylon Chamber in Sri Lanka. My question is to Vachiran. I think the thesis is on spending for a lot of these economies, or spending on SDG and spending right, and not think too much about the DSA in that perspective. But for economies that are probably restructuring or in the precipice or defaulted and going the next step, what is kind of the recipe towards this thesis of what you just explained? Is it purely just not spending, not cutting down on the spending towards social spending, or is it raising more revenue that gets redirected? What's the thinking on that? And to a speaker from Indonesia, Denny, I think you mentioned a little bit about the pricing benefit. Could you elaborate what you meant by that in terms of, is that pricing benefit of some of these bonds so that it kind of feeds into better dividends for investors or for the overall projects that some of these are trying to get through?
I think we'll take the questions first, and then I'll give you the word. So please.
Thank you. My question is for Natasha. Natasha, an inspiring presentation, really. I have a couple of questions on the orange bonds. Typically, what have been your observations around the kind of projects or products for which the bonds are structured? What's the trend? What's the mainstream trend? And then related to that, who are the typical investors for an orange bond? Where is this most popularly pursued in the private sector?
Thank you. I'm looking around to see if there is a third question. If not, maybe we'll start with you, Natasha, first, and we'll take the other round. And you may also reflect on the other panelists if you want. So you will each get 1 minute.
Yes, perfect. I will do that. Thank you. And that's a great question, and I'm glad you enjoyed the presentation. I think it is an important time in our history to see how much of that 130 years for gender equality we can collectively knock off. And I think in terms of what gets invested in, I'll give you, as opposed to talking broadly about what it could do, because in our opinion, gender can be woven in, like I said, into a green bond, a blue bond, or a social bond, and we have seen cases of that happening. I'll tell you about the orange bond we did, so it's more concrete. The kind of entities we were investing in were sort of in the missing middle. They were too big for, say, pure development grant funding. They are too small for, say, the IFC or traditional banks to typically lend to, or even if they would lend to them, it would not be on terms that would essentially allow them the time and the space to build on their gender and climate lens. So we were really looking for those kind of entities. Like I said, if you have government capital involved, this is a blended finance product. We had the Swedish and the US governments involved. You have to be very strategic about how you want to use that capital and make sure you're really attracting capital for entities that could not otherwise get that capital. So that's called additionality. And so the kind of entities we were investing in were sort of tier 2 microfinance, sort of in the middle range. We were looking at a lot of clean energy products. We had an electric vehicle provider that was putting women in the green workforce. We had lots of sustainable agriculture entities. Women grow most of the world's food that we eat. And we had a lot of water and sanitation products because climate stress first falls on the women. And we saw very strong positive impact from entities that were giving women access to climate and sanitation loans, both in terms of COVID recovery, but also in terms of climate responsiveness. So that was the kind of entities, the SMEs doing very deep impact work, which tend to be a little bit off the radar screen or aren't always getting capital on the terms that they need them to grow with an impact lens. The other question in terms of investors, and I think this is again going back to if you have government capital, you want additionality, as I just said, but you also want leverage. If they're in there to de-risk your instruments, you have to be getting private sector capital. So we had, about, I would say, over a dozen investors from across the world. Over our series, over the last, since 2017, we've had investors, trillion-dollar asset managers like Nuveen from the United States. We've had super funds from the Pacific, Australia, New Zealand come in. We've had microfinance investment vehicles like Symbiotics and Blue Orchard from Europe. And we've had a number of family offices from countries in Asia, Indonesia, in fact, but also Singapore, Hong Kong, who have come in and who want to be a part of the solution, but have not seen a gender product in the market. So it's been brilliant to see so many different types of investors from all across the world coming in to buy orange bonds, which is a very positive sign for us, especially last year when the market dipped and our bond was fully subscribed. I think it's a strong sign that gender equality in orange bonds is an asset class that is here to stay. Thank you for the question. Should I do my reflections on others now, Anna Maria, or should I wait for the end?
I think you have spent your 1 minute, unless you have a very quick thing you want to mention.
I think I'll just say, like I mentioned, Indonesia and Pakistan, you're both there. We'd love to work with you on doing more orange, blending more orange into your existing initiatives, because I think both of you mentioned some very powerful things, and we'd love to work together to bring this to the ecosystem. We, of course, have Sweden and the United States and Australia we work with, but we'd love to work with local governments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. So over to you, Humair. I think we would take the round of the opposite that we had before. I think, no, Humair.
All right, thank you. And I think there was one question, which obviously the questions were addressed to the panelists here, but there was some mention about the gentleman over there. He was talking about restructuring and the need for creating fiscal space. Now, the objective, obviously, of course, is to enhance fiscal space so that you have some room for development. It's not just about reducing expenditure. At the same time, it is, of course, you have to rationalize your expenditure. The government expenditure has to be rationalized. The revenues have to be increased. You have to also initiate a process of reforms, which the government of Pakistan has initiated. For example, getting rid of subsidies that were being given to different sections of society and which were not warranted. So the government is working on a package, has taken a number of initiatives whereby the subsidies should only go to the poor and the people who need it, not to other sectors. Otherwise, they would just be, because subsidies are basically an inefficiency in the economy, and they should only be undertaken when you have to support the downtrodden sectors of the society, the poor people, the people who actually need it. And of course, as part of controlling the expenditure, there have been other reforms being undertaken, the reform of the state-owned enterprise also. Those are important reforms because they had become, there's a huge number of people over there. The size had become bigger, so their operations needed to be streamlined. So measures are being taken in that, of course, and there are other reforms also in the taking place in the energy sector, which would focus, which would result in saving expenditure and have greater fiscal space. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, Humar. Sorry, Vachari. I just wanted to give everyone a minute towards the end.
Just in response to the question on colleague from Sri Lanka, on what explained the convergence of the public debt in our pilot case study of Mongolia. Okay, so basically the answer is a combination of a policy package. Okay, one step back is that this analysis was done as part of the macro modeling, okay, and analysis. And our assumption is that according to the block of this approach, the first one, we took the SDG costing from UNDP, which is goal by goal. Okay, and we group that into which part should be a public spending, which part should be public spending, and how much is that. This is the first one. The second one is the what we call a structural development policy. Okay, which in this Mongolia case, we assume toward a more diversified and greener economy. Okay, more diversified mean we assume that the educational spending increased to build a more productive workforce. That Mongolia engaged with some potential free trade agreement based on the literature review. On the greener economy, we assume that the country introduced the carbon tax, reduced the fuel subsidy, and engaging spending more on biodiversity laws and all of that. And the last part is on the national SDG financing. This covers both to enhance the public finance and also to increase the contribution by the private finance for the sustainable development. For example, in the public finance, we took a study from UNDP that if Mongolia engaged in a debt swap, how much fiscal saving it could have. Okay, and on the increasing the private finance, we look at the threshold. PPP, public-private partnership, on average, let's say in the energy sector, in the region, private sector contribute about 30% of GDP. If Mongolia is 20%, we increased that by 10 percentage point. So in a sense, it's a combination of a policy package based on the literature review specific to Mongolia.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question regarding the pricing benefit. So as I mentioned earlier that when we issue thematic bonds, it requires a lot of effort from the preparing the frameworks, and then the framework goes through the review by SPO, and then when we get the proceed, we need to make sure that the proceed is allocated into the eligible projects, and every years we issue allocations and impact report. And it also need to be audited by international auditing firm. So it's not easy and it's not cheap as well. So that's why as issuer, we expect that investor will appreciate our effort by asking lower yield, meaning that lower cost of fund from us as issuers. But so far, we haven't seen any significant pricing benefit, or we call it green premium or greenium. We haven't seen any significant greenium when we issue thematic bond. For example, in 2021, when issue SDG bonds, yes, the yield is issued, the bonds issued with zero new issuance premium or new NIC, new issuance concessions. As you know, when we issue bonds, usually investors were asking some premium above the market yield. But when we issue SDG bonds, the new issuance concession or new issuance premium is zero. But the question is, the zero NIC because of the SDG bonds as the label, or because of the market condition that at the time is quite conducive. So that's something that still debatable. So what we are trying to say here is, with a lot of effort, lot of expenses that we need to issue before the issuance, we expect that investor willing to appreciate us to give the greenium or pricing benefits in order to attract more issuers to also issue SDG bonds or others instruments that related to the SDGs objective.
Thank you so much. And I think this has been a really interesting panel showing how integrated national financing frameworks are very useful for planning ahead. Indonesia has used this, has been one of the forerunners, and Pakistan is now about to enter into this. And I think there are quite a number of countries in Asia using this already today. And aligning that with different new innovative financing instruments and really seeing also the fact that the indebtedness ratio is not, you need to link that to what you are actually investing in, and long-term investment in SDGs can actually be very good even if you are highly indebted. But the INFF could help you in assessing this. So so well architecture, SDG bonds can be very instrumental to both align countries' budgets with SDGs and climate goals, NDCs. And cautiously structured SDGs can be a game changer for our common sustainability future. So we really need to get into the working mood and continue to develop more innovative instruments. So thank you so much to a very insightful panel. A great applause to them.
Wonderful and great. Thank you, Anna Maria and the panelists. We're going to move straight on from one innovative instrument to another to talk about session 4 and how we anchor public, private and blended finance to a development rationale. So it's my pleasure to welcome the moderator, Mr. Chris Adam, who is the Deputy Director of the General Development Office at the USAID mission for Asia in Bangkok. Chris.
Hi, everyone. Hope everyone has coffee, or you will get it very soon, I promise. We have the responsibility of speeding us up, getting us back on time, but I'm going to be asking both rounds of questions to our panelists, and I think I'll do the inviting up on stage. Great. Let me just skip to that part. Okay. So first we have Ms. Joanna Laria, CEO of Convergence, a global network for blended finance. Mr. Baskoro Adi, Chief Operating Officer for Mandiri Investment Management, Singapore, is joining us virtually. Yeah. Then we have Mr. Srijesh Gamiri, Chief Investment Officer, Nepal NB Bank. Welcome. Mr. Muktaram Acharya, Undersecretary, Ministry of Finance for Nepal. And then Mr. Endo Koroy, SDG Manager, Ministry of Finance, Strategic Planning, National Development and Statistics, Fiji. Welcome. Okay, we'll get started here. My name is Chris Adams. I'm the Deputy Director of the Development Office for USAID's Regional Development Mission for Asia, based here in Bangkok. I'm honored to join this panel today on anchoring the breadth of financing approaches to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Foremost among our goals is to wean a better understanding of how to leverage the INFFs to address the needs of the Sustainable Development Agenda. So I'm joined by these experts that I've just introduced from the international community who are all working day in and day out in the trenches on meeting these critical challenges of meeting the SDGs. As the panelists introduce themselves and share a little bit about their experiences to meet the challenges, we'll walk away with a better understanding of how innovative financing tools such as blended finance can help countries grow. I'll take a couple minutes because I'm the moderator to talk about what USAID does for blended finance. I think some of you are very familiar. Our bread and butter, of course, is working with private sector and governments to improve the enabling conditions for investment in finance. We work on financial infrastructure in countries where we work. We create a conducive environment for finance providers and intermediaries. And we help create ecosystems for financial facilitators and innovators. We couple all this with direct technical assistance. We do this with finance seekers, borrowers, equity investees, and with the financial institutions themselves. We aim to de-risk financial transactions in all these countries and ultimately unlock growth. So I think one of the new developments in the last couple of years is we work hand in hand with the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation to provide blended vehicles, disperse direct loans, provide equity stakes, and to support large-scale project finance transactions across the world. So these panelists here today are going to discuss, like I said, opportunities and challenges among public, private, and blended finance vehicles, and talk about how that links with sustainable development achievements. Given the caliber, I know that we're going to have an enriching conversation. We're going to provide insight into the action that can be taken by governments, private investors, and the international community to enhance the collaboration and alignment around these objectives. So I've already introduced everybody, and I think if you'd like to take a couple minutes to introduce yourself when I ask you the first question, and then that way we can move a little quickly into 2 full rounds of questions and hopefully questions from the audience at the end. So, Ms. Lauria, I'll start with you, please. As the world faces increased economic volatility and more compounding crises, such as rising interest rates, high inflation, energy crises, and extreme climate, how can blended finance serve as a tool to mitigate these challenges? Tell us a little bit about the main trends around blended finance that you observed globally and in the Asia Pacific.
Okay, well, thank you very much for letting me be a part of this conversation. And it's really nice to be back in Bangkok again, Sawadee Ka. I actually grew up in this city, so it's great to be back here. Let me just, first of all, define blended finance. As boring as it sounds, it's probably good grounding. So the way Convergence measures it, and we operate as the global network for blended finance, the way we define it is any strategic use of catalytic capital that doesn't work on market principles, to pull in private sector investment into the SDGs in emerging markets. So if it's public on public, we don't capture the data, we don't talk about it. We're really only interested in things that pull in private sector money of some kind that is commercially priced. So just a definition. And blended finance is even more important now because of the fiscal crises many countries find themselves in, the volatility, which includes foreign exchange risk volatility as well as other volatility. So it's important. That said, blended finance, despite all of the hype, is only operating at about $10 billion worth of transactions closed per year, and that has not moved much despite the increase in hype in the past few years. Really, we're not seeing the action happen on the scale needed. Most of the time, blended finance looks like concessional money or catalytic money being inserted into a financial structure. That's the most frequent way we see it. You also see it sometimes presenting as a guarantee that's not fully priced. And CETA, who was on stage a minute ago, or the Swedes, and USAID have done a lot of that kind of developmental guarantees. So those are the most frequent ways it shows up. We've seen blended structures most of the time look like fund structures. So usually it's concessional layer of capital into a fund. We also see it in companies and in projects. In ASEAN specifically, a third of the blended finance deals we have seen are in renewables. And there are also a lot of financial services blended deals. About 30% of the blended finance deals we've seen have been in the financial services area. And 16% of the deals we've seen, so about half of those financial services ones, are microfinance, which makes sense. You have a lot of unbanked people in this neighborhood. Most popular destinations for blended finance: Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, Cambodia. If I might talk about opportunities and challenges, I came up here with your piece of paper that was the briefing note because I was stunned by the graphic on page 1. And those of you who are dialing in remotely, I don't know if you have the same graphic. But it basically shows progress in ASEAN against where we should be in 2022 on each SDG. There's not one bar in this chart that is at the line. They're all beneath the line. The best one here is affordable and clean energy. Makes sense, that's becoming investable or has become investable. But the scary ones are climate action. We've actually gone backward since the SDGs were promulgated. Life below water, life on land, both looking really, really, really weak. So blended finance is actually really good at those, and it also probably is really good at agriculture and generally adaptation. So I think there's an awful lot of opportunity to use the chemistry or the alchemy of blended finance to make some progress on a lot of these SDGs, particularly in agriculture and adaptation, which are really hard things for the private sector to invest in, but not impossible with a bit of blending. Another opportunity is if we get domestic capital, domestic financial players, domestic investors, domestic capital markets activated and aimed at their own domestic market because they're operating in the right currencies. And again, if some blending by either outside actors or the domestic government can be done, I think that that's also an opportunity. I can get to challenges if you want in a moment, or perhaps I should pass the mic. Should I keep going?
Keep going, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a final question later, so if you want to cover it here or there.
Yeah. Challenges. There are very few donor agencies on the planet that actually make a statement about where they plan to invest in blended finance structures, what their game plan is. They basically don't have a front door if you're doing a financial transaction and you're a private sector actor. You don't know how to get at them. There are some exceptions, and I applaud the exceptions. But it's important because official donor aid is actually the most frequent soft capital in a blended finance transaction. So it matters. It's much, much bigger as a flow than philanthropic resources. However, we could change that, right? Lead times in blended finance are long. A lot of these things are really complicated to put together. And you have diverse actors. You have somebody who's buying impact with their money next to somebody who wants a return for their money. So that's tough. And finally, scale. We see an awful lot of experimentation at the wrong scale. Great transactions, not replicable, not scalable. So those are some of the challenges.
Thanks, appreciate it. I think that it's interesting that you mentioned the sectors, and I think we all watch them very closely, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of catalytic capital does on a sectoral basis as we move forward. You did mention, speaking of domestic, and I think that opens a really good way to talk about, turn it over to Mr. Adi. Are you online? Before I ask the question.
Can you hear me?
We can. Okay, great. Welcome.
Okay, great.
So Indonesia has established the Impact Fund in 2021 to invest capital into companies driving social returns. Can you please just tell us a little bit about the mission of the fund and how it's structured, and how do you monitor the impact of the investments with regard to social outcomes?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chris. So yeah, I'm grateful for the chance to connect you, even with a virtual platform. So allow me to share my screen. Okay. So yeah, Indonesia Impact Fund is the initiative that actually we initiate this 2020, even before pandemic. And then maybe because all the things that we have during the pandemic, so we launched this in 2022, last year. So this, the Indonesia Impact Fund overview, this is the structure that we are using. I want to emphasize that Indonesia Impact Fund is the first public-private investment fund in Indonesia, investing into early-stage startup to champion the SDG in the post-pandemic world. So our mission is to create impact on scale. So the company will be commercially viable as well as creating impact. As for the structure of the fund, we are using the Singapore Variable Capital Company structure, and it involves many parties in the making. Mandiri Investment Management act as a manager. On the investment advisory side, there's Mandiri Capital Indonesia, which is our sister company, and also the APAC Business Advisory Council, which is called ABAC, as an investment advisor. And of course, UNDP as an impact and framework partner that provide the impact measurement matrix. So this fund is a collaboration between Mandiri Group, which representing the public sector as part of state-owned group in Indonesia, and ABAC representing the private sector, which consists of group entrepreneur in Indonesia. So in summary, this fund is using a Singapore Variable Capital Company as a structure, with Mandiri Investment as a fund manager, MCI Mandiri Capital and ABAC as an investment advisor, and UNDP as impact and framework partner advisor. So after finalizing the structure, we need to finalize also the impact framework to define which SDG goals align with the national agreed sustainable development objective. In the process of making this process, we closely work with UNDP, and we decided to go with SDG number 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, and 11. And this is something that we also want to emphasize, that we also choose SDG 5, gender equality, and SDG 13, climate action, as overarching themes across all sectoral targets. But not only we define which SDG we want to achieve, but also define what the specific sector and key indicator for impact. So the way we monitor the social and environment outcome is by blending all of this into the investment process. Using the defined framework, we capture all the SDG indicator we have defined before in all of our investment stages. Starting from deal sourcing, pre-DD, we do commercial due diligence as well as impact review, even up to portfolio management and divestment. We do all these two processes hand in hand and simultaneously. And one of the value added of this fund, as mentioned in the beginning, as we are combining public and private partnership. So Indonesia Impact Fund will involve collaboration between state-owned enterprise and private sector to build a strong and impactful investing portfolio that creates greater impact and benefit to the stakeholder. We incorporate the portfolio companies into the ecosystem of state-owned enterprise, which is Mandiri ecosystem, as a fund manager, and combine that with the access provided by the LP, which is representing group of private sector and entrepreneur in Indonesia. So we start this fund as a micro fund. We launched in 2022 with the existing LP, which is the group of big business owner in Indonesia, as a starting point. So the next phase to grow this fund and creating bigger impact is by inviting and collaborating with global and international investor through co-GP arrangement. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Adi. We'll come back to you later. A lot to look at here, and I've seen I think the structure is similar and probably going to be very successful, especially the last session when we talked about the orange bond from IIX. So interesting. The next question here we have for Mr. Gamiri. Okay. So blended finance is nothing new in Nepal. I've been there a few times, and I've seen the banking sector really make leaps and strides. And I think you're a leader in blended finance solutions for several years now. And I hear could you please just go ahead and tell us a little bit about the successes you've had and some of the impact you've seen so far?
Thank you, Chris. Well, in fact, it's a big honor to represent probably the only commercial bank in this forum. In fact, commercial bank that is promoted by the private sector. So, let me just give you a small snapshot of NMB. 2014, we onboarded FMO as our largest shareholder. 2015, we were the member of GAVV, Global Alliance for Banking and Values. We just had a balance sheet of just $700 million. So we started very small. Then 2018,
with global alliance on banking values, learning like the sustainability is something that we need to do, and we need to work in that space, even though Nepal emits less than 0.5% of carbon emission. So sustainability is one of the most important verticals of the bank, even though playing in a commercial banking space. We strategically made certain decisions that like, well, commit the portfolios by 2030. We'll be reaching around 15% in a clean energy space. 2020, we were the steering committee member on PCAF, that is Partnership for Carbon Accounting Financials. And interestingly, by 2021, we had a balance sheet of somewhere around $1.5 billion, still recognized as Bank of the Year Asia, which was a big call-out for us by the Bankers Magazine UK. The reason behind our being small, setting an example that you can still work in the clean energy space. So well, going forward, we started with the DFI. It was a purely commercial debt, nothing blended. But from that linkage, we started building a story, and probably by say September, October 2023, we'll be closing a $20 million blended finance debt product, having a track record of almost 5 years, mobilizing almost $150 million worth of DFI debt, pure debt, into the impact related areas. And on that, so with that track record, one of the biggest challenges that we always had was the cost side. So here we got a DFI partner who blended the portfolio, and we are piloting a new impact-based debt where some amount of interest cost will be absorbed by the DFI partner. In last 5 years, started small. So we have a portfolio of around $21 million worth of impact-based portfolio, of which the blend is a very thin $2.5 million also. Now, when Johan said that it's only a $10 billion market, and having a balance sheet of roughly $2 billion, I think it's a big story. Well, what did the impact do is like we created almost 2.5x of the portfolio in the asset side. So I talked more about the debt side and the equity and the grants, and combined we had an asset base of around $50 million on the impact space. Based on our experience that you rightly said, de-risking energy has been relatively easier, but going into an MSME space, which was our core, which we wanted to be our core focus, was really difficult. I presume this is a global issue. And the reason behind is like the most project owners who want to want to blend the business, they want a financial support and a capex support rather than a soft supports. Whereas on a blended finance, like there are a lot of soft supports rather than a financial and a capex support. So this is somewhere we really need to unfold if we really want to do the blended finance. So far, the blended finance support portfolio in the MSME segment is hardly $1 million. So the reason behind is like in country Nepal, there's a good amount of interest subsidies, interest buy downs by the government itself, including the microfinance institutions. And because of that, when you have a direct subsidy from the government, scaling up that capital into a multiple fold by the private sector is always a no-no. So one of the things that I really want to touch upon is like we exclude subsidies and interest buy downs in the blended finance portfolio, largely funded by the governments. Now, since your cost of capital or risk-adjusted cost is already subsidized, and you are getting that dependency through the subsidies and the buy downs, it is very difficult to convince the client on the client level to come and join the blended finance approach where your risk-adjusted capital is high, whereas and as bank as a commercial entity, it is very difficult to convince even the blended finance providers to reimburse us for the risk taking. So something that we really need to work on that, so that if this is some way we can unfold this could be a big market, and probably it's not $10 billion, in global space, it could be really, really big. So what are the impacts that we have done? As a head start, de-risking the energy, primarily the energy. So we have helped align with the SDG goals 7, 8, 11, 12, and 13. and achieve the impacts. So I would like to, since MSME, I would in the second question probably, or later I would like to add upon, but like the energy space, what de-risking energy has done into going into a small microgrids or a small solar projects, like we have reached to the last mile projects, mostly in the rural areas. So most projects are climate friendly, renewable energy like micro hydro, microgrid, small scale solar projects, supplying consistently quality electricity, and combined total is like more than 30 different projects in the rural areas, going into almost like reaching into 10,000 people and generating more than 1.5 megawatt of electricity. And all these projects are probably 50 kilowatts or 100 kilowatts or just 200 kilowatts projects, small projects. More than 300 rooftop solars, that we call it like in the buildings, which generates more than 1.5 megawatt of grid power. Community scale solar projects in the industrial area where it replaces the diesel plant and which generates the energy. Waste to energy management, where waste is converted into energy and then the fertilizer, and it primarily goes to the farmers. So this also aligns with our national commitment to produce 15% clean energy. And the last, do we really have the system to monitor this? Last 5 years, we started 2018. In the last 5 years, the 2 years happened to be the pandemic years. We were early movers in the market, as good as the pioneers. So in retrospective, we really have to say that we failed to rightly document, and it was a miss. But again, we have a clear strategy for 2030, and we've already started the process to build MIS, and probably in future in any of the forums, we'll be able to show that the cost as well as the impact story that we have created in the blended finance space. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. You've talked a lot about the impacts, and I think the mobilization. The leverage in Nepal is just quite incredible. And I think you've identified some challenges, and just so happens that the person to help solve the challenges is sitting right next to you. But I'm not going to give you that tough question. I'll ask, the government wants to scale the blended finance approach in Nepal, following on the successes of NMB Bank. Tell us a little bit about what you envision and what the plan is to create a strong ecosystem for this plan to succeed.
Yes, well, thank you, Mr. Chris, for giving me the floor. Actually, we have provided the 2-round discussion in only 9 minutes, so it's quite difficult to sum up my points within the 9 minutes, but I'll try my best to sum up. Yes, my colleagues from the bank, he has just described the case study in the blended finance Nepal. So here I will like to highlight some of the government initiation, what we are doing in the blended finance, and what is the position in the blended finance. Actually, I'm representing here from the Ministry of Finance, and I'm working in the International Development Cooperation Division. So I actually works in the integrated financing framework. So mostly I would like to highlight here some of the points that the government of Nepal has already initiated the integrated financing framework, and we are hopeful that we'll complete this framework within the 6 to 9 months, because the way is on the way. We have already on board the team to the draft the integrated financing framework. And secondly, in the policy, international cooperation development policy, year 2019, actually there is the special point for the blended financing, and for the big projects, like the big projects, and also the integrate the government financing and private finance, and also the donor aid mobilization, we have the provision of the blended finance. And thirdly, the point is that now Nepal is in the LHC graduation stage, and we are going to graduate in 2026. But actually, I would like to highlight that the Nepal is going to graduate, but actually the GNI is still less than less. So it's quite challenging for us to meet our development goals or SDG, because still there is the financing gap. And thirdly is that now we are in the last stage of the implementing the 15th periodic plan, and which has the SDG indicators and keenly integrated with the SDG indicator and the blended also, and also the coding. And in the review of this 15th periodic plan, we are going to draft the 16th plan. And also the 15 days ago, the government has announced the budget for the coming fiscal year, and there is the clearly mentioned that the blended finance and the issuance of the green bond are also in provision in the budget. So we are hopeful that in the coming days we can share here that from the green bond Nepal has collected some of the amounts goes to some of the projects. So I think that that might happen. And another is actually we have conducted the SDG financial gap study, and still there is the financial gap of the government gap, almost 30% and almost 50% gap from the private sector investment. So still there is the importance and the relevance of the blended finance for the Nepal. And just I would like to highlight some of the points that in our policy, as I already mentioned that in the international development cooperation policy, there is we accept the high importance of the blended finance, and the Nepal government is going forward to utilize the blended finance in the different sectors of the SDG indicators or mega projects. And just as I know, actually the federal structure of the country also demands the more funds, because after the federal structure there is 753 government, 61 government. So I mean 753 local government, and altogether there are 761 government. So for those also the revenue mobilization is still challenging, and the importance of the blended finance is also there. And also for the private sector mobilization, it's important to achieve the goals of the priority plan also, and also for the diversifying the development resources in the priority areas also. And just I would like to highlight here that the Ministry of Finance has the key role for carry out a blended finance and making the policy. So I like to sum up here that after the drafting and finalization of the integrated financing framework, then that framework will specify the windows of the blended finance or aid mobilization or local resource mobilization, revenue mobilization. So all together of that framework and collecting the resources, then it will be the supportive to achieve the SDG indicators and SDG goals. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you so much. It's really heartening and significant to hear the budgetary commitments on blended finance for Nepal. I think we'll switch gears a little bit and go to another part of the Asia Pacific. So I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Karoy. I have a question on marine development and the blue economy. They're both really critical to small island developing nations. Maybe first talk about the blue economy. I don't know. And then please share with us a bit about Fiji's blended finance facility. What's the structure and some of the incentives? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for having me as a part of the panel for this evening. I have a small presentation in response to the question. So I'm here today not only representing the Fiji government, but also the partners, our development partners, also our companies, our private sectors, our community businesses, women business that has been partnering with the government in implementing this program. I have also with me my colleagues and my friends from UNDP office in Fiji, Neil and Anderson, who has been part of the team that is instrumental in implementing this program. Can I move on to the next slide, please? So finding a logical model for sustainable marine development to support marine conservation and the sustainable use of our natural resources, and also taking into consideration the community and social dimension is one of the national priorities for Fiji, and also the contribution of Fiji's progress on SDG 14, life underwater. Fiji has also acknowledged the significance of establishing and enhancing a financial mechanism to accelerate its progress towards the SDG. Next slide, please. So can I have the next slide? Okay, so as part of the work between the government and our partners, our UN partners, UNDP and UNSDF, we have implemented a project called the Investing in Coral Reefs and Blue Economy Program. And it is co-funded by the Global Fund for Coral Reef, for about 4.6 million and 5.2 million from the UN SDG fund. The program creates a blended finance facilities and future pipeline of bankable projects by combining technical assistance, performance-based grants, and concession loans for small businesses in Fiji. Can I have a next slide, please? Okay, just briefly on the program that we have. As you can see on the screen, we have the program in the middle, and on the left we have the local private sector broker, Tanawatu and Blue Finance. Both of these two approaches under this program addresses two key issues in Fiji. One is waste management, solid and liquid waste, and the other is on marine conservation. The Mataniwatu, which is on this left, is focusing on waste management and is partnering with small businesses to be part of developing a second landfill for Fiji. With the assistance of UNDP, they are providing the technical support in developing the small businesses. One of the challenges that is highlighted in Fiji, not only unique to Fiji but to the Pacific, is that many of the small projects are uninvestable. They do not meet the requirements of our financial institutions. That's why under this program, through the support of UNDP, they are coordinating the effort and mobilizing their resources so that these businesses, this consortium, can meet those requirements and they can simply scale up the program, and also they're able to apply for the loans from the financial institutions. Next slide, please. So these are just some of the successes, solutions that we have in Fiji, some of the businesses that have been established through this program, and we have acquired some of the private sector support on these businesses. Next slide. So for Blue Finance, under this waste management approach, next slide, I'll go quickly. As part of the Quarter Marine Management Area Network, we have the establishment of locally managed marine protected areas. And we can see some of the total investment needed for the 1.2 million to protect this these marine areas. Next slide, please. Sorry, I have a lot of this business and process that, but I will not go to all of them. But that is part of the Investing Coral Reef Blue Economy program that is being implemented in Fiji, contributing to marine conservation, developing small businesses, especially for our women and youth group in our local communities. We have been facing a lot of challenges for trying to develop the business plan and business proposal for these local communities. Also, we have taken into consideration the challenge for our local communities, the cultural, the traditional setup of our indigenous communities, the hierarchy system, and also the patriarchy system that we have, very strong patriarchy system. But those are some of the challenges that we are facing, that some approaches we have kind of removed and taken other approaches. So that is part of the Investing Coral Reef Blue Economy program. Briefly on the project in Fiji. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I appreciate all the extra slides. I don't know if you know, but USAID is about to open their first official mission in Fiji very soon. I have a very clear idea of what we can partner on when we're there, and I hope to get the first trip. So moving on back online to Mr. Adi. I'm told that you are now working on performance-based investments. They are in the next evolution of the sustainable investing market, where it directly links payments to the achievement of sustainability goals. tell us a little bit more about the pilot you're doing at Mandiri, if you don't mind.
Yes. So yeah, the pilot project, as I mentioned, is the first public and private partnership investing fund in Indonesia. So the way we make sure the sustainability is by embracing the access and network provided by public as well as the private ecosystem in the fund. So we are starting to make sure that business development and business model can be sustained commercially. And with this foundation, the company can create more impact. For instance, by providing like access to financing, as Mandiri, as a biggest financial group in Indonesia, we are connecting the portfolio company to the financing. So then, by doing that, we make sure that foundation is stable. So then they can create impact in the next development. So on the regular basis, we, as a fund manager, closely monitor the financial indicator, and at the same time, UNDP Indonesia also monitoring the impact indicators which we defined in the framework before. So by like closely monitoring both indicator, which financial as well as the impact. So that's why that's how we implement the performance-based investing model to make sure that financially as well as the impact we can make this sustainability fund works.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We'll move right on to the next question. We're well into round 2 now, and I think we're doing really good on time, so I'm not going to cut anybody short. Good. So the next question over to you, Mr. Acharya. Nepal is one of the countries that's planning to launch an INFF process in 2023 before the end of the year. The financing strategy is going to have a strong emphasis, I'm told, on digital and blended finance. You spoke a little earlier about it. How do you think the INFF approach can help shape blended finance in Nepal and strengthen the connections between financing and sustainable development outcomes?
Yes, well, Mr. Chris. Yeah, thank you for the second round. Just as I mentioned already in my first round, that the Nepal is going to formulate the integrated financing framework, and also I mentioned that in the government policy and the budget just 15 days ago, the government has, submitted in the parliament that the government has the high priority in the blended financing and financing modality, and to formulate the conducive environment, conducive law for the private sectors to enhance the investment by the blended finance in the key priority areas of the government, and also to achieve the SDG indicators. And also, just I already mentioned that Nepal is in the right juncture of formulating the 16th fifth year plan, which is just initiated, and the team leader of the administrative team leader of that planning, Mr. Mahesh Acharya, is also here participating, joint secretary from the National Planning Commission. So it's the right time for us to, the formatting or drafting the integrated financing framework. And also, as I already mentioned that in the international development cooperation policy, just like we are very, aware to mobilize the foreign aid management also. And also we are the active member, a founding member of the, Global Partnership for the Effective Development Cooperation, and we have already launched the monitoring system in the Nepal last month. So as I already mentioned that though another is that the Nepal is going to, the graduated from LDC to DC, so that will also arise some of the opportunities and also the challenges. I already mentioned that the GNI is still below the benchmark, so still worrying. After the graduation, how can we make the sustainable? So for the sustainability and the the dependence of the country also, the blended finance or integrated financing framework are very more important. And also in the coming days in the budget, also the green bond and energy bond, there is the provision to issue the green bond and also the energy bond in the budget. So I hope in the coming days we will make the rules, regulation, and the conducive environment to issue the such bonds, and such bonds will also supports to achieve the SDG goals or other mega projects. And it will also support the private sectors and the private investors to blend with the government, and also to achieve our set targeted goals. So I think this will actually take the good pathway to go ahead, because still we have so many frameworks like SDG financing frameworks is there. But they are in the scattered way. But now we are going to make the integrated, those all sectoral, the frameworks to integrated financing frameworks, and which will integrate the resources, and that will channelize the funds to the set of the targeted goals of the government. So I think I am very hopeful that in the coming days, by all sorts of the framework and policies, and I already mentioned that in the 16th plan, that's all the indicators of the economic indicators, social indicators, infrastructure development, that will be integrated, and we can achieve the target goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Acharya. Just building off of that, Mr. Gameri, in addition to kind of the INFF and the things that Mr. Acharya spoke about, where would you see the largest opportunities for blended finance? And what lessons have you learned about connecting your portfolio with the sustainable development impact from the SDGs?
Thank you, Chris, once again. 2018, when we started our journey to borrow from the DFI, is pretty interesting that this year the budget has, or the annual government program has captured to, start discussing towards the policy platform on the blended finance as well as a green bond. So we found out a lender as a DFI community. In fact, it was IFC with whom we took the first tranche. And in fact, the central bank had no policy regarding borrowing from the DFI. So we as a commercial bank initiated the process, went to the regulator, and we jointly held together to build the regulation, and we took the first tranche. So at least we started the process. Quite difficult negotiations as a part of the show, because that was probably the first time where the events of defaults and various other contract negotiations were primarily towards non-financial indicators and commitments rather than the financial indicators. Probably we closed all the financial indicators or the commitments in a half day, and it probably took almost 4 months or more to close the non-financial indicators. But again, the journey began. So looking into the now at this stage after 5 years with a lot of modifications, change in the regulation, now before the government coming out of the framework and capturing what we are doing, or the other banks that they were doing, and many point in time, the monetary policy speech as a foreign borrowing, as external commercial borrowing or external borrowing that we see, it was the only bank. There's only one bank that had a portfolio, and it was us who somewhere or other participated in this journey and accelerated this portfolio that other banks started also following the lead. Coming here, I see that as an opportunity. Let me just first talk about the energy piece. So Nepal has 93% grid connectivity. It's already 93%. Probably next 5 years will probably reach around 99 to 100. But the only major issue is the quality and consistent supply of energy. There is a grid connectivity, but the issue is the quality supply. So unless the blended finance providers, somewhere work to see hydropower as one of the areas where you can provide some sort of blended. Again, there's a strong argument that when the private sector is already capable enough to develop the project, why do you need a blended finance? But having said that, in Nepal, there's a 216 megawatt project primarily funded by the DFI that has a solid blended finance structure, and that is under construction. So if we really want to do it, probably we can do it. So de-risking energy in other segments like waste to energy, we have piloted a couple of projects. There are 2 challenges. One, getting the good amount of waste to convert into energy, because small towns is very difficult. Second, once you generate the gas or bio-CNG or anything, so getting the right market, the market conversion is very, very difficult. Where will you use it? So getting a market, once there are a couple of waste management, like, the biodigest and all that, like the waste to energy projects. Probably the last 3 months I visited 8 myself in different towns, except one. The 7 are still struggling to get the post-production they're getting. It's very difficult for them to get the market. The reason behind that, the cylinders or the pipeline, or like where will you use it? So what they're doing is like, since it's again a biohazard, if you don't use it, most of the, like, you travel those towns during the evening or during the night, you can see something burning. So you burn out the energy that are produced because it's very difficult to get the market. The projects are already ready, but getting the market is very difficult. In MSME space, well, it's something like, we have tried concessional guarantees, we have tried credit wrappers, we have tried forceless guarantees, we have also tried, like, unlending support through various means. But one of the biggest challenges is MSMEs are relatively privileged in terms of borrowing, as Nepal government through a central bank a regulated lending portfolio that we call it into the priority sector. By probably next 3 years, it will reach around 45% of the balance sheet of the banks. It's very difficult to reach them out and, like, align them with the blended finance agenda. The reason behind is very scattered, and being with the terms, reporting, audit. So this is something like that's not their cup of tea. So probably in that space, if we have the most blended finance providers, they have a common platform, or they create a common checklist where the audit standards are maintained, moderated, and like mostly a checklist or a brief kind of, if we can create that kind of platform, probably we can unfold MSME as well. The reason behind I'm saying an MSME is that we talk a lot about MSMEs, but the biggest problem is, like, even though it constitutes the biggest balance sheet of the banks, it's very difficult to unfold them because they're scattered, small, and very difficult to align with the blended finance. Again, on a blended finance, most of the blended finance providers have their own agenda. Some wants to go into a concessional guarantee, some wants just a kind of a soft support like a consultations, some want to give align for the market research, but the one who is an off-taker is not ready, or he's not in need to accept all those. So what I see is there's a significant private participant in countries like Nepal where the healthcare service as well as the education service is provided by the private sector. If we can de-risk and we can look into the education as SDG goal number 4, if we can somewhere align with the education sector that is big, really measurable, identifiable, and we can see the real impacts, including that applies with the healthcare. In India, there's a good example by Niti Aayog. They have participated in the blended finance approach. Probably I think USAID has supported them. And they have done a fantastic work during COVID in the healthcare system, I guess. So since education contributes almost like in the last 10 years, 5.2% of the GDP, and there's a target of around 8% for next year, this could be one area where, the blended finance may work, and that could be measurable. Okay, how do we do this? How do we do this? Like, how do we primarily unfold the MSME piece? So if we can, I said, like, if we can create a common window of blended finance providers, a common portals, probably I'm in a need. So if the portal do a matchmaking between the off-taker or a bank and the blended finance provider, filing a case note and the case is studied and you respond them, it's like it creates it's an easy portal for the off-taker as well as a bank. Like if I have a project where there could be a blended finance, where do I go? Today I reach out to a couple of my relationship, and if they respond, if they align, then that matchmaking happens. But if there's a common platform, I just file a case note where the blended finance provider approaches the client or the bank, it may just be easy to reach out the project. So what I see is there is money, there's a provider, but there is an off-taker, but the matchmaking is getting very, very difficult. A third, the small sums on the MSME platform is very, very challenging. Like scattered, even for banks, it's a big cost, size of operating cost. And many blended finance providers, what we have seen is the banks, they ask us to some way provide identification that the clients have rightly used the money. So imagine I have probably 100,000 clients. small tickets in region like ours, where probably a credit size is roughly $50,000 to probably $150,000. Imagine, like, confirming the right uses by the bank, identifying, that's again a big challenge. So unless we create a mechanism where the off-taker or the counterparty itself or the client itself, like, reports properly, and the bank facilitates on that, that could be one area like that could open up a big opportunity. So in this forum, I just want to add, in fact, we were discussing with the Ministry of Finance officials, NPC. Since most governments like Nepal, India, and many developing regions, there are interest subsidies and buy downs given by the government. So what is the result? It's probably 1:1 or maybe not, because there's no prudent analysis of whether the grants or not grants, the interest subsidies and buy downs are given at like the client whether use it or not. So there's a straight 5% subsidy in agri and MSME platform in Nepal. And there is no, basically the spread of the bank is lesser than that. So probably the client is using the subsidy. Instead of doing business, he's depositing in a bank in a higher interest rate. So is the purpose served? No. So my request, like if we can somewhere channelize the subsidy mechanism through probably an SPV or a national integrated fund, like probably, a fund where the bank is incentivized or encouraged to do the blended finance through a client, there could be probably we can target probably 3x or a 5x of the portfolio. It de-risks the bank, and then it creates an impact as well. The reason that I'm saying why the banks need to involve is the size are the banking, the credit given by the banks is almost par to GDP or higher than the GDP in Nepal. So basically, unless you make a bank as a channel partner who mobilizes the capital higher than the government in the assets piece, it is very difficult to get the desired result in blended finance. So lastly, what I want to add on the opportunity side is it should be more of a need-based approach rather than a classification-based approach. So most blended finance providers are coming with a classification-based approach. This is where I want to work. But if we can some way or other work together so that like we identify the needs first, these are the needed areas, and based on that, if we can design a program, then probably that will work more impactful. So what can we do? So I'll just read this out. A more flexible and clear approach to cater MSMEs. Develop firm qualifications to onboard the institutions like banks to partner that work in a portfolio level. But once onboarded, provide flexibilities to use the blended finance instrument and the structure, the mix creating impacts based on needs approach rather than based on a storyboard approach. A hedging pool, which is very important. You rightly pointed out about the currency risks. That is one of the biggest struggle for us because of the currency volatility. A hedging pool for the partner institutions like banks and the off-takers to share and support the currency volatility risk while using foreign capital. Country region specific needs based on portfolio approach rather than scattered pilots to best optimize the hard-earned capital resources. Discourage direct subsidies to the clients that makes them dependent. Most subsidies are criticized due to its uses. Let the selection be based on risk-adjusted basis and the incentives be passed on to the risk takers like banks as an encouragement to innovate suitable products. This applies to the Nepal government, the Ministry of Finance official as well, who would take up the issue and some way put it in the committees where it is discussed. Thank you.
Wow, thanks. That deserves a round of applause, sure. It's always good to have people like you at commercial banks that are driving these creative solutions. I just hope you have a receptive ear, and it sounds like you do, and with IFC, and you've made some successes, so congratulations. I do think you mentioned MSMEs, and that's a shared problem across the world. So I'll take an example from Mr. Karoy. Working with your Blue Accelerator grant scheme, which is serving to get resources into the hands of MSMEs. What's the role of blended finance in catalyzing investments through this accelerator grant scheme?
Thank you. Just in response to the question, just briefly, I think for the domestic financial sector, stakeholder in Fiji has highlighted the lack of investable watertight project pipelines, and they cannot support most innovative businesses and startups until they are cash positive and and are able to pay back the debt investment. Therefore, by providing business development support and performance-based grant financing, the Blue Accelerator Grant Scheme seeks to address a major capital market gap faced by projects from the get-go. So this Blue Accelerator Grant Scheme hopes to complement the investment coral reef and blue economy program that I have presented before. It hopes to identify other key projects to accelerate our progress on the SDGs in the areas of sustainable tourism, agriculture, and also contributing to the reduction of poverty alleviation in Fiji. Yeah. So this is in response to your question.
It's exciting. I'd like to learn more about it. Sorry. Okay, last question for me, and I think we'll have time for questions from the crowd, but Joanna, if you could indulge a very long question, but hopefully you have a succinct answer. Based on your experience in the region, identify probably your top 3 things the government, private sector, and international partners could do to scale up blended finance. Also, how do countries that are developing an INFF use this approach to facilitate dialogue?
Sure. I'm going to shorten it by only having 2 recommendations. So first of all, look, blended finance has a paradoxical issue of being treated like this airy-fairy, high-level thing, and at the same time happening on this kind of cottage industry level at subscale and too specialized and too shaped and you know, perfect for the situation it's in. So what I want for all of us to do is to actually get to a point where you're using all the known structures and all the known players and just rinse, repeat. I should have mentioned before, but all the statistics I gave you before are from our historical deals database. We put an awful lot of information out there on our public website on what the standard transaction shapes and sizes are, who's doing what kinds of blended finance, which SDGs are being addressed. That's one resource for you, and not everything on our website was designed by us. We also capture data from other folks who've put together some obvious insights. So let's try to standardize, shorten the time to market. If you're going to get creative on the problem you're solving and not necessarily on a brand new structure, because those brand new structures do not find acceptance in the commercial world. People are looking for asset classes. They're looking to write $100 million checks. So continuing to tinker on the small scale doesn't serve anybody's purposes. So that's an ask for all of us, is let's take this up a notch from the cottage industry and take it down a notch from the blended finance solves everything approach. The other recommendation I have is actually for national governments and the UNDP and all the other agencies that help them. I was going to use a car metaphor, but I realize it's really tone deaf in an era of climate crisis, so I'm going to pretend that we're all on an electric city bus instead. So there are lots of conversations that basically are the brakes in the bus, excuse me. So in any vehicle, you need brakes, you need gas, and you need a steering wheel, right? Or accelerator. Maybe it's not gas because it's an electric bus still. The brakes are the conversations that the donor agencies in the wealthy countries of the world and the development banks that we're all shareholders of have. And those brakes have to do with blended finance principles. Minimum concessionality. Don't spread that precious aid money around like peanut butter. Aim it at the specific part of the transaction that it needs. Additionality. Don't show up in places where your money wasn't needed to get the deal done. Those are really good principles, but they're brakes. They're don't do the wrong thing kind of thoughts. We need the accelerator pedal, right? We need people to step forward and say, in my country, what are the regulations that are going to make blended finance and domestic capital markets function? For example, I was thinking about this because we were in Singapore all last week, Ritesh, my colleague, and I, and it became obvious to me that they're trying to work on a taxonomy for ESG that allows commercial banks to actually do something in JETPs. The just energy transition plans require decommissioning of coal, and if you don't let commercial banks figure out how to be part of that financing package, No, those are going to be blended finance. You need to somehow figure out how banks are a part of that solution. So do your regulations allow your banks, do your regulations allow your capital markets to do the right thing? Do your regulations in your home market allow your sovereign wealth fund to invest in a private equity fund that has a difficult strategy and therefore is a blended fund? So think about that. That's the gas pedal. Do you have stable policies that foreign investors and domestic investors are going to say, yes, I understand how this place works, and I understand what the blending here looks like in the longer term? I think you're alluding to that as well. So that's the gas pedal. The steering wheel are these integrated national, sorry, I just love this chart, as you can tell. These integrated national financing frameworks, every single national government should be walking into every international development agency conversation and development bank conversation saying, these are the things that are important to me, this is where I'm lagging behind, these are the structures that work for me, these are my development challenges, and I want to be a part of this conversation. You need to start directing what's happening in your country when you're speaking with donor agencies. They really want to help, and they're doing lots of great thinking, and in fact, you know, your being here is evidence of that, and we have to have two halves of the conversation. So my advice for the national governments of the world is to come at these conversations with an integrated thought process that really makes you, a solid conversational partner with all the donors and all the development banks out there. Thanks.
Very well said. Thank you. And I think it's good advice for USAID and other donors, especially. It is always good to actually have a plan when you go meet somebody and what do you want. It's actionable, and we can get things done quicker. I am going to open it up to a couple of questions from the floor. We have time? Yeah. Okay. 2 questions, please. For anybody? Over here on my right.
Thank you. Fantastic presentations. We were just exchanging notes as we listened to you, especially Srijesh and Jean. Jean, my question is for you. It's a bit of an outlier question. I'm not a finance sector expert, but any quick thoughts on the non-traditional investor? I'm talking about high net worth individual. I'm talking about pension funds. What are chances of countries like Pakistan to crowd them in? What should be the strategic elements to bring in these players?
The impact investors of the world generally do impact deals. We see them not that often in blended finance. They're probably about 16% of the investors in blended finance are impact investors. High net worth individuals as well. Those look typically like family offices when they turn into investors, and they are not frequently in our statistics. However, there's an awful big opportunity there to get them more motivated. Typically, family offices or high net worth individuals either are acting or having their fiduciaries act in full investment mode or in absolutely charitable mode. It's a big ask to get them to work in catalytic mode. We're actually raising, we've actually launched a program called the Asia Climate Solutions Design Grant in concert with the Singaporean and the Australian governments and 2 family offices that's designed to pull more family office money into being catalytic. These are going to be grants that are issued for the purpose of designing structures that could be investable later on. And the information's, again, on our website if you want to know more. So family offices are going to have to be persuaded to be more catalytic with their concessional arm. Institutional investors, that is the entire name of the game. If we can get institutional investors into all these difficult strategies and tough neighborhoods by blending in a way that makes the deal acceptable for them, that's, trillions and trillions of dollars. Remember, these people are managing your pension fund, somebody's life insurance policy. They can't go galloping off to doing something that's out of bounds, but they can do things if some of the risks are taken off the table. Some of these large investors absolutely just cannot go into some of the neighborhoods we're talking about because they are not investment grade. The sovereign debt rating is below investment grade. So if you can pool a series of these, add, credit enhancement, possibly you get there. but it's going to take, as I said, structuring into known asset classes to get them into the conversation. They're not going to go do a single country fund in a non-investment grade country in an education strategy. You can't ask all that in one fell swoop.
Great. Other questions? Going twice? Okay. I think we'll conclude here. I'd like to thank all the panelists for a really enriching panel that we've had with a lot of good conversation. You're heading out to a coffee break, so I believe you can ask them questions more directly about how to create an INFF, what is blended finance, and any other thing to follow up on. But thank you all for your time. It has been a pleasure being here, and good luck with the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks to Chris and to the panelists. We're going into a coffee break now. If everyone could be back at 25 past in 15 minutes for the final session today. Thanks. Take the drinks upstairs.
Yeah, maybe we prepare some drinks. They're suggesting that you get the bell.
I get the
A bell too.
A bell. Yeah, that's a good idea. The microphone works well in here. It's all in there. I should go around with a bell, shouldn't I? Just to bring everyone in.
And you could hand the
Yeah.
so that rings the
What we
bell.
need is shutters, like a quarter past, just bang, the shutters go down, no more coffee. Let's see what we can do for tomorrow. Yeah, yeah. We're just about to restart, colleagues, if you want to come back in. We're about to restart. I'm going to grab the food and come up and everything. Thanks.
I'm testing you while you are just nearby me.
Say again?
I just checked with Volatility. It seems they are a bit hesitant about diesel.
Okay.
So in this case, maybe.
Let's push it then.
Okay. So then we will have. And then.
We said at the start, if you get 3 or 4, that's good. So that's still good. I mean, let's be open if there's someone else tomorrow.
Yeah, if you find someone who's just really good at talking and confident and happy to. Yeah.
And if not,
But I still do know where Artemis is sitting.
It was over here this morning.
This table.
This one.
Yeah, I just. Yeah.
We're just going to restart the next session. We're restarting now. Starting the next session now. We're just about to restart, please. So we'll restart in just a minute. I'll introduce you, and then if you want to introduce the panel.
Yeah, I guess.
Perfect. Thank
Yes.
you. Well, colleagues, I hope you've managed to enjoy a drink and have some good conversation. We're moving now into the final session of the first day. We're going to talk about responding to the sustainability imperative, progress on the enabling environment, the ESGs, and the SDG impact opportunity. And it's my pleasure to welcome the moderator, Mr. Adil Concho, who's the Senior Advisor on Biodiversity and Finance at the French Agency for Development. Over to you, Adil. You go, sorry. Yeah.
perhaps the speaker can come with me on the scene. That would be, I think, nicer. Can the fourth speaker come with me on the scene, please? I feel alone. And oui. Nice to see you. Another. So we are all there. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think you are tired. The day was long. I see that you are all tired. The coffee was good, but so I ask you to be patient, to participate to this last session. We have 1 hour now to discuss on this very interesting topic. So thank you. I want first to thank the INFF to invite the French Agency of Development, that's the Public Development Bank of France, that I represent today, to moderate this last session of the day. I heard during the coffee break that you had a very interesting day today. There is a lot of debates, a lot of ideas coming. So I hope this final session will be the same thing. So the objective of this last session is to highlight the importance of the integration of sustainable development goals in aligning and channeling private financing flows towards sustainable development. So what does it mean, aligning and channeling? We'll speak of that. I'm not an expert of SDG financing, but more on biodiversity financing. But more or less, you know, the issues are the same. Public funding is not in-house or will not be in-house to finance all this evolution, all the transitions that are needed for biodiversity, for climate, and finally for SDG finance. And we hear that everywhere. The private sector is expected to play its role, and an important role. But is that realistic? How to push it? How to support, above all, this private financial sector to do that? And we always hear that there is a gap in the finance. But you know, when we look at the global investment figures, and I will give you figures that my economic colleagues in IFD gave. I hope you had the same today. It's always complicated when you were not here at the beginning. But they told me that $20 trillion per year is invested in investments, and all of that in the developing countries. And even if the figures are not exact, that's more or less the idea. And 80% of this finance come from the private sector. So the money is there. I'm not sure that we can speak of a gap. The money is there, but the money is not always well disbursed. So how to do to align these existing flows, to shift them from flows which are sometimes negative for biodiversity, for climate, for SDGs, and to lower these negative flows, and to increase or reorient these flows to positive finance, which are positive, as I said, for climate, for biodiversity, and for SDGs. That will be a question for you, gentlemen. So what are the conditions? What will be the enabling conditions also for that? So today, the two main questions I will ask to the panel are how to channel these flows, these existing flows, private flows mainly, but also public, you know, toward SDG. What does it mean to align them? What is needed? And the second question will be, because that's also the topic of today, how can the integrated national financing framework help the financial sector, once again public and private, but also the governments, the regulators, to do so? So to answer these two questions, these two main questions, and you will have more precise questions, let me introduce the four speakers and panelists, four brilliant persons which are with me today to answer these questions. Mr. Thomas Bello, you are the Chief of Program for the Finance Sector Hub at UNDP. And you lead UNDP's work to support governments, in aligning all sources with the SDGs, so you are right in the topic. You are also a member, if I read well, of the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group. Mr. Hussein Mullah, you are the head of mine and sustainability at Bank Pembangunan Malaysia Berhad, is that right? Yes. And also a member of a committee on climate change, so specialized also on climate change. Mr. Ronald Jung, you are the head of sustainable finance at Société Générale Asia, so French bank. You are in charge, notably, of the origination and structuring of sustainable finance solutions, such as green bonds and loans, and surely other things. And Mr. Excuse me in advance if I mispronounce, Mr. Sorafol Tulaya Satyen? Okay. You are Senior Executive Vice President at the Stock Exchange here in Thailand, and you are an expert in macro and public economics. You used to, okay. Okay. So you will tell us what you are now. Okay. Okay, so gentlemen, let's begin with the first questions. Sorry. We change a bit the order. Mr. Müller, you, I know that there has been some development of sustainable finance taxonomies, and here also, but surely in Malaysia also, and specifically tailored for banking sector and capital markets, including relevance to the ASEAN taxonomy. So the ASEAN taxonomy and national taxonomies. Malaysia is one of the earlier adopters of sustainable finance taxonomy globally. Could you please share with the Assembly your experience on how financial institutions like yours are implementing the taxonomy and how it transforms the way you do business? And perhaps also, what were your main challenges in applying this taxonomy? Because it's never easy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. And thank you very much for UNDP and the organizer for inviting BPMB or Bank Pembangunan Malaysia Berhad to be part of this session. So the question is about taxonomy. I will not touch much on the other two taxonomy, which is the SRI for the capital market or sustainable responsible taxonomy. And the other one is the Asian taxonomy, because the two are more or less the same, but the one that is applicable for Bank Pembangunan or financial institution is the climate change principle taxonomy, which was issued by Bank Negara, which is the Malaysian regulator, back in April 2021. So the principle, the CCPT we call it. So the CCPT is a regulatory requirement. All financial institutions need to start classifying their customer based on their economic activities and how is it related to the climate action. So including where they are, what kind of business they are in. So basically, the outcome of it is just a classification between C1 up to C5, but C1 means that they are very much climate supporting. And C2 and C3 means that they are very much in a transitioning. And the last two classification of C4 and C5 means they are under watch list. And that's the one that we are worried, because for those under C4 and C5 means that is whether they are not really putting any commitment towards improving or doing any mitigation action, or in some case, actually, they are in activities that is really contributing much to the GHG emission. So that's basically what I will be covering, but I will put this into just two more sections. The first one is about what do we do with that? So when it was introduced in April 2021, because it is mandatory, so first of all, we need to cover on the governance part. So we establish a framework which clearly define within the bank who are responsible for it, and including the governance part in terms of which committee or which board, what are their responsibilities towards that. And the second one is very much on developing a tool. How do you classify? So the Bank Negara or the regulator's taxonomy is clear enough that you can just take the components in that document and start developing a template. So that's the second thing that we do. And from that, the tough one is actually to start educating or communicating with the rest of the bank. Because rather than they're focusing on financial, now they need to talk about climate. So this is the part where we have to really have capacity building. We really have to conduct training, explain how it is done, and putting some arguments, which point we can agree or we can disagree. And the fourth stage is very much on getting the classification. This is where it gets complicated because having a tool, having a taxonomy, which is principle-based, means that you can still apply a lot of judgmental element into it. So, and that applies not only for BPMB, that applies to most of the financial institution, where we have this working group, where Bank A may have different classification for same customer with Bank B. So that really put quite a different argument to say that who's right, who's wrong. So that's the portion that even until today we are still trying to find out how do we address this kind of issue. The last one is on the disclosure or reporting. So for the reporting portion, as of now, we have been required to report twice, which is every 6 months period on our classification, where is our portfolio, whether we have C1 up to C5. And generally, from the Malaysian perspective, Malaysian financial institution, a lot of customers actually will fall under C3. But I think that is quite acceptable to say that most banks will play safe and say that, okay, just accept this classification. But surprisingly, more than 50% are still beyond that classification, which we call it not elsewhere classified, or NEC. Means that for those kind of customer, because of you don't have sufficient data, or because of you're still unable to decide where it sits, so you put on hold when you want to reclassify them. So this is an issue, but this is what we have been going through, and that has been actively discussed until today. So how does that change in terms of how we operate? So the first one is that if before this you go to credit committee with your proposition, usually you'll talk about cash flow, usually we'll talk about financial credits, credit rating, and so on. But now the first thing will be asked is that what is the customer classification? If they fall, for example, under C4, you better have a very good justification. Otherwise, tendency for it to be approved is not very good. And the second one is that our conversation with regulator become more interactive and more interesting. It's no more like it is supervisory role, but it is supervisory and advisory role for regulator. And this is how actually they communicate with the financial institution. So it's not like leaving us to live with the taxonomy and try to find solution for it, but they will listen to us, even though they will not interfere directly, but they will see what are the issues that we are facing. And the last one, probably before I stop, is that the engagement with a third party. And I think the clear winner of this taxonomy being implemented is the third party, especially consultants. So we're going to see a lot of consultants start offering their services, their expertise. But in the joint committee of all FI, when we discuss about it, the question is that do we need them? Because end of the day, the taxonomy is clear enough, but probably it's better we live with that and try to adjust with it. I hope that answered that question.
Yes, for sure. And Perhaps, but in the second round of question, I would like to hear also, how was it internally? Because you explained the process, you explained very good the process, how you did, how you developed this taxonomy, you classified your clients and so on, made training, but what did you face internal resistance and perhaps external with your clients? That will be a second phase. Yeah. Or very quick, and after that we go to the where?
Yeah, very sure. Especially first, it is additional workload, especially for the front line. The second one is that whether this classification is disclosed to the customer. The answer is no. From what the survey conducted, I think it was last week, out of 48 institutions, only 2 eventually have communicated what's the classification. In fact, the regulator has intention to put this classification into the central credit information system, CCRIS, but I think a lot of consideration need to be asked. What will be the impact in terms of the credit ability and the ability of the customer to obtain credit if that is disclosed. So I think, yes, of course, resistance is there.
Yeah. But you managed. Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Mr. Young, it's to you. So you also face this implementation of classification and so on. So as a global financial institution, how do you see, that's the official question, the interplay between the need for such a classification, sustainability linked, and tailored to the national context, to the country where you are, and that are interoperable between markets? So, and second question, how does your bank ensure that the assets you are managing is making positive impact on the SDGs? So classification, implementation, and measurement of impact. Big question.
Sure, happy to answer the question. So thanks a lot for inviting me and SocGen to this conference. So it's a great pleasure to be here with everyone today. So let me answer the first question. So sustainability classification. So sometimes, in other words, we call it like taxonomies as well. Yeah. So I think there are good reasons for countries to basically tailor the taxonomies to their national circumstances. So, you know, different economies are at different stages of sustainability journey. And then different economies, they also have different like industry structure, energy mix, etc., etc. So I think there's a very strong reason to have like different transition pathway and decarbonization pathway. So I think this is actually very understandable for countries to have like a taxonomy that would tailor to their national pathway. In terms of interoperability, this is actually very, very important, and it should be encouraged if possible. Why is that? Because taking like what I do as an example, so I work for a French bank, so I'm based in Hong Kong, and then we do projects, we make investment around Asia. So like given the involvement in so many countries, I think you can imagine the flow of capital. So like from Europe to Asia, and from Asia, from Hong Kong, our headquarters, to the rest of Asia, and then repayment would go the other way. So cross-border capital flows is actually expected, and we cannot avoid that. And the other point is like sustainable finance is essential to ensure transition to a more sustainable future. And we don't want to limit that to just domestic capital funding domestic projects, because in that case, it will be too limiting. And then it would actually stop, I wouldn't say stop, but it would actually slow down the funding of the sustainable finance projects. So in that case, I think it's very important, like if I'm foreign investors, it's very important my foreign exposure in green projects is recognized under the local taxonomies. So basically, if I finance something green in the foreign countries, I want it to be tech green domestically, internally, as well as externally, if regulator requires. So maybe I'll give you an example. So an example for interoperability is actually the China-EU Common Ground Taxonomy, known as CGT in short. So it's actually not a taxonomy per se, but it's actually a comparison of the two taxonomy. So it lists out the criteria of the two taxonomy, and then it outlined the activities of the two taxonomy. So basically, among the 72 activities that's covered by the Common Ground Taxonomy, so there's like a category where it sets like the China taxonomy is more stringent, and there's also another category that sets EU taxonomy is more stringent, and there's like other categories, for example, like there's a significant overlap. So let's say if I'm an EU investor, if I invest in China projects, if the Chinese projects is actually meeting Chinese taxonomy, and if it's in a category where China taxonomy is more stringent, so at least I know to a certain extent the green credential of that project, how does that at least is partly satisfy the EU taxonomy. So maybe just quickly answer your second question, how do we ensure impact of the projects? So at SocGen, we have set a firm target to meet, to support sustainable finance for 300 billion euro between the year 2022 and 2025. So there are a couple of aspects to fulfill this. So first is, actually, we have established a sustainable and positive impact financing framework to raise sustainable and positive impact financing. So we raise this financing through bond issuances, and then we apply the proceeds into funding like sustainable and positive impact finance projects. So how do we ensure those project funds have positive impact? It's like basically we ensure maximum transparency. We publish the framework on our website. It's publicly available. And then we have a SPO provider to testify for the eligibility and the impact of the project's finance. And then we have actually an internal system to track the proceeds going to the right projects. And then we also do periodic publication of our reporting. So we'll report on the allocation and the impact of those projects as well. So another aspect for meeting this 300 billion euro goal is to basically we accompany our clients on their sustainability journey. So we finance their energy transition projects, like for example, renewable energies, energy efficiencies, and transition metals, etc., etc. So and lastly, basically, we also help like our clients to structure sustainable finance, for example, like green bonds, green loan, and sustainability-linked instruments. So throughout the process, we help them to steer capital to sustainable investments or energy transition type of projects.
Thank you, thank you. We see that what you say when you answer the first question is that international cooperation is absolutely necessary. Even if there are national tools, it's important to have at a minimum common basis for tools from a country to another, or you as banker can have some issues to finance projects abroad, or it's absolutely necessary. And thank you also for your experience in reporting what you are doing and explaining us what you are doing. So I come to you, Mr. Tulaya Satyan, on another topic. After this classification, taxonomy, the way to measure and report. Now I don't know, but surely people know that Thailand has been one of the pioneers in sustainable financing landscape, starting from thematic bond issuance, so a new approach, to the development of sustainability index among the listed companies. Now you are transitioning from ESG compliance to SDG impact integration, so another topic. Can you please explain the rationale for this transition from ESG to SDG?
I think there's a lot of acronym for sustainability. That's a big, the biggest one, of course, is SDG. It's by the UN, right? But from the investment community, we usually use the word ESG. It's more issue specific that you do the company doing activities that's good for environment, that's good for social, and that's good for governance. But nonetheless, there's the need to map between the two, because we want to see that the investment community, how we contribute back to more broader picture. So what we do is that in addition to the data, the disclosure, and all this taxonomy, at the Stock Exchange of Thailand, we do a compilation every year of all the activity that listed company do. How much it translates to carbon, how much it translates to waste reduction, how much it translates to more job or more equal gender, and those things. And those things is also mapped to the SDG. So it provides a more aggregate picture of not only company by company, but the whole listed companies in aggregate and mapped to the SDG as a whole. Different companies have different focus, of course, right? Some may be focusing on environment, some may be focusing on social issues. But in aggregate, this report that we have done for the second year, you can see the trend as an aggregate. So I hope this answers your question, but I think it's all the underlying message that I think all of us are saying is that to make sustainable finance work, you have to make sure that investors see the value of it, right? And the only way to have them see the value is to have trusted data, because data will provide the investor ability to analyze and see what works for them. Some of them see as an opportunity to invest. Some of them see opportunity for risk managed company that do ESG should be better withstand all the shocks, especially reputation risk, right? And it will help clarify all this, the concern over greenwashing. The more data that investors have, it can help clarify this issue. And this is what all us, we are the three intermediaries. That's the way that we are doing it.
Thank you. So we saw some example here of what is needed, or part of what is needed in order to help to align these financial flows with the SDGs, as it was said during the introduction, as classification, taxonomy, way to measure the results, but also the need of data, the need to convince internally, the need also to speak with the clients, the need to train the staff, but perhaps also to support the client, as you said. So, Mr. Bello, could you please give us your reflection on the global and regional process and how to perhaps finally come to this idea of aligning, and what do you think about that?
Great, thank you so much, and fantastic presentations from the other panelists. So good to hear of these examples. I guess a reflection from me is there's good news and bad news in all of this. I mean, from a sustainable development perspective, what we're hearing from the fellow panelists and what we're seeing globally is indeed there is an increasing requirement for the private sector to align its investment with sustainable development. That's the good news. We're seeing an increasing focus on these taxonomies that we've heard about, the regulatory environment, disclosure, even in some cases incentives and disincentives being applied to align investment with sustainable development. So this is good news. The bad news is that different countries, different institutions, different people are defining it differently. This is bad news because it's confusing. I get very confused by this topic. There are so many definitions and different ways of looking at it. And it's also bad news because it requires new capacities. There's no question it's new capacities particularly for the private sector, who have not had to look at this so systematically before. But another piece of good news to finish on the good news, bad news, and then good news is actually, I think the solutions and the ways forward are certainly within our grasp if we look at this in a perspective of partnership and collaboration, and I'll say a few words about that. Because UNDP is lucky enough to sit as the secretariat for something called the Sustainable Finance Working Group in the G20 finance track, we're privileged to participate and observe the discussions across the G20 central banks and ministries of finance on this topic. And again, since the presidencies, actually in this region, of Indonesia and now of India, we're seeing a really strong focus on this word, interoperability. And just to break that down a bit, it's different to harmonization. It's not about doing everything the same, but it's about ensuring that one market can have access to another market. And this is really important, and I think a number of the presenters have mentioned the EU Sustainable Finance Taxonomy, which many of you may have heard about. It's primarily, and this is where the word sustainable finance is perhaps a little opaque, because in this case it's primarily about environment and climate change. But this sustainable finance taxonomy has implications for developing economies accessing the European market. And it has implications for European finance institutions in channeling investment to developing economy markets if those markets are not interoperable in terms of their definitions of sustainability. So it's a really important term, and one that the G20 is in particular looking at. I should say also in this region, APEC, there is, under the auspices of APEC, the Sustainable Development Finance Network. And that also is looking at the coherence of taxonomies and classifications in the APEC region. Even in ASEAN as well, there is yet another taxonomy process, which currently is looking at the principles of taxonomies. I think all of this shows you that there is a huge attention to the topic, but also shows you that there are multiple processes, multiple definitions, and that these are challenging, particularly for developing economies. I'll finish by just saying how I think that the integrated national financing frameworks, which we're talking about today and also tomorrow, provide a really important vehicle for us navigating through this confusion that potentially is in front of us. I think first is the principle that these integrated national financing frameworks are country-led, and undoubtedly sustainable finance taxonomies are sovereign. They need to be country-led. Different country contexts require different definitions and landscapes of sustainable finance. So the INFF provides that potential country-led process. But it's also, again, multi-stakeholder. And I think this, of all topics, is one that requires not just central banks, ministries of finance, regulators, private sector enterprise, funds, stock exchange, but also different parts of government and citizenry to understand what this means for the accountability of the private sector. And again, I think the integrated national financing frameworks provide a great opportunity. I could say more, but I won't. I'll stop there. An opportunity, but also a challenge in front of us.
Thank you. Thank you for this, not conclusion, but element of discussion on this first part of the panel. So good news, bad news, opportunities, challenges on how to align the finance with the Sustainable Development Goals, need of common work, need of partnership, what you just said, and you mentioned some of them. And finally, what is, because we are there for that, what is the role of the INFF in all these processes that you all mentioned? So that will be the second round of questions that I will ask you, and more precisely to you, Mr. Müller. As a National Development Bank, what is your role in developing integrated financing framework based on what has been said before, the challenge, the opportunities, and what are some factors needed to strengthen sustainable financing ecosystems?
Right. Bank Pembangunan Malaysia Berhad, or BPMB, has been in business or has been established since 1973. And this November we will be celebrating our 50 years. And we are 100% owned by the Ministry of Finance Incorporated. So technically we are state-owned bank. Our mandate is very special, very specific. It's supporting the government's initiative towards economic development. So for that reason, we are playing a major role in this INFF. So, but I will not be really touching on that. I'll be touching a bit more on what are the kind of activities that we do to support it. Back in 2019, we built a tool, we call it a MINE. That's why in my position it's called MINE. MINE actually is, it is a measuring impact for national development. So that's MINE. But behind it is actually talking about sustainability. So we built a tool with World Bank, and we use this MINE. If CCPT or climate principle taxonomy is very much a regulatory requirement, we use MINE to do assessment on cases to measure what's the impact to the national development. If it passed certain score, then we'll proceed with it. But if it is not, then actually a really big question, why should we do it? So the component of it involve, currently we're selecting like 6 SDGs to focus on. And we are improving to say that, okay, some SDG actually we may want to look and see we can play more active role into it. So we're revising that. Hopefully we can include all the 17, but if you have too many, then actually you lost focus. So for that reason, we include that. And the other one is that we include what are the importance to the Malaysia plan, the 12th Malaysia plan. If it's in line with it, then you're going to give a better score. And the other portion is that what is the impact to the safeguards? Means that in this project, is there any society that actually become victimized, any relocation? So all of those elements become important component that we use MINE, and we have been using this for the past for the past 2 years now. And in 2021, we make it compulsory that this is a must before we even look at all the other elements. So just to add into conclusion to it, if we have CCPT, we have credit rating, now we have MINE. So we can imagine what the front line will say. There are so many measurements, there are so many indicators that they need to justify before they can put a value proposition. But at the same time, on the other side of the coin, we must also remember that as a mandated bank, it's not really talking about the profitability as the only element that we must consider. So that's why we must consider in terms of people, we must consider in terms of planet. So that's the role how BPMB as a developmental bank play for this financing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I understand. I'm also coming from a development bank. So a mix of regulation, of mandatory requirements, a mix of measurement tools, a mix of, please, a mix of measuring, of proofing also internally and externally that it can work, and that's to incentivize also people to act and to give them the envy to do that and to go further. And what about INFF? Is it an help for you? Just very quick also.
Yeah, for the INFF, we have to collaborate with especially from the Minister of Finance side, so where we can play our role. Of course, from the developmental financial institution, we would like to participate and play active role into it.
Okay, thanks. So, Mr. Jung, it's your turn. You explain us what you do and what you to measure just before, and I would like to know now what are the factors that are critical in increasing the allocation of a portfolio of a large global financial institution like yours into sustainable investments. You more or less spoke of that before, but perhaps to go further, and what are the potential action and steps that regulators as well as the company need to take? How can INFF provide a platform to advance these steps? How can they help you?
Yeah, I would say one of the key factors is the availability of information. So, you know, as a banker, I've often come across with like business seeking capital, and I've also always come across with investor seeking good business to invest in. So, for example, like many impact projects, they're relatively small and early stage, and they're seeking early stage capital to help them to prove the concept, go through the pilot stage, and then scale up the business. And then, so after they do that, they can actually prove the business plan and prove bankability to senior lenders. But a lot of times, basically, what we found out is like they don't know where to get that kind of capital. So they know banks sometimes, but then they don't know like the appropriate type of investors that would be interested in that stage of the investment process. So for me, I think like if the information availability, or like basically if there's a platform that can connect those type of business with the appropriate type of investors, then I think it will be very helpful to scale up the market and also improve bankability of those businesses. So I think maybe this is something that can be considered by the organization. Yeah. And another thing, information I think is critical is ESG data. So echoing your point, yeah. So basically historical ESG data, for example, GHG emission, water usage, energy consumption, or prospective ESG data, like companies' targets, to help them, to help like people determine like how ambitious is the company, sustainability strategy, and also impact data. A lot of time we finance projects expecting there's an impact, but if we have impact data, then we can have a feedback loop to see basically what projects are really impactful, and then that will improve the capital allocation process. So I think from these aspects, actually regulator or stock exchange have a huge role to do. They can actually enhance disclosure requirements, and they can do it in a practical way, do it in stages, take time to ensure that companies have time to expand the resources, to invest resources, to make data available over time. So I think these are the two things that I think we can do to improve sustainable finance market.
And in that sense, in providing data, in helping you to disclose and to answer to the disclosure requirement, INFF could be a good help. That's what you say. Yes. Okay, that's good, and that's wonderful. The last question is for you. In Thailand, the government recently launched their development finance assessment as a precursor to a strengthened financing strategy for the next medium-term plan. How has the stock exchange engaged in this process? And what do you see as a key priority to further unlock sustainable investments in the Thai context? And what are your plans for developing financial instruments that enable channeling private investments into the SDGs? 3 questions.
There are many challenges, and we have just touched upon the challenge of the investor. how can we make them see the value of SDG investment. But there's also other challenge on the flip side of how to have the listed company see the value of doing it or how to do it. Many Thai companies are in the early stage of doing the ESG. They sometimes start to asking question, is it worth it to do it? If I want to do it, where should I start? That company is doing that, is that if following that other companies practice, is it the best thing to do for me, or should I? There are 17 goals, right? Should I pick on something that more maturity matter to me? So as a stock exchange, we are balancing a lot of the challenge. So we need to try to engage the listed company, telling them that this is good things to do. You cannot be seeking profit alone, but the people and the planet is also matter. And this is how you do it. We start building community, having workshop, telling them that doing it alone is not enough, but you need to disclose what you do, measures what you do. And people now talking about impact. It's not just doing it, but what is the outcome, right? On the flip side, on the investor side, they will start asking like, does ESG investment give more alpha? I mean, that's always the questions. Even very large public fund, they start asking, my fiduciary is to the unit holder. I need to make sure they have the return. But if the SG can add more return, or it could add to some other aspect, this is the questions. So as I mentioned in the first round, I said we need to provide them with data that is reliable. And the data need to be machine readable, because from the investor, especially the global investor, they don't read annual report. No, you cannot, right? There's 10,000. And when it need to be machine readable, that means we need to start talking about the taxonomy, or this is it a common taxonomy, but it's different country. You cannot do that. But in the end, you need to be comparable, right? And what framework should I use to analyze the investment? What rating? There are so many rating, so many raters, right? So all this, especially for Thailand, that we are at just beginning of it, unlike France, or you are used to all this thing already. So this question need to be clarified before they venture into investment that impact investment or ESG investment. So what we do, we collaborate with the international standard, with the rater, with UNDP, do seminar like this, have them do workshop, start translating international framework into a more local flavor one, because we do have some more data on some dimension, and we do have different structures, and even sometimes communicate back on some of the local features that international rater do not yet recognize. Why we don't do this and that? Because our market is like this and that. So those things, we as a stock market, we try to be the voice of the local companies and local investor back to international community also. So lots of things to do. You asked me to prioritize, but my boss have all these things that I need to do. So, but basically, just the two sides, investors and companies.
But you say something very important. I think that financing on a more sustainable way, it's not no more having return, or
it's I would say that sometimes this question is both unfair, but it's just the way it is, right? You say like if I invest in sustainable investment, I should have some proof that it has alpha. That's a short term. When we think of the sustainable, I mean, that's the word of it, is about longer term, right? But in the finance world, everyone is measured not annually but quarter by quarter, or sometimes month to month, right? How can you balancing short and long? Before we were talking about, like in 5 or 10 years ago, people were talking about, okay, we do this because it's more like giving back to the society that we invest in this type of companies. But later on, people start to seeing this as a more of a risk management tools, right? But then during COVID, I think there has been some papers saying that company that doing ESG has a little alpha. But if you take a look at last year, it's more like Empire Strikes Back. It's like people talking about greenwashing and everything. So, but all in all, like data is important. Good quality data is important because we need to clarify away all the doubt about the greenwashing, and also some tools and some framework of thinking that allow investors, asset management company to balance short-term and the longer-term goals. That's also important.
Yeah, but it's not about killing finance. It's about improving finance. This ESG and SDG criteria to achieve that.
Because
that's something
not creative, but just the way to.
I don't say you say that. I'm saying that because we hear that very often, and now above all with some feedback, even in the more advanced scene. Mr. Bello, do you want to say some words, or I give directly the floor to the... So, it's you now. I hope to have some... We heard very interesting... yes, okay. So, please, can you please tell who you are when you ask a question, and the panelists will answer you.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to ask Thomas. Very inspiring, your sharing. My name is Budi. I'm the Manager of Economic Development in National Secretariat of SDGs, Ministry of Development Planning. And you said there very interesting things related to the sustainable taxonomy. And actually, Indonesia, we already have the green taxonomy last year. And effort to have this is really incredible. And then we also trying hard now to transform this to become sustainable taxonomy this year, the end of this year. And of course that is a tools, but the important thing is how to change the behavior of financial institutions, especially in the banks. And related to that, to change the behavior, then related to that one, so what is the key factors? The key factors. Let's say, what is it for me for the financial institution? They will ask like that. So if we would like to transform this faster to change the behavior, even green taxonomy also quite difficult. Now we transform to sustainable taxonomy. So how we answer that to the financial institution, and what is the factor to transform that? Because you mentioned about the experience of Europe. Thank you.
If I had the answer to your question, I think a lot of what we're discussing over today, tomorrow, and the rest of the week would be much easier, because I don't know that we have the answer to, how do we incentivize financial institutions to take this agenda forward. I guess the answer does lie in the word incentives and disincentives for the private sector, but rather than homing in on sort of tax and tax incentives and the ways in which those can play out in relation to regulation and taxonomies, I do think it's worth just reflecting on establishing a common vision. And I think this is something that certainly is as a development institution we have struggled with for decades. genuinely, are there common visions of sustainable development at the country level? And we often addressed it through planning exercises in the past, which, we expanded the participation, we broadened the consultation, we brought the private sector into medium-term development plan consultations, but to no real avail in terms of having and institutionalizing a common vision of sustainable development across public and private sectors. So I do think one of the interesting approaches that an integrated national financing framework puts forward is, instead of looking just at planning, we look at financing and how we can have a common agenda across the public and private sector for our investments. So I do think the common vision part is something that needs to be addressed. The challenge, I think, with the movement from a green taxonomy to a sustainable finance taxonomy is in part that there is no definition anywhere internationally of what a sustainable finance taxonomy should be. As the UN, I think we would say that the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals provides potentially a framework within which to find a common sustainable finance taxonomy. All I would say, though, is that just like in Indonesia, in the discussions in Europe, which has already established a sustainable finance taxonomy, which is environment and climate focused, there is the discussion, well, now how do we change that to include the social dimension? So I do think for any country that's looking to develop a taxonomy, it would be worth already considering not just environment and climate, but the social dimensions of a taxonomy, because it will, I think, inevitably be the case that at some point in the future you will be needing to include that from that interoperable perspective across markets. So I know I haven't answered your question, but I had a go. Can I just make one last comment, because it does relate to the question, which is, of all the areas we've discussed today, I think this is the area which really shows how development institutions and finance institutions need to work together. Because a lot of what we're talking about in sustainable finance taxonomies is the bread and butter of development institutions. But development institutions don't understand the financial metrics and investment decision-making processes that the financial institutions know so well. So I do think this is a classic example of where we need to work together.
Well, Mr.? No? No? Okay. Mr., please? And after Mrs., yeah.
Oh, take it first?
Sorry, I didn't see who was the first, so...
Okay, thank you. So in fact, my question goes to Thomas. In fact, for the last question in the previous session, I just want to add what Thomas said. In 2018, just a $700 million balance sheet as a bank. The question was whether to look into from the incentive angle or the disincentive angle. So it was with like long discussions, we agreed that the disincentives, somewhere outlays the incentive part. So we need to carve out that one of the verticals should be a sustainable bank. So as a small bank like us, we started this journey. I'm sure the biggest bank can too. Second, like on a lighter side, since it was early start, the shareholders didn't know much about it. It was the agenda looked quite exciting. And somewhere they lost some portion of their earnings because the sustainability vertical is more of a break-even or a cost business rather than a revenue business. Now, Thomas, again, like what you pointed out in your presentation, like, yes, I personally, since the vertical lies or the business lies under my vertical, one of the biggest challenges that I face is the too many definitions under blended finance. Already closed 9 DFIs, $150 million worth of debt, pipeline, $140 million with 3 more DFIs. Probably every month I meet 1 or 2, like, working on the ecosystem, and almost everyone has a different story. So as a financial institution, it's very difficult to keep reinvesting on multiple projects and to align with the stories of everyone. So again, as a chairman, Sustainable Finance Hub, my sincere request, how do we bring everyone together so that as a financial institution, it's an easy way, reach out to understand, close, and in fact, deliver the impacts.
Perhaps concrete response from financial institutions. One of you? No? I know the question was for you, but...
Okay, let me try. So, I think from us, what we see in the market is like our clients actually has been increasing consciousness in sustainable finance. So basically, in terms of the supply of projects, that's increasing. So I think some time ago, like they want to just finance one renewable energy project, but then now basically all the clients basically they're exploring ways to decarbonize, and they want to seek financing for many projects. So I think we have been seeing more and more projects, and then in terms of our capital, basically, because as the client transition. We are actually trying to accompany them at the journey as well. And as SocGen, we are also a founding bank for the Net Zero Banking Alliance. So we have committed to decarbonize our portfolio. And then, so it's actually, we are best placed to work with our clients to finance their transition projects as well. So I'm not sure if I have answered your question directly, but I think I have actually shared our experience, and then hopefully there are some commonalities.
So we have two other questions in the room, and that will be the 2 last. Yes, question? Yeah, okay. So, Mrs.?
Hi, my name is Sipapapon. I work for the Ministry of Planning and Investment of Laos. This question is very general, but might be more relevant to Thomas. Having listened to presentations since this morning, but I can feel that most of the countries have integrated the INFFs into some sort of the national financing frameworks. But what I have not heard of yet is who monitors and who tracks the progress of the INFF, because it's supposed to be an integrated approach. It would be very useful for us to hear about this, because we are very close to having our financing strategy to support the 5-year National Development Plan endorsed by the Prime Minister. And this financing strategy has been developed based on the INFF model. So I would be very pleased if you could shed some light on this. Thank you.
And there was a question, and we'll make, okay.
My name is Muhammad Ali Kamal. I'm from Ministry of Planning from Pakistan. Simple question, because we love diversity and we love localization in SDGs. And whenever we talk about the sustainability, it's used to be environment sustainability, but now it's a social sustainability and economic sustainability as well. So I have 2 things to say. Number one is we do have a definition of EU taxonomy. So why can't we adopt that? And secondly, if we are moving from ESG SDGs, so what are the 2 or 3 points which you can say that's the way how we should move from ESG to Sustainable Development Goals opportunity, impact opportunity? Thank you.
Want to answer or to? You good?
So, on the first question of the sort of transparency, accountability, reporting of progress or not in taking forward an INFF, I think again, I can't answer that question as well as other countries in this room could answer that question. So I do hope that others over drinks tonight or in the coffee will go over and tell your story to our colleague from Laos. I do know, for example, in Mongolia, that the INFF was somehow passed through Parliament, I think, and I do think the role of national assemblies and parliaments is absolutely critical in this agenda. I don't think necessarily parliamentarians and MPs necessarily understand yet the agenda of sustainable finance. I think in many cases struggling even to understand how public finance impacts on sustainable development. But I do think there's a job of work in getting some awareness and understanding of the sustainable finance agenda as it applies to the private sector. And for our colleague from Pakistan, in relation to why doesn't everybody adopt the EU taxonomy, I think, as I mentioned, it is a sovereign issue, a taxonomy, and the European market is very, very different to many of the markets in the Asia-Pacific region, and I don't think we should take it as the starting point for taxonomies in the countries of the region. But I would say, please focus on trying to make your taxonomies interoperable with the EU taxonomy if you wish to access the European market. I think it is absolutely critical. And move from ESG to SDGs. Let's talk over a cocktail. I really think that is a very helpful way of describing the shift we need to see from ESG to SDG.
That will be the word of conclusion. Take a cocktail and have a drink together. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this last session. And I want first to thank the four guys and the four gentlemen for their very interesting and fruitful testimony and experience. Thanks a lot, and thanks to you too. And we have a conclusion now, I think.
Great, thanks Adil, and thanks to the panelists. We're almost there at the end of a very rich day. Just to help us take stock of where we are, of what we've heard, and how it all comes together, I'm going to welcome my colleague Diora, who's our SDG Finance Policy Specialist here in the Asia-Pacific region, to give us a summary of day one and some of the key takeaways.
Hello? Hello, colleagues. Thank you so much to all the speakers and moderators, to all the participants for such an insightful discussion today. It was a very, very rich and insightful session. So I was asked to summarize the day, but it was such a rich discussion. It will be very difficult to do it in such a short time. Let me try. We started by talking about the INFF. Why INFF? And what are the benefits of INFF? We have heard the experience of Mongolia, of Maldives and Indonesia, where they are in the process of introducing INFF, what benefits they see from introducing it, how INFF is helping to reimagine the development finance architecture in those countries. We talked about the INFF facility, which was created last year, and how countries can apply to that facility to advance the work on INFF in their countries. We then moved to discussing the growing role of private capital in financing sustainable development and the enabling power of INFF to facilitate this process. We heard experience of the Thai banks incorporating the sustainability considerations in their lending decisions. We heard from Malaysian government on the enabling environment, and we heard from India about the impact investment as well as the new initiative on the social stock exchange that they introduced last year. We heard about the interplay between the development policies and introduction of the development of debt instruments in the countries, and how INFF can help the countries to ensure coherence between these two different processes, as well as how to ensure that the countries with a very different context, in different situations, for instance, like Pakistan and Indonesia, can equally benefit from the INFF process, no matter where they are in their development process. We heard very interesting what is called augmented approach to debt sustainability, which is opposed to the short-termistic thinking, conventional thinking about debt sustainability. It's more of a long-term thinking about it. And we heard about the orange bonds as an emerging asset class. We next covered the blended finance and experience of Indonesia and Nepal, as well as Fiji, introducing the blended finance or thinking about introducing blended finance instrument as well as the policies. And we heard that there are so many different moving pieces and many different actors participating in the blended finance process, and how INFF can actually play the role of connecting the dots and serving as a platform, bringing together different actors to build the ecosystem and build the enabling environment for blended finance. I really liked this metaphor that was mentioned, where INFF was called the steering wheel, and it is a steering wheel for the countries to move towards the development goals. And finally, we talked about the impact measurement and disclosures, and that there is an increasing focus everywhere globally, but especially in this region, to align private capital with SDGs, with sustainable development priorities. And also we heard that there are still a lot of gaps, like in terms of data, in terms of capacity, and that the countries need to think about interoperability of the taxonomies in order to attract the investors, global investors. And how the INFF can help to basically, again, serve as a platform for bringing together all these different partners working on the IMM process, impact measurement and management, to the table to discuss what needs to be this enabling environment and how it can be nationalized. Throughout the day, I think one elephant in the room was how to scale private capital. Can we scale the private capital, and what should we do in order to do that? In order to make all the, or at least most of the private capital aligned with the SDGs, aligned with sustainable development. And probably INFF cannot solve all these problems, but at least it's a very good approach, very good tool to help to do that, as it's connecting many dots, and it's connecting many actors, and help to, again, serve as a steering wheel to steer the countries toward development goals. Thank you. This is for day one, and thanks a lot for your attention and participation.
Thank you, Diora. I won't stand between you and drinks for very long, but just to say a quick word about tomorrow. I think one of the themes today has been bringing together partners, and we represent in this room a very diverse range of stakeholders who all have expertise and knowledge and insights on different elements of the sustainable financing landscape. And we wanted to make sure that there was time in the agenda that we could all network and share that. And tomorrow afternoon, the marketplace is a particular time when we can do that. We've set up stalls in the room next door for each country to be able to present its experiences, some of the materials you've developed, some of the insights and experience that you have from your own country experience related to the INFF and on wider SDG financing topics. We're going to invite you to spend 20, 30 minutes now next door setting up your stall ahead of tomorrow afternoon. So do please bring your reports, bring your materials ready to showcase. You'll probably also have seen on the tables there is a QR code that's appeared. Please do upload there anything that you want to share with colleagues ready for tomorrow, and you'll be able to access those just by scanning the QR code, and there's a neat one on each table which has your country's flag on it too. So do access that and upload anything that you've got to share, and we can carry on tomorrow a great discussion of networking, sharing experiences and learning from one another. So I'll close today. We've got some drinks. If you head upstairs to the 7th floor in about 20, 30 minutes, we can all continue the conversation over a cocktail. Thanks to everyone. It's been a great discussion. Thank you.